Tabling of documents. Pursuant to Section 79.22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Costing the Budget 2019 Measures. Pursuant to Section 10.5 of the Lobbying Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report on an investigation from the Commissioner of Lobbying. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 8 petitions. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would move, seconded by the member from Pickering, Oxbridge, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Ms. O'Connell, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes.
All those in favour of the motion will please say yea.
Yay.
All those opposed will please say nay.
Yay.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members. La question est la suite.
The question is the following one, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise. Please say yea.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay
Mr.
Cardigan.
Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Shager.
Miss Chager.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Morneau.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Miss Mahichuk.
Miss Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Miss Duncan Etobicoke North.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss McKenna.
Miss McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Wong.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller. Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Viller, Mille-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs. Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Jevneski.
Mr. Zizevsky.
Mr. Anana Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Goldsmith Jones.
Miss Goldsmith Jones.
Madame Demoff.
Mrs. DeMoff.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lighthouse.
Mr. Lightbound.
Lightbound, correction. Mr. Lightbound. Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Rani.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Miss Young.
Miss Young.
Mrs. Scholt.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapidia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapidia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pascasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossino.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lafointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson. Mr.
Miss Cara.
Miss Dillon.
Correction, Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Miss Zerowitz.
Mrs. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Hutchins.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Hari.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Miss Rudd.
Miss Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Miss Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobara.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Bandayan.
Madame Bandayan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Desjardins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Desjardins-Lévis.
Ms. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Miss Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Miss Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Albouteif.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Lekivsky.
Mr. Lekitsky.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Miss Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords of Minster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. General.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shield.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Miss Leach.
Miss Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Miss Benson.
Miss Benson.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Jolibois.
Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Miss Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 164, 164. Nays contre 118, 118.
Je déclare.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Rising on a point of order. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations between the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to allow the member for Saskatoon West to table her private member's bill.
Is unanimous consent for the House to return to introduction of private member's bill to allow the honourable member for Saskatoon West to table her private member's bill? Agreed. The honourable member for Saskatoon West. Sir. Oh. Yes, but sir, let's do this in the proper order. Of course, excuse me, my fault. Ms. Benson, seconded by Ms. Jolibois, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect, Maintain, Revitalize, and Strengthen Indigenous Languages. This motion is deemed adopted. Now, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, and I do want to mention I appreciate the cooperation of all parties in this House so that I can proceed today. Today I rise rise to table an act that will make into law the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 14 to protect, maintain, revitalize, and strengthen Indigenous languages. The drafting of this bill was inspired by Elger Packingen, a grade 12 student at Bethlehem High School who was this year's winner of Saskatoon West Create Your Canada contest. Elger's proposed legislation, among other things, would ensure the Indigenous Language Commissioner is an Indigenous person, make the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People legally binding, and finally state the discriminatory government policy of the 60s scoop also led to the erosion of Indigenous languages in Canada. I thank all participants for their excellent submissions and, of course, congratulate Elger for his winning entry. Mr. Speaker, our future is our youth. It's a bright future. It is in good hands, and so I proudly table this bill on Elger's behalf. Thank you very much.
Ms. Benson, seconded by Ms. Jolibois, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Despite the enthusiasm at the next sitting of the House. Orders of the day. Honorable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that in relation to Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seconded by Mr. Morneau.
Okay. Moved by Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Morneau, that in relation to Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders of the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will be now a 30-minute question period. J'invite les honorables députés.
I would ask those honourable members who would like to ask questions to rise so that the Speaker is able to determine how many members would like to participate in this question period.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you. Well, here we go again. Sunny ways has turned into cloudy days. This government, led by a Prime Minister who promised no omnibus bills and never to shut down debate, is now shutting down a debate on an omnibus bill. Now, of course, this is technically called a budget, but it reaches into areas that have nothing to do with budget policy, as far as reaching to the laws pertaining to refugees. Remember that last year's budget bill, the finance minister snuck in an amendment to the criminal code, allowing large corporate criminals to avoid trial by signing deferred prosecution agreements, whereby they can pay a small fine, say they're sorry, and promise never to do it again without facing the wrath of prosecution that would confront any other Canadian that charged with a crime. Now, the finance minister said nothing about deferred prosecution agreements in the budget speech leading up to that bill, he skipped over that small detail. I guess you have to read the fine print. But that has become the nature of this government, a government that is overwhelmed with hypocrisy. The Prime Minister claimed that he would never engage in omnibus bills. He would always allow open debate, and now he's doing precisely the opposite. This bill, though, implements a disastrous budget, the cover-up budget, wherein $41 billion of brand new cash spending is designed to paper over the SNC-Lavalin scandal, make Canadians forget about the Prime Minister's interference in a criminal prosecution by spraying billions of dollars of their own money at them right before an election. So this finance minister, who's been responsible for this massive engorgement of public funds, is responsible for, should answer for his actions. He broke his word and the Prime Minister's that they would balance the budget this year, or more accurately, that the budget would balance itself. He has increased the cost of government by 25% in 3 short years. And on top of that, middle-class Canadians are paying, on average, $800 more per household. With all of these broken promises, can the finance minister tell us why should Canadians believe anything he or his prime minister have to say?
Before going to the finance minister, I just want to remind the honourable members that there are a lot of people who want to ask questions, and what happens is the length of the question is also dictates to the length of the answer. So I don't want them to be too long. Try to be as concise as possible, both on the question and the answer. The honourable finance minister.
So I understand then from you, Mr. Speaker, that I have roughly 15 minutes to speak. Yep. Would be able to talk about how well middle-class Canadians are doing. Mr. Speaker, the Budget 2019 was really a continuation of our approach to ensure not only that our economy is doing well, but that middle-class Canadians can see a brighter future ahead.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
What we've done from day one is consider how Canadians can actually face up to the challenges that the current economy is presenting and that the future economy will present. Of course, we started with things like a reduction in middle-class taxes, the increase in the Canada Child Benefit, those measures which made a really important difference for families and have led to, for a typical middle-class family in 2019, $2,000 more in their pocket than in 2015. It's important, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the situation that we consider all elements. And of course, that Canada Child Benefit was critically important, not only for families, but in helping our economy to do better. We've done a number of other measures, Mr. Speaker, over the last few years, but Budget 2019 was particularly important in what we want to do to make sure that people are resilient in the face of economic challenges in the future. So I would point you in this House to the Canada Training Benefit, which we know will have a really important difference on Canadians as they look to making sure that they have the skills necessary for the economy of today and tomorrow. It will allow people every 4 years to take 4 weeks off, to have the ability to have a training credit so that they can actually go out and find the kind of training they need. It will allow them, it will enable them to have the kind of support along the way that means that they can continue to support their family. This, Mr. Speaker, we think will be critically important for people today and for young people as they keep their skills up over the years to come. So Budget 2019 will be, we know, a continuation in our effort to ensure that middle-class Canadians are successful in the face of a challenging economic world that we live in.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, this is a very sad day for Parliament, Mr. Speaker. 4 years ago, the Liberals promised that they would end the abuse of Parliament using excessive closure motions. They promised not to bring in omnibus legislation, and they promised to welcome refugees into this country. And what we've seen today with the 66th closure motion that this government has put forward, that they're ramming through the House to avoid scrutiny of an omnibus budget bill, that we're seeing that all of the promises, the commitments that Liberals made in 2015 are simply being cast aside. Now, just a few weeks ago, during the break, representatives of some of the major human rights organizations in Canada, Amnesty International, the BC Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, Canadian Council for Refugees, Canadian Civil Liberties Association, all wrote to ask the Prime Minister to not implement the provisions in this omnibus legislation that slam the door shut to refugees coming into Canada. And isn't that the real reason they're imposing closure yet again today, Mr. Speaker? That Canadians are finding out of the refugee provisions. They're seeing white supremacists standing up with the government and saying, wonderful, this is a great day. But for Canadians, this is a sad day. And isn't this the kind of behavior that the Liberals promised to change back in 2015? They should be ashamed of themselves, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to address the multitude of points presented by the honourable member. We made a commitment. We made a commitment when we came into office that each and every measure that was in our budget bill would actually be reflected in the budget itself. And that is a commitment that we continue to uphold. We have put forward a budget. Of course, the Budget Implementation Act is something that reflects those things that we put in our budget. I, Mr. Speaker, believe that it's important that we move to committee so that the examination of this budget can be done by committee. I'm looking forward to being with the committee tomorrow for an hour and a half in order to discuss and answer questions as presented by the Finance Committee. And I will note that our approach to the important issue of immigration continues to be recognizing Canada as a welcoming country, a country where we know that immigration has been and will continue to be a positive for our country. We have been, as a government, importantly looking at how we can measurably increase immigration each and every year we've been in office. That's something that we are quite proud of. And we do that by not only having the part around economic issues for people to come in, around family reunification, but also to allow refugees to come to our country. We put in place in this budget measures around ensuring that we have the capacity to deal with the needed administrative requirements for people coming seeking asylum in our country so that we can assure that we can actually deal with these claims in an expedited and compassionate and humane way. So we're looking forward to the passage of this Budget Implementation Act so that we can continue to have a country that is a beacon of hope around immigration for the world at large.
Bravo.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents are very concerned about the canola crisis that we're in the middle of and the impact that that has on farmers. Meanwhile, in the context of the government's budget proposals, they are giving more and more money to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. This is a vehicle of Chinese foreign policy. It's controlled from Beijing, and it's used to build infrastructure in Asia to advance China's interests through the Belt and Road Initiative. Things like building pipelines in Azerbaijan. And people in my constituency are wondering, why are their tax dollars being used to fund the advancement of China's regional ambitions, while Canadian farmers are suffering because of a totally inappropriate and baseless trade action from China? Would the minister agree to me that at the very least, we oppose participation in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank in general, but at the very least, that the government should stop writing these big checks to advance the Chinese government's foreign policy, at least until we see movement on the canola issue?
Well, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question around the incredibly challenging situation that our canola farmers are facing right now today with what we see as the inappropriate trade actions from China. We recognize this challenge is presenting issues and very critical issues, especially as people look to where they can actually have markets for their canola. This was an issue that, of course, we see in multiple ways as being something that we can deal with. We're looking carefully at the way that we can help to expand markets for canola, critically important. We're also looking at how we can support the canola farmers in this time of crisis. So I can tell you in my new role as Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, we will be talking to the premiers in the provinces that are dealing with this issue to make sure that we collaborate on ways that we can support those farmers. And as we do that, we will also be thinking about how we can continue to be an active force for an open, rules-based trading system in our world. That we see as critically important for the long run. One of the ways that we do that is in support of international development banks around the world. Those IDBs can have an important role, enable Canada to have a position in the world. It's for that reason that the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is, as a regional development bank, important in helping many less developed countries in that part of the world be successful. Of course, as they are successful, they will become countries that will have a greater amount of demand for the kinds of products that Canada actually can produce. So it is an important part of an overall impact that we're making in the world. It's one that, of course, is multifaceted. These problems are not simple. They require thinking about both the current situation and the future situation. So we will definitely be thinking about how we can support the canola farmers and also be continuing to hold a strong place in the world in support of international development banks.
Bravo.
Here, here.
In comments, questions et commentaires, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And I certainly do not do this in any way to pretend that I have any right to give lessons to our Minister of Finance, but I would want to remind him that this is a discussion on time allocation, not the substance. This is the question of taking a bill that is 355 pages long and saying that we are now going to rush it through this House. It's a bill which, of course, being an omnibus budget bill, includes many provisions, some of which have been referenced here. I'll join my colleagues in the NDP in saying that it's deeply offensive to have refugee rights limited within an omnibus budget bill. But the reality of this discussion right now is a debate on introducing time allocation in the worst of all instances, a critically important piece of legislation that is voluminous. And if there's any respect for this place as Parliament to discuss and debate and hear alternate views, then one does not put time allocation on a bill of over 355 pages, which includes dozens and dozens of different provisions. I'll also remind the Minister of Finance that if we respected immigration and refugee rights, this legislation would be standalone so that it would go before the Committee on Immigration, not be stuffed into a budget bill and then pushed through the House on time allocation.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her question, which, as she rightly points out, is focused on the issue of the day. I will, as I think is respectful to this House, answer questions that are put to me with the substance of an answer related to the substance of the question. In the case of her question, we do see that it's important for us to move forward. We recognize that getting this bill to committee will allow for a deeper analysis of many of the important issues that we're bringing forward to make a real difference for Canadians. And I am also looking forward to being in front of committee tomorrow for 90 minutes in order to have that discussion and answer questions that are put to me.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his introduction here this morning. But what I'm wondering about, people complain, or members stand one after another and say it's wrong to limit debate and to do closure and debate on a certain bill. But it's the official opposition, Mr. Speaker, who earlier moved a motion to adjourn debate and the Budget Implementation Act. So I wonder if the Minister could speak to that and how important it is to get this done, get it to committee, get any recommendations back from them they see fit, and get this done and over with for the people of Canada.
Minister of Finance.
I'd like to thank the member for his question and for his pointing out the reality of some of the challenges we face in moving legislation through this House. Exactly. When the opposition tries to adjourn debate on something that's quite important, it obviously presents a challenge. It actually uses up time that could be better used talking about the kinds of measures that we have in our budget, measures that are going to make a difference for Canadians. Of course, when we use up our time on things that are repetitive, as has happened in this House in the not-so-recent past, we take up the space for time for things that we know can make an important difference for the long-term health of our country, the long-term health of our economy, for Canadians. So what we are left with is a situation where we are moving to committee so that we can get through a deeper look at some of the critical issues in the budget, issues that we are confident will be important for us to move forward on so that we can continue with the positive economic results that we've had over the last 3.5 years, recognizing that while we do have the lowest level of unemployment we've seen in more than a generation, we need also to be thinking about tomorrow. And that's, in fact, what our budget is doing this year, not only thinking about how we continue with what we've been able to achieve over the last few years, but how we make sure that we lay the groundwork for continuing success for Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Okanagan, North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been interesting hearing this debate on time allocation this morning in regards to some of the comments the Finance Minister made. Just a few minutes ago, he mentioned the commitment to the budget bill only containing issues that were pertinent to the budget. Now, we've heard that from other members today. It's saying that there are issues in there that should be in separate bills as well. And we've seen this in the past. With the issues around the SNC-Lavalin case, there were instruments in the 2017 budget, I believe it was, that caused all of the problems that this government is facing, but they were hidden in that massive omnibus budget bill that didn't have time for proper debate in this House. Some of the issues were identified, but they didn't get the debate in this House. And here again, we have the finance or the government again calling time allocation on another omnibus budget bill that he says they committed to having no other issues except budget issues within. Can he stand and assure this House that there are no other issues within this bill that are not simply budget issues? Because certainly we've had other members here this morning saying that there are.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, to address the question, we came into office recognizing that the previous government had, on numerous occasions, actually introduced into Budget Implementation Acts things that were not directly related in any way, shape, or form to what was in their budget. We made a commitment to moving forward to having the issues in our Budget Implementation Act be related to the budget, and that is a commitment that we continue to respect. So what you will find in looking at the Budget Implementation Act is that all of the measures in the Budget Implementation Act this year, as was the case last year, as was the case the year before, and the year before, were in the budget. And that is the approach we're going to continue to take, respecting this House by presenting a budget and putting a Budget Implementation Act that is aligned with that budget totally.
Hear, hear. Hear,
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Honourable Député.
Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring your attention to the question that was raised by my colleague from Kitchener. He's absolutely right to mention this whole SNC-Lavalin issue, because when there's such processes, and then they come with a budget and an omnibus bill that says all sorts of things, and when we do this, and they say, no, we know better than everyone else. We're the Liberal government, and we know everything. And they're looking at the SNC-Lavalin affair, and they want to solve things. But with the damage you've created, we haven't solved anything, particularly what's happening in Quebec. The government is inventing solutions on its own, and these aren't working. And they're not listening to the expertise of the House. Our expertise here could help you, but I would like him to answer the question that was asked by my colleague from Kitchener. There are serious errors which will have consequences for all Canadians, as we've seen with SNC-Lavalin. because your government is improvising in an irresponsible manner and you think that you know it all. I'd like to remind the members to ask their questions through the Speaker and not directly to the Minister or members on the other side. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that it's very important to have a bill that implements our budget, and it's really important for a budget. Our promise was to have every measure in our bill which reflects what's in the current budget. This is the promise we made 4 years ago, and every year we had legislation to implement the budget that has things that were in the budget. That's always been our approach. After 4 years, I can tell you that we're going to continue with this approach to improve the economy. We do so every year. We improve the situation of Canadians, and the results are impressive. We are now in an economic situation that is much stronger than it was in 2015. We have the lowest unemployment levels in more than 40 years. And this means that Canadians are in a better position now. This year's budget has measures to improve the situation for future Canadians, to ensure that our economic situation will continue to remain strong for Canadians. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the Finance Minister, I want to perhaps have him elaborate on the importance of getting the budget to committee because of the measures in it, such as the aid for seniors that's going to go so far to help the seniors in Canada.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to thank the member. I do see it as important for us to make sure that we move forward on getting the measures in the budget approved so that Canadians can be in a better situation. The member, I think, appropriately pointed out the important measures for seniors in Canada included in our budget. And I'd just like to identify a couple of measures that are going to make a really important difference. First of all, we've put in place an approach to ensure that people automatically get their Canada Pension Plan amounts when they retire. And importantly, we found out that there were about 40,000 Canadian seniors that are able or should be getting their Canada Pension Plan who don't currently get it. So we've put in place a measure to actually assure that those people get their Canada Pension Plan, helping 40,000 seniors. Importantly, for all seniors who are getting the Guaranteed Income Supplement, we also put in place a measure that allows them, if they choose to continue to work, so they will have less of a clawback on their Guaranteed Income Supplement amount. Importantly, meaning that they will be able to keep more money in their pockets and have a more dignified retirement. So, Mr. Speaker, these are two measures that are important for seniors, but what I would want you to know is that putting forth this budget means that we will be able to help Canadians across the country, old and young, to have a better situation in the future.
Bravo.
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. It's never a victory when the government has to rely on time allocation. I'd like to remind you that 4 years ago, the Liberals were elected by saying, well, it's clearly indicated in their plan that they will not use any subterfuges on legislation. But we know, Mr. Speaker, that last year they used time allocation in their omnibus bill for budget measures, and there was a clause that was very important, and we saw all the impact from this article. There was an arrangement with companies which gave rise to the SNC-Lavalin scandal. We cannot prevent the House from looking at this legislation, and 4 years ago when the Liberals were elected, they said that there would be no deficit in 3 years, and now we've got $19.8 billion for a year that there was supposed to be no deficit. So why, once again, today, are they not respecting their election promises? Mr. Speaker, as I said, This is somewhat strange that the Conservatives are telling us that's important to continue debate when they tried to adjourn debate. It's hard to understand. But that's always been their approach. But our approach is clear. We want to have a budget that will improve the situation for Canadians, and that is why we introduced a budget this year that will improve the lives of Canadians and improve the economy, and it will also give Canadians the opportunity to take new training for the future, to adapt to the changing economy. This is something that is very important. So we've already done many things that has helped Canadians to put them in a good situation right now. We're doing this with the 2019 budget, and we're going to look at how we can ensure that the future will also be better for our country. So that's very important as well. And that is why we would like to have the opportunity to sit down with the committee to consider measures and to ensure that we can continue to have an economy that is very healthy. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
You know, these kinds of approaches, the omnibus budget bills, is not a one-off. This year is definitely not a one-off. This has happened before. The last round, the budget bill was about 500 pages, and this time is about 400 pages. The government, of course, adopts the same approach as the Harper government did, is to put in bills that should have been standalone bills into the budget bill, and for the explicit purpose of, I think, of hiding it from Canadians, really flying in the face of democracy so that we parliamentarians can have the ability to fully debate the matter and study the matter with expert witnesses. Now, in this budget bill, where the government is trying to ram through significant changes to the refugee determination process, the Finance Committee wasn't even going to refer the matter to the Immigration Committee. Yesterday, I had to fight tooth and nail to get that done, and even that is limited in terms of the scope and the ability for us to do that work because of the time restrictions and the limited number of studies that we would have on number of meetings that we would have on this bill. Now, this bill is being opposed by a significant number of organizations who work on this issue, but as well, some 2,600 individuals had written to parliamentarians opposing this, and it crashed our system. Emails came in at such a fast, furious pace, it crashed the system. When you have Faith Goldie aligned with the government in support of this change, you know that you're on the wrong side of the history. So why is the government bringing forward this kind of draconian changes that would absolutely put refugees at risk? Why would the government who promised sunny ways be doing this in a budget bill?
The Honourable Minister of Finance in 60 seconds or less, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that the New Democratic Party has in the past supported time allocation when they've seen that a measure is, in their estimation, important. So I guess I would ask whether things like, assuring that seniors can be more successful because they have the ability to earn more money, keep more money in their pocket, or ideas like ensuring that students actually have less interest to pay on their student debt, or assuring that first-time home buyers have the incentive ability to get into a home more rapidly. These are the sorts of measures, along with things like the training benefit, as I've talked about, that we believe are critically important. It's for that reason that we want to move to committee and make sure that we can have the questions around these measures, assuring that we get on with the work that we're doing for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La question est la suivante, Madame Chager, appuyée.
The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved that in relation to Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures. Not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and
it's before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted. if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the bill, the motion, will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Okay. Calling the members.
Order. Colleagues, members will know that remembering the faces and names of every member in the House can be very challenging, and this is a challenge particularly for those who have to call the votes. Members may not have realized that this morning, for the first time, one of the procedural clerks, Robert Benoit, very successfully did so. And now, having ratcheted up the pressure on him for this vote,
the question is the following one. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved that in relation to Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Shager.
Miss Shager.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Miss Mahaichuk.
Miss Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Miss Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Miss Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Miss McKenna.
Miss McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île-des-Sœurs.
Monsieur Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Zhevnevsky.
Mr. Zhevnevsky.
Mr. Anand Sangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Ms. Demoff.
Mr. Moff.
Miss Mandicino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Miss Young.
Miss Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Massy, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Dollywall.
Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Baylis.
Mr. Baylis.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossier.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Miss Zerowitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fure.
Mr. Fure.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Hutchins.
Miss Hutchins.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McCrimmon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Picard.
Monsieur Rio.
Monsieur Rio.
Monsieur Robillard.
Robillard.
Miss Rudd.
Miss Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Masqui Fraser Canyon.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Spangerman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Bandayan.
Madame Bandayan.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Miss Gledoux.
Miss Gledoux.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney Bellechasse Légitimin Lévy.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Légitimin Lévy.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Walkington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Albuteyev.
Mr. Albuteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen. Anderson.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Rakisky.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Miss Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Bedford Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mrs. Leach.
Mrs. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mrs. Leipert.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lauzon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian. Yep.
Mr. Mossy, Windsor West.
Mr. Mossy, Windsor West.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Jolibois.
Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss Hardcastle.
Mr. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Miss Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Donnelly.
Miss Matheson.
Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 127, 127.
I declare the motion carried.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate on the amendment at second reading of Bill C-97, Budget Implementation Act 2019, on the amendment of Ms. Gladue.
Order. I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. And order, I would ask colleagues to take their conversations. Of course, I know they're important conversations, and it's an opportunity to have those. Sometimes members from one side to the other, which is good. But we do need to carry on, and so I'd ask members to assist me by saying shh. Thank colleagues for their assistance. Reprise de débat l'honorable.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, today I am very pleased to rise for the fourth time to discuss the budget of my colleague, the honourable member for Toronto Centre and the Finance Minister of Canada. 4 years ago, we presented Canadians with a stimulus plan for our economy. As everyone knows, budget planning of a government is an exercise that first requires a clear vision of what we want to be as a country, a vision of the future that is based on precise economic forecasts. The Honourable Minister of Finance has performed his duties brilliantly for the past fiscal years. Moreover, the financial results of the previous fiscal year reflect the excellent state of our economy. These results are ascribable to a strong labour market, to the higher tax income, and to stronger corporate profit. These results are a direct result of the initiatives and budgetary investment made since our government came to power. Our latest budget is careful and sound management of public finances. And this has given Canada one of the healthiest economies of the G7. Better still, the measures that we took in our first budgets have lifted 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty, and they reduced unemployment in Canada to a 40-year low. These measures also created some 900,000 new jobs, increased the employability of women, Indigenous peoples, and newcomers. And this employability has risen as the prestigious English, The Economist, recognized last week. In addition to keeping the debt-to-GDP ratio on a downward trend in our country, the new budget also takes into account the concerns of Canadians, and it responds to them point by point. It reiterates the government's strategic plan and proposes, among other things, new investment, which will maintain the economic growth of our country. It will support workers and create new jobs. It will allow the workforce to adapt to new technologies. It will better prepare young Canadians and graduates for good jobs. It will support seniors who wish to remain in the workforce, and it will bolster their income security. And the budget includes two key measures to support first-time homebuyers. The first measure is for Registered Retirement Savings Plan, the RRSP, and the Home Buyers Plan, or the HBP. The 2019 budget increases this amount from $25,000 to $35,000. They can withdraw this money from their RRSP and put it towards the purchase of their first home. The second measure is a completely new one, and it's very interesting for middle-class Canadians with a household income of less than $120,000. It gives them the possibility of financing part of their purchase with a mortgage, with the participation of the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, or the CMHC. This measure allows new home buyers to lower their monthly mortgage payments because their mortgage loan is smaller, and it allows them to realize their dream of being homeowners. I'm convinced that many Canadian families and new residents of Laval-les-Îles will benefit from these new measures. And I'm very pleased with this, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the budget does propose other structural measures for our economy and measures that will have an impact on the environment. For example, Infrastructure Canada approved in Quebec $3.9 billion for more than 5,100 projects, including many major projects that affect my residents of Laval. In Laval, our government invested $23.7 million for 26 projects implemented by the STL, or the Société de Transport de Laval, for the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund. This investment has allowed for the purchase of new buses, and it has allowed an ongoing study on the electrification program of the STL network. This investment directly affects residents of Laval-les-Îles. It makes it easier for them to take public transit every day. People who take the subway in Montmorency, at Delacour, or Cartier in Laval will also see changes because our government has invested more than $250 million for the purchase of 153 new subway cars. This investment allows residents of Laval-les-Îles who have to travel to Montreal for work or for pleasure to use a more reliable and effective public transit system, and it allows them to avoid traffic jams. The Metropolitan Light Rail System, or the REM, will stop at Sainte-Dorothée in Laval in 2 years, in 2021. And the REM will significantly improve public transit in the Greater Montreal region. The Canada Infrastructure Bank is providing $1.28 billion to support this ambitious project. Mr. Speaker, this new budget provides Canada with a broad portfolio of structural projects that respect the environment, which reassures Canadians. And as we are concerned about climate change, our government also developed a new measure for those who cannot use public transportation and who would like to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Our 2019 budget provides a federal incentive of up to $5,000 for the purchase of an electric vehicle. Thanks to the investments of our government and the electric charging station network in the city of Laval, it is now easier to make the transition from a gas-run vehicle to an electric one. With an initiative such as the one our government has proposed, it continues to encourage the shift to a much greener society. Once again, our government is fulfilling its mandate given to it by Canadians in 2015 when they chose a government with a vision for the future and, most importantly, a vision that benefits everyone. We are also improving access to mentoring, to learning resources, and to innovative startups. We are in favor of tolerance and inclusion to ensure that Canada is a role model for the rest of the world. Our government's vision and that of our leader, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, is full of hope and care for the future. And it is reflected in the budget measures, such as those in the budget 2019. These measures reassure me and also reassure many Canadians. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak today. And I would like to underscore that I'm extremely proud to be able to work on behalf of the citizens of Laval-les-Îles and to be a member of a government that thinks about all of the citizens in Canada. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his comments, and it's good to work with him on the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee. My colleague went through a list of investments or expenditures that this government is making over the next couple of years, but he failed to get to page 284, Mr. Speaker, where on page 284 there is a clear outline of the dramatically increasing costs of our public debt. And in fact, this year, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be spending $26 billion just on interest alone, and that's rising, even as confirmed by the Parliamentary Budget Officer today, to about $34 billion by 2023. This is going to leave a massive expenditure on the shoulders of our children and grandchildren, And that's a big concern for me, and it's a concern for many economists. I'm wondering if my colleague would comment on the negative impact that future debt charges are going to have on the ability of future governments to invest in programs that are necessary for the advancement of Canada, rather than simply spending all this money on interest, spending money today that we can't afford, that our children and grandchildren are going to pay. It's like leaving a credit card debt to someone else to pay off for your expenditures, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker,
for his question, and I would like to answer the way we are not spending, we are investing. I will explain with him why we are investing. We are investing in order to support the middle class. We are investing to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of property. We are investing to keep our air clean, the drinking water of all Canadians. We are investing to grow our economy. We are investing to have our senior dignified retirement. We will keep investing and investing in order to improve the life of the future generation, and in order also, Mr. President, to generate money and to pay the debt left to us by the previous government. Thank you.
Questions and comments.
For Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I got a message from Gary Egley. He lives in Courtney. He's worked his entire life paying into EI, maximum EI, every year. Gary got sick with cancer recently, Mr. Speaker, and he went to apply for EI, and he got told that he's going to be eligible for 15 weeks, despite the fact that he's never collected EI in his entire life. And the NDP has been calling for EI extension for people that are sick long-term to be extended to 50 weeks. I know that the Liberal member from Victoria, Sydney, Victoria, has also been advocating to extend EI. And in this budget, they still haven't rectified this, Mr. Speaker. And half of Canadians get sick with cancer, and we believe that they should be looked after when people are sick, especially those that are investing in EI. Mr. Speaker, the PBO looked at it and said that if we extend the cost of investing in EI benefits to make this program work, to extend from 15 to 50 weeks, it would cost only an extra 6 cents on $100 to do that, Mr. Speaker. It's a nominal fee to protect workers, especially those that are supporting families and their needs to get by. So I asked my colleague why the federal government, why the Liberals haven't decided to take care of those workers that are sick with cancer or another illness, and they're off of work for a long period of time, especially those that have been paying EI and contributing to the program for so many years. We haven't seen an increase in this program, Mr. Speaker, since 1971. And I hope that the member can, think about his own constituents that may fall ill and be requiring the support of our government, especially money they paid into the program that they want to get back.
Honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles.
Colleague also for his question, Mr. President, I could assure you this government is taking care of every single citizen in this country from coast to coast to coast. Either if he gets sick or if he needs assistance or if he became old. I would like also to remind to him that we created this government, the Ministry for Senior Citizens. We encourage any citizen to go, even he above age, to go back to the working place, and we're supporting him. We support any worker. We are creating an agency for the medication in order to let those sick paying less for their medical treatment, and we are supporting all provincial government in money in order to help them in improving the life of any sick citizen in the country of Canada. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During the last elections, Canadians made a clear choice between the Conservatives and NDP who plan to have austerity and cuts, and our plan to invest in the middle class. And Canadians can see that they made the right choice. Today's economy is one of the fastest growing in the G7. Canadians have created more than 900,000 jobs, and middle-class families are significantly better off. Yet for all the progress made, many Canadians still worry about the future, about their ability to spend on what's important now while saving for the future of their families. With Budget 2019, our government is making sure all Canadians feel the benefits of a growing economy. That means helping more Canadians find an affordable home, prepare for good, well-paying jobs, retire with confidence, and afford prescription medications. While other parties continue to focus on cuts and austerity, our government is building upon our proven plan to invest in the middle class and make an economy that works for everyone. Most importantly, this budget will have a positive impact on my riding of St. John's East and Newfoundland and Labrador as a whole, as it continues to deliver on helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. In the lead up to the budget, I spoke to each municipality in my riding and countless stakeholders about what they wanted to see and hear from our government, and they were heard, Mr. Speaker. Some of the highlights of Budget 2019's investments in Newfoundland and Labrador include an extra $2.2 billion through the federal gas tax fund to adjust short-term infrastructure priorities in municipalities and First Nations communities, which includes $32.9 million for Newfoundland and Labrador. In 2019-2020, major transfers will total $767 million, an increase of $17.2 million from the previous year, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015-2016, these transfers have grown by $73.6 million for our province. Up to $1.7 billion over 13 years, starting in 2019-2020, to establish a new national high-speed internet program under the Universal Broadband Fund, and an additional funding of $100 million over 5 years and $20 million thereafter under the New Horizons for Seniors program to empower seniors in their communities. And this is without even getting into the details of the Atlantic Accord, which provides $2.5 billion for Newfoundland and Labrador. And it demonstrates the effectiveness that our government has had in working with municipalities and our provincial partners to find solutions to the issues that are important to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Just moving on to broadband, bringing high-speed internet to rural, remote, and northern communities is a commitment of ours. The government has been steadfast in this commitment to bringing higher quality internet access to every part of our country, especially those areas that are underserved, including rural and remote, and 151 northern communities. In Budget 2019, the government has announced its commitment to set a national target in which 95% of Canadian homes and businesses will have access to internet speeds of at least 10 megabits per second in 2026 and 100% by 2030. To achieve this objective in the quickest and most cost-effective manner, Budget 2019 is proposing a new coordinated plan that would deliver between $5 billion and $6 billion in new public and private investments in rural and remote and northern communities over the next 10 years, including those in Newfoundland and Labrador. Included in this is the commitment to the Universal Broadband Fund. The government will look to top up Connect to Innovate program and to secure advanced low-orbit Earth satellite capacity to serve the most remote rural regions of Canada. And the Canada Infrastructure Bank will seek to invest $1 billion over the next 10 years and leverage at least $2 billion in additional private sector investment to increase broadband access for Canadians. Another important topic in my riding is seniors, Mr. Speaker. To improve the seniors' quality of life and to better promote seniors' participation and inclusion in rural communities and workplaces across the country, Budget 2019 proposes to provide additional funding of $100 million over 5 years with $20 million ongoing for the New Horizons for Seniors program, Mr. Speaker. In St. John's East, a number of interesting projects have come forward, and from announcements that I've had the opportunity to make in my riding, groups such as the Elks Club, the 50/50 Club, the McMorran Community Centre, Seniors NL, have all obtained benefit from this program and are advancing important projects in their communities to enhance accessibility, to improve seniors' learning to code, to provide seniors the opportunity to engage in libraries from coast to coast to coast in our province. It's a great program, and we're glad to see that it was expanded under this budget. Also, to help low-income working seniors keep more of what they earn, Budget 2019 proposes to enhance the Guaranteed Income Supplement earnings exemption. Beginning in next year, from July 2020 to 21 benefit year, the enhancement would extend eligibility for the earnings exemption to self-employed income. It will provide a full or partial exemption of up to $15,000 of annual employment and self-employment income for each GIS or allowance recipient as well as their spouse, by increasing the amount of the full exemption from $3,500 to $5,000 per year for each GIS or allowance recipient as well as their spouse, and introduce a partial exemption of 50% that they can apply for an additional $10,000 of annual employment and self-employment income beyond the $5,000. And this will allow seniors who work part-time or who take on an extra job or take money in other sources to deal with the higher cost of living or to help pay for improvements to their homes and to enjoy a more dignified and solid retirement without worrying whether or not they can find the funds. But it also provides seniors an opportunity to engage in their communities, to take that part-time job, to work at a center, to work with youth, to work with other seniors, to do some home care, to provide their experience in life, to help enrich their communities without worrying about the tax implications on them, and more importantly, the implications that it might have on their entitlements to receive their GIS or their allowance. Pharmacare, Mr. Speaker, is one of the biggest issues in my riding. No Canadian should have to choose between paying for prescriptions or putting food on the table. And while Canadians are very proud of our healthcare system, many are still forced to make this impossible decision. With Budget 2019, we are laying the foundation for the implementation of a national pharmacare program while we await the final report for our advisory council on its full implementation. This includes the creation of a Canadian drug agency. Together with the provinces and territories, the agency will negotiate drug prices for all Canadians, and we expect that this will lower costs by up to $3 billion per year. We are also putting in place a national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases, and this will help families most in need. It's critically important that to Canadians that we get the implementation of national pharmacare right and that we don't act irresponsibly. Instead, we will lay the groundwork while our government's expert panel continues to help us chart the correct path forward. Getting back to a more local issue, Mr. Speaker, is investing in the Eastern Canadian ferry service. Every year, federally funded services in Eastern Canada help move more than 800,000 passengers and 100,000 commercial vehicles. This includes services by Marine Atlantic, Crown Corporation operating between Cape Breton and Port aux Basques and Argentia. Now, Port aux Basques is in the member for Long Range Mountains riding, and Argentia is in the riding of the member of Avalon, but they are essential services for all Newfoundlanders and Labradorians because at least half of all the goods coming into our province are delivered by the Marine Atlantic Service. It's critical. And for people who are coming to visit our beautiful province in the summer, if they want to come with their families and take advantage of our trailer parks, our summer camps, our national parks, they want to be able to drive in their vehicles to see the beauty that our province has to offer, and they can't do this without access through the ferry system. And so it's wonderful that Budget 2019 includes funding for a new ferry that will help ensure that this service can be provided safely and reliably year-round throughout our province. Housing affordability. So I've spoken about seniors, I've spoken about broadband, I've had an opportunity to speak a little bit about the ferry service, but housing affordability is something that affects not only Newfoundland and Labrador, but affects people from coast to coast to coast. Everyone needs a safe and affordable place to call home. But today, too many Canadians are being priced out of the housing market. For 10 years, Conservative politicians like Stephen Harper did nothing to address housing affordability, pushing home ownership further out of reach and putting household debt on the rise. With Budget 2019, our government is making significant investments to help Canadians find an affordable place to call home. The new first-time home buyer incentive will make home ownership more affordable for first-time buyers by allowing them to lower their monthly mortgage payments through a take-back equity mortgage with CMHC. It'll be a more flexible way, and it will increase the home buyers plan that we already have under their RRSP contributions. It will mean that Canadians, in addition to this, we will also have an increase in $10,000 that young home buyers can take from under the home buyers plan from their RSPs for those that can get it. Mr. Speaker, I would love to have the opportunity to go on further to talk about for the benefits for youth and the benefits for people in my riding, but I'm sure they'll get to that in the questions and comments that follow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. And I want to, a big part of the budget in Canada is the pay that we provide for the public service that works so hard for us
day in and day out. We have 90,000 public service workers in Canada. They're back to the bargaining table today, April 30th. And in 2015, the Prime Minister said that his government would work to restore trust and respect for the public servants, and that the public service is a partner that must be valued. But what have they endured under this government? They've endured the Phoenix pay system fiasco that has deprived many of them of actually getting paid. And in bargaining, they've endured continual delays in bargaining. They've endured insulting offers that only offer them half the rate of inflation. And so I would just like to ask the member that whether the Liberal government will commit to negotiating a fair contract with our public servants and really treat them with the respect that they deserve and that the Liberals promised them 4 years ago and haven't delivered. Thank you.
For St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his wonderful question. We sit together in the Natural Resources Committee where we get to work productively together. And of course, I had the opportunity to meet with PSAC members in my riding last week. They came to me with concerns about Phoenix, as the members raised, as well as certain concerns about whether or not pay for skilled trades within the public sector are properly compensated, whether or not pay agents under Phoenix are properly compensated, the types of maternity benefits spreading that are allowed under the EI program, whether or not that should be expanded under the current round of negotiations for the civil service. And I understand as well there's a gap of maybe the federal government offering compensation of an extra 1% and some additional steps in the compensation matrix, while the public sector was asking for a 3.5% increase in pay. These are all complicated questions, and so I took it upon myself to write a letter to the Treasury Board, the President of the Treasury Board, to let her know that anything that we can do as a government to help support the standard of workers within the federal civil service sets the standard for other employers in Canada, and something that I certainly support. And in terms of overall compensation for the public sector, I'd like to see that when you take all benefits that are accounted for and you look at the increase in the value of our economy and the cost of living increases, that we find an appropriate fashion so that Canadians feel that our civil service is appropriately compensated and that they're being paid fairly but not egregiously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from St. John's East for his speech. I know he didn't have a chance to get to all the parts that he wanted to highlight today, but I want to give him an opportunity to comment on the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, or as we call it, ACOA, which plays a vital role not just in Newfoundland and Labrador but in all of Atlantic Canada. And during a recent voting marathon that we had here in this House, every member of the Conservative Party stood up and voted against funding to that particular organisation. I wonder would he like to highlight the importance of that organisation to his riding, to our province and to Atlantic Canada.
Well, Member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's interesting to have this opportunity to speak to ACOA. ACOA has offices in my riding, and it touches many aspects of business life in our province. It provides opportunities for new companies to gain access to lower caste financial services. It provides opportunities for business organizations to develop new programs. It provides opportunities for places like the Genesis Centre, which incubates new companies to have the access to the mentoring, the space, the facilities, and the training programs that they would not otherwise have access to. And the proof is in the pudding, Mr. Speaker. When ACOA invests in these companies, it shows real demonstrated year-over-year growth. Places like the Genesis Centre have over $150 million in revenue for the companies incubated there over the last 20 years. When a small wage subsidy might be provided for a skilled worker at a company, we see that 6-month wage subsidy extends well beyond to 10 years of full-time employment on average for the employees that are hired. So it's just real demonstrated value, good bang for your economic buck in terms of economic development, at least for ACOA. I can't speak to the other economic development agencies, but I was certainly shocked and appalled when members of the official opposition voted against ACOA, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to represent the constituents of Durham and to give my reflections today on the Liberal budget. This is their final budget, Mr. Speaker, and many Canadians are saying thank goodness for that. The promises made by this Prime Minister when he sought the trust of Canadians in 2015, the fiscal promises were broken by the Liberals within several months, Mr. Speaker. Fundamental promises about when the budget would be balanced, their approach to fiscal management, to taxation, all of that was a misleading campaign with respect to what they promised to be somewhat fiscally prudent in government, and they've been nothing but. I'm calling this the bribery budget, Mr. Speaker, not because it comes so quickly after the SNC scandal, which at its heart relates to foreign influence and bribery, but this is a case where the Liberals are awash in money and are trying to bribe Canadians with their own money. And we need to point that out because it's not only reckless, it's misleading. So let's start by the numbers on the Liberal bribery budget, Mr. Speaker. They are running a $20 billion deficit in this next fiscal year. This is the fiscal year, I'd remind you, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians, where the Prime Minister said the budget would be balanced by 2019. Not only is it not balanced, he's running a $20 billion deficit in good economic times, Mr. Speaker. Very, very imprudent fiscal management because there are clouds on the horizon, Mr. Speaker, if you look at trade uncertainty and a number of things around the world. To be running reckless, out-of-control structural deficits fueled by tax increases at a time where the economy is looking like it's at a pivot point is very reckless. It puts us at a disadvantage for being responsive in the future. Remember, he promised Canadians in 2015 he would never run a deficit more than $10 billion. He would run 3 modest deficits before returning to balance in 2019. That was misleading Canadians, Mr. Speaker. He is running a deficit that's more than twice as much that he promised to ever run, Mr. Speaker. And what's particularly shameful about this fiscal train wreck under the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister is in this last year alone, they've had $27 billion of unanticipated revenues, Mr. Speaker. So they're bringing in $27 billion more as a result of their tax increases, and I will acknowledge higher employment rates because of a recovering and booming U.S. economy, Mr. Speaker. So we'd always said when we were making the difficult decisions to have a balanced budget in the years after a global recession, our economy was positioned to do well when the U.S. experienced a full recovery. The U.S. economy has been rocketing. We've been, despite some trade disruptions, seeing more employment as a result. So the government is bringing in $27 billion in unexpected revenue. But what are they doing, Mr. Speaker? They're spending it all and some. Because in this budget, the bribery budget, there's $23 billion in new spending, Mr. Speaker. So times are good. The economy's doing fairly well. Employment has been increasing, as I said, largely due to the U.S. economy, where they've been lowering taxes. This government's been raising taxes. And so we're at a pivot point where not only does the global economy look like there could be some clouds on the horizon, our competitiveness has eroded every month that Prime Minister is in office. So we see businesses relocating to the United States. I met a tax accountant, Mr. Speaker, last year in Oakville who said every client that had consulted him in the previous year had been arranging the creation of a U.S. subsidiary or have been shifting capital to their U.S. subsidiary, Mr. Speaker. So there are clouds on the horizon. So the good times may come to an end. So when your spending is outstripping even getting $27 billion in more revenue that you didn't budget for, and you're still spending $20 billion more than that, that is a failure of colossal proportions. The finance minister will have to retire to his villa in France because he won't be able to show his face on Bay Street again, Mr. Speaker. This has been an out-of-control train wreck. $23 billion in new spending, a $20 billion deficit, and in the last few years, they've raised taxes on anything that has moved. They've raised personal income taxes. They have raised taxes on seniors by cutting back tax-free savings accounts, Mr. Speaker. They've raised taxes on small businesses. There was almost a mutiny by small businesses in Canada as a result of changes that they've already signaled they want to do in terms of retained earnings and a range of things. This is why small businesses and medium-sized businesses are arranging their affairs elsewhere. But it doesn't stop there. The national carbon tax is now in place. So suppliers in the auto supply industry in Ontario, small and medium-sized ones that aren't exempt by this government, they compete against suppliers in Michigan and Pennsylvania where there's no carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. There's taxes on the Saturday night, the sharing economy, Uber, they're taxing that now. They have an escalator tax on alcohol. So they're defying parliamentary tradition, Mr. Speaker, not even coming to the legislature to ask for approval of future tax increases. They're automatically scheduling them for certain sections of the economy. And of course, they've corrected $2 billion in tariff taxes on Canadian businesses. They're killing the aluminum boats and the families that sell those, Mr. Speaker, like the Junkin family in Port Perry. They're hurting our metal fabricators across the country. On Prince Edward Island, I met with a great employer that are hurting as a result of their tariffs. This is why they're raising $27 billion more, Mr. Speaker. They've raised taxes on everything that's moved. They've made us uncompetitive. They see capital and talent going to the United States. Yet there's nothing in this budget for General Motors, for my community, Mr. Speaker. General Motors, in fact, the regional chair of Durham didn't even get a courtesy phone call from this Prime Minister until 3 weeks later. I was proud my leader was in Oshawa the next day, Mr. Speaker, to listen alongside my colleague from Oshawa. GM and Auto are suffering because of the 3 T's: taxes, tariffs, and trade uncertainty, Mr. Speaker. That is why GM is relocating to other operations in the U.S. This government was asleep at the switch when tariffs were applied. They've bumbled the NAFTA negotiations. When Mexico completes an agreement with the U.S. before Canada, who had a free trade agreement for almost a decade prior to Mexico joining the party, Mr. Speaker, it's a failure. And the Canadian training benefit, the Canada training benefit, I want to alert Canadians that that is a made-up element of this budget. I've checked with provinces. Provinces are in charge of training, Mr. Speaker. They haven't even been consulted by the Liberals on the so-called Canada training benefit. They've not consulted provinces that actually do the education training, whether it's the trades or the colleges, Mr. Speaker. They haven't consulted employers. So what is the Canada training benefit? It kind of looks like a tuition tax credit for middle age, Mr. Speaker. That's great if somebody wants to take an interest course when they're 40, but I want a training or an assistance program for people transitioning now out of the auto industry because of their incompetence, Mr. Speaker. They have not even consulted the province of Ontario. And the province is in charge of training, Mr. Speaker. There's no matching of what our economy needs with the training to meet that need and the people that need the training. That is how the Canada Jobs benefit under the Conservative government operated. There needed to be the employee, the employer, and the province at the table. This was a shell game where they have the Canada training benefit. They've talked to nobody about it. It's a few months before an election. It's a fraud, Mr. Speaker. And there was nothing else in there for productivity, to reduce taxes, to keep our competitive edge, to make sure that manufacturers in Durham can compete for jobs in the United States. With their inaction on trade and tariffs, their carbon tax, all of these things are making it hard for us to compete, Mr. Speaker. So with this budget, we see the Liberal bribery budget for all its warts. $27 billion in new revenue. They're still running a $20 billion deficit, and they've committed $22 billion in new spending with your money, Canadians. The only way to truly stop this budget, it will pass the House. The only way to truly stop the Liberal bribery budget is with a change of government on October 21st.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member opposite talks about changing this budget, and Canadians had that opportunity back on October of 2015 when they soundly rejected Stephen Harper's politics of austerity. When they take a look in terms of what it is that the Harper government was able to accomplish, Mr. Speaker, and I would challenge the member any day in an environment in which we can talk about the types of things we have done in the last 3.5 years. The hundreds of thousands, 900,000 jobs by working with Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Unlike what the member across the way tries to give a false impression on, the tax breaks that member voted against, Mr. Speaker. The tax break to Canada's middle class, the Conservative Party, including that member, voted against that, Mr. Speaker. So the member can say whatever it is that he wants to be able to say. But at the end of the day, the facts speak the truth. And the truth is 900,000 plus jobs, hundreds of thousands of children and seniors out of poverty, and the list goes on.
Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised my friend used the term false impression and referenced the 2015 election. He and his Prime Minister promised that this year we'd have a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker. I remind him to look in the budget. That's a $20 billion deficit. Their entire fiscal promise to Canadians was a false impression or incompetence. With this Prime Minister, I'm more apt to believe a bit of both, Mr. Speaker. But I'm going to invite him, I'm going to challenge my friend from Winnipeg. When he's done his roundtables at the McDonald's this Saturday, I want him to go and meet with Minister Kelvin Goertzen, the Minister of Education and Training in Manitoba, and ask, was the government of Manitoba consulted on the Canada training benefit? I know the answer, Mr. Speaker. They were not. The province, his province, Friendly Manitoba, has responsibility for training. This government has set up a Canada training benefit. They've not consulted the provinces. They've not consulted employers. Just like their plans on the fiscal side, they have no plan for our future. Our only promise for the future, whether it's in Manitoba or Ontario, is a change of government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I can't resist reacting when he talks about austerity and the end of austerity. There is a huge margin between austerity and our deficit. So I don't think it's very responsible. But here's my question. I understand his concern about people working for GM in Oshawa. There's no long-term vision to try and keep these plants here and to try and encourage the manufacturing of future vehicles, because those future vehicles will guarantee those jobs. Here's what I'd like to ask my colleague. I'd like to know if he has taken a look with his magnifying glass in this huge omnibus bill, and if he's found anything that he is particularly concerned about, because that's what's really hard. It's hard to go through this budget and understand all the details of it. They've just simply been improvising like they did with SNC-Lavalin, and these kinds of decisions have had an impact on Quebec and on jobs. And, of course, it's a scandal as well. The Honourable Member for Durham. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for his question. One doesn't necessarily have to choose between a balanced budget and austerity. You need to have a plan. And there is no plan with this Liberal government. All they want to do is spend and increase taxes. So that's not a plan. It's bad for jobs. It was bad for the Oshawa GM plant. And now with the free trade agreement and higher taxes, including a carbon tax, it's no longer going to be possible for a factory like GM to be competitive. You know, there are states, neighboring states near Ontario, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and there's uncertainty now in the private sector in Ontario because of this government. So a new approach has to be taken, and that new approach should be chosen by choosing the Conservative Party in October.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to ride in this House to address the Budget Implementation Act. Of course, we all get into politics for our own reasons. My own priorities are to help create a more prosperous, socially just, and environmentally healthy Canada. When I look back to when I was making the decision to run for office, I couldn't help but think of the community that I came from in Pictou County, Nova Scotia, and my own family. I was not long beforehand spending some time out west. I know one of my sisters was a doctor who moved to Ontario. Another sister became a chiropractor, moved out of the province as well, and a few younger sisters who had to move away from our home for work. Of the six of us, not one of us in 2015 was living and working in the area that we grew up. That's a problem. I've seen the impact of slow economic growth on communities like mine. And the real problem in Nova Scotia was that this wasn't unique to the Fraser family. You could have inserted the name of any one of our neighbors, and you would have found somebody who'd moved away from home because they didn't have a chance to make ends meet, pay off their student loans, or even get by in some circumstances. I'm really pleased with where we're at today when I look at the state of our national economy, but also back home in Nova Scotia. Of course, you've heard a number of times over the course of this debate that the Canadian economy has added over 900,000 jobs since 2015, and that unemployment is at an all-time low. The fact is, this is reflected in the experience in Nova Scotia as well. Our unemployment rate is at the lowest rate in my home province that it has been since we started keeping track of those statistics over 40 years ago. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the jobs report, last time I checked in, we had just gotten back the numbers for January and February, and the provincial economy in Nova Scotia had added 7,500 jobs. This is important because they were predominantly private sector full-time jobs as well that are going to provide an opportunity for people to stay at home if they want to. Now, these things don't just happen by accident. They happen as a result of Canadians working together, working hard, and developing from policies that have created the conditions for economic success. And that's what I've seen implemented from day one and again in this Budget Implementation Act. If you look at some of the investments in infrastructure that help put people to work in the short term, but create stronger communities that are designed for success in the long term, you need look no further than my own backyard. We have a major highway twinning project going forward that's going to not only create up to 500 jobs at its peak construction, the Highway 104 between Sutherland's River and Antigonish, but it's also going to improve the transportation network, help businesses and people get where they're going more effectively and importantly, more safely. You can look at projects like the new Pictou campus, Nova Scotia Community College Trades Innovation Centre, that's put about 125 people to work during the construction phase, but is also helping educate the next generation of skilled workers. We have major projects going on at St. FX University, a Centre for Innovation in Health, and an Institute of Government that's going to help educate people for generations to come and create a significant number of jobs in the short term. But you also see investments in key strategic sectors like the fishery. We're legislating protection of the owner-operator model to make sure that the economic benefits of the inshore fishery stay in rural communities. You're seeing a development of a $325 million Atlantic Fisheries Fund that's benefiting things like the North Bay Fishermen's Co-op that's actually going to allow them to extend their season and get a higher price for their product. You see investments at the Halifax Stanfield International Airport to develop a cargo and logistics park that's going to make it easier to get the products to market. And you see trade deals that are knocking off tariffs on the shellfish industry that's going to, in some instances, put upwards of 20% in terms of the price back in the pockets of local communities and people who live there. But, Mr. Speaker, you also see investments in this Budget Implementation Act in things like the accelerated capital cost write-down for manufacturers who purchase equipment and can have greater savings that beef up their cash flow. You see investments in things like a reduction of the small business tax rate from 11% to 9%. You see, importantly, for rural communities, a commitment to connectivity like you have never seen before. We have a plan that's going to make sure that 95% of Canadian households are connected to high-speed internet by 2025. Yes. And by 2030, there will not be a Canadian home or business that does not have access to high-speed internet.
It's a great thing.
This is incredibly important. I've spoken to people back home who've had to close their storefront because they couldn't process credit and debit transactions when the signal was bad. In tourism communities, like Sherbrooke, for example, this is their life is being able to process transactions when people show up and don't carry cash. I've talked to people in the seafood processing sector that couldn't upload their documents to take part in seafood trade shows in Boston upon which their entire financial success depends. These are smart investments that are making a real difference to Canadians. But it's important that we don't just focus on the need to grow the economy, but to do it in a way that works for everyone. In the globalized economy in which we live, the rich are continuing to get richer. And in a country as wealthy as Canada, it is unconscionable to me that there are families whose kids do not have enough to eat when I knock on their door. It's the phone number for the power company is on speed dial in our constituency offices because we deal with people who can't afford to keep the lights on. Mr. Speaker, we are reordering the way that our economy works to make sure that it benefits every Canadian. We're implementing programs like the Canada Child Benefit that put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. This policy on its own has lifted approximately 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty. In the communities I represent, annually this sends $48 million directly to the families that I represent. It helps 12,000 kids. And while these statistics are nice, what really speaks volumes to me is the human impact, the stories I hear in my community. When I talk to a single mom in the town of Stellarton who tells me that she's able to afford clothes for her kids on the first day of school, I know that we're on the right track. When I talk about people who found work in our communities and say, you know what, I was lucky to be able to find a job in another part of Canada or in the United States, but now that I've come home, it makes me proud because my daughter deserves to have her father around without having to fly away for 3 weeks at a time. It's these stories that motivate me every day. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw particular attention to a certain number of groups that we've been trying to help that are getting some attention in this budget. When I look at the measures we've implemented for seniors, I know that they're getting a little extra help. And there's not a group who deserves it more. In the province that I live in, we have amongst the highest per capita rate of seniors for our population. It's a real problem in small communities when our young people have historically been leaving because we want to be more than retirement communities, but we know that we have to support the seniors who live there now. That's why we've rolled back the age of eligibility for old age security from 67 to 65. That's why we've beefed up the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable low-income seniors, putting almost, in some cases, up to $1,000 a year directly in their pockets. And that's why we've beefed up the Canada Pension Plan to ensure that the next generation can continue to have a secure and dignified retirement. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, we've also indicated that there are implemented measures that allow the minister to waive the requirement for an application to qualify for the Canada Pension Plan. This is going to help 40,000 Canadian seniors get the benefits that they're entitled to today but are not receiving. With the limited time I have remaining, Mr. Speaker, I want to focus on a topic that's near and dear to my heart, and that's climate change. Mr. Speaker, there may not be a more important fight we could be having than the fight against climate change. And divisive as it may be, this is an all-hands-on-deck moment that we need to get behind. Our economy won't matter much if we don't have a planet to live on. Mr. Speaker, we are moving forward with a serious plan that's going to reduce our emissions. We're putting a price on pollution and returning money to residents to ensure that 80% of Canadians are better off who are subject to this plan. While it doesn't apply in Nova Scotia, we made sure that it's not free to pollute anywhere in Canada. We're also making historic investments in things like transit, phasing out coal, making sure that 90% of our electricity is generated from clean resources by the year 2030. And we're protecting nature to a degree that no government in Canada's history ever has. Just last year, we announced $1.3 billion towards nature and conservation efforts. It's going to ensure that our places are protected, our species have a place to call home, and that we're doing the right thing to protect our natural environment for the next generation. Mr. Speaker, as I said at the opening of my remarks, I'm committed to building a Canada that is more prosperous, socially just, and environmentally healthy. This budget pushes that agenda forward, and I couldn't be more proud to stand up and defend these measures because I see the progress that it's marking at home.
Bravo. Bravo.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, for his speech. He did mention a few things that need to be studied further.
Elected, I think, for the first time 4 years ago as me, so by the way, here in the House of Commons. But he tabled a platform at that time. He made some engagement for the people. He said, we will have just small deficit for the next 3 years because we want to stimulate the economy with infrastructure projects. And then in 2019, he said that, and his colleagues said that in 2015. He said in 2019, we will have a balanced budget. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is everything but that. 3 major deficits in the first 3 years and $19.8 billion today deficit instead of zero. How the member can see his constituents in the next weeks and say, believe me, it's impossible.
Honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Il la laisse en français dans le corridor.
And he left his French in the corridor of the Parliament every week after the 2015 elections. Well,
an answer through you in English, of course. Mr. Speaker, what's important to my constituents, they do want to know that we're managing the nation's finances in a responsible way. But that includes taking advantage of the opportunity to make investments that are going to grow our economy. And the fact is, our economy, because of the investments we're making, is growing faster than the national debt is growing. Now, I can't help but point out the irony of the question about deficits and irresponsible spending coming from my friends amongst the Conservative Party who racked up $150 billion of debt during the time Stephen Harper was Prime Minister. They had 1 year, Mr. Speaker, albeit during a recession, with a debt of $55 billion. And what did they have to show for it? The slowest rate of growth since the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, we've made investments in infrastructure, as I've canvassed, that are actually putting people to work. We're passing policies that are allowing businesses to create jobs at a faster rate than they have in a very long time. And the net result of these investments is that our economy is growing fast enough that we are in a better fiscal position today than we were 3 years ago.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Minister of Environment says how often it is a priority for him. Well, when we look at the current situation and we look at the budget, or simply we look at the newspaper headlines, we realize that there's a gap, a financial gap, deficits, etc., and this is relevant to talk about this, but the most urgent of everything is climate change. A province like Alberta has based its economy on oil production. And what is the government going to do? What is it going to do to find social acceptance? It has to make efforts to reduce greenhouse gases. If oil production is to Alberta what potatoes are to Prince Edward Island, so they don't want to stop production because it supports their economy. So what is the government going to do to convince Albertans to accept support from the rest of Canada to shift its economy? It'll take 200 years before we reach these objectives, and this is pathetic. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of the Environment.
Speaker, and perhaps I'll preface my answer to this question by explaining that I'm not an opponent of the energy industry, despite being a proponent for meaningful action on climate change. But I recognize that the future of the energy industry has to involve a conversation about clean energy. Of course, many Albertans depend on the oil and gas sector, but when I look outside the oil and gas sector, I see great hope in the province of Alberta to diversify the economy. And in fact, across Canada, I see a diversification that's very exciting. What we're doing is putting certain incentives in place, like putting a price on pollution, that's going to encourage people to make cleaner choices. We've created funds like the Low Carbon Economy Fund that is actually helping invest in energy efficiency, so people create less demand for conventional oil and gas projects, and so that we can transition to a low carbon economy over time. But we are running out of time. That's why we have to do as much as we can, as quickly as we can. And that's why I'm excited about some of the measures I canvassed in my remarks, because I know together we are going to arrive at a sustainable future.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity to deliver my first address in this chamber as Member of Parliament for York Simcoe. Thank you. It is a great privilege and responsibility to represent the good people of York Simcoe in the House of Commons. I'd like to thank them for placing their trust and confidence in me. I will work every single day to do my very best to represent their interest here in Ottawa. With that in mind, I think it is very appropriate that my maiden speech concerns this government's latest budget, as it will impact the lives of my constituents in so many different ways. I have spent my entire life in York Simcoe. It is my home, and the people I now represent are my friends, family, and neighbors. These people are hard-working Canadians of all backgrounds, Mr. Speaker, who hold strong family values, a commitment to serving others, and a dedication to building up our community. I would like to take a moment to thank my predecessor, the Honourable Peter Van Loan, who exemplified this dedication for over 14 years while serving as MP for York Simcoe and as a cabinet minister. I am personally grateful for the guidance and experience he has shared with me over the past few months. But I would truly not be standing here today without the love of my family, who has supported me every step of the way on this adventure. I especially want to thank my best friend and wife of 23 years, Suzanne Howes, who inspires me and grounds me in all that I do. I am also grateful for the support of my best buddy and son, Graydon, who is studying political science as Guelph. I hope he has some more content for his essay now. As one of his professors told him, there isn't a much better way to learn about the Canadian political process than have your dad become MP. And of course, I would like to thank my parents, Joan and Fred, and my brother Fred Jr. and his family, all of whom have shown me that anything is possible when you work hard. This brings us to the budget bill being debated today. Unfortunately, because of the fiscal policies of this government, Canadians are having to work even harder just to make ends meet. Having spent the past few months meeting with residents of York Simcoe and knocking on doors, it is clear to me just how out of touch this government is and how misplaced their priorities are from everyday Canadians. I'm especially concerned with this government's clear indifference to small business owners in this country, Mr. Speaker, which is apparent once more in this year's budget. Prior to entering politics, I spent my entire adult life as a small business owner and operator. I know firsthand the challenges and sacrifices needed to operate a small business. Small business owners take risks, invest in capital, and hire others in their communities. They are the backbone of the Canadian economy. Through policies like the job-killing carbon tax, increased CPP and E&I premiums, increased personal income tax rates for entrepreneurs, and changes to the small business tax rate, this government has shown they don't care about small business owners whatsoever. And the Liberal Finance Minister even went as far as calling them tax cheats, Mr. Speaker. This attitude is a major reason why I decided to put my name forward to become MP for York Simcoe. Small business owners deserve to be treated with respect and should be given the opportunities to succeed by their government. While this budget confirms that the Liberals are failing small business owners, I will work tirelessly to stand up for them as Member of Parliament for York Simcoe. Mr. Speaker, another issue of great importance in my riding is the precious jewel of our community, Lake Simcoe. Lake Simcoe is the largest interior lake in southern Ontario. It provides drinking water for over 500,000 people, Mr. Speaker. It generates more than $200 million in tourism and recreational activities. It is home to 75 fish species and at least 30 species at risk. I grew up on the shores of Lake Simcoe, and I have lived, worked, and played on it my entire life. My wife is a member of the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nations, right on the lake. I have operated Fish Crisp Enterprises, a marina, and an ice fishing business based on Lake Simcoe for several years. I've also been boating, fishing, flying a float plane around the lake for decades, and I've been a member of the Lake Simcoe Fisheries Committee, the Georgina Waterways Committee, all dedicated to the responsible stewardship of the lake. Mr. Speaker, I know the lake, and I know how important it is to York Simcoe. Unfortunately, the Lake Simcoe ecosystem has been threatened by rising phosphorus levels, invasive species, and significant population growth in the watershed. In response, the previous Conservative government introduced a $60 million Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund in 2007. Over 200 grassroots, community-based projects were supported by the Cleanup Fund, which made a real difference in improving the health of the lake. This was boots-on-the-ground environmental policy with measurable results, Mr. Speaker. Fish and wildlife populations native to Lake Simcoe were restored, and research and monitoring capabilities were enhanced. The ecosystem was protected and strengthened from the threat of invasive species, and over 72,000 trees, shrubs, and grasses were planted, Mr. Speaker. These were just some of the many worthwhile projects supported by the Cleanup Fund. However, with much more work to be done to protect and restore the lake, the Liberals canceled the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund in their 2017 budget and refused again to restore it in 2018. Despite empty pledges made by the Prime Minister in Keswick just 2 months ago, the budget before us today confirms once more that Lake Simcoe doesn't matter to this government. Lake Simcoe is the lifeblood of our community, a vital resource for our country. It is the sort of project that a government who supposedly cares about the environment should invest in, Mr. Speaker. But instead, the residents of York Simcoe are forced to pay a carbon tax that does nothing for the environment. It's a tax plan, while the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund remains canceled. As MP for York Simcoe, I will do everything I can to save Lake Simcoe and make sure it is protected and enjoyed for future generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I have come to this place as a proud resident of a mostly rural community. York Simcoe is made up of small towns: Mount Albert, Queensville, Sharon, Bond Head, Bradford, Newton Robinson, Belhaven, Egypt, Island Grove, Jackson's Point, Keswick, Pefferlaw, Holt Bolster, Willow Beach, Sutton, and Virginia. This is just to name a few. These are the sorts of places where school plays, church bake sales, the Bradford Carrot Fest in the Holland Marsh, and the Sutton Fair and Horse Show in its 164th year, and Sharon Temple events are some of the biggest highlights on the calendar. But my riding, like many rural ridings, is starving for infrastructure investment. While urban areas and big cities have received all the attention from this government, smaller communities like mine have been left behind. Residents of York Simcoe find themselves on the outside looking in while their roads and bridges crumble and their internet speeds slow to a crawl, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately for York Simcoe and many other rural ridings across the country, the budget before us does little to improve this situation. As MP for York Simcoe, I will make sure that our community and rural communities across Canada are never forgotten.
Hear, hear.
With their scandals, misplaced priorities, out-of-control spending, and rising deficits, this government has failed ordinary families, seniors, and students I was elected to represent. This is clear once again with this cover-up budget we are debating today. The people of York Simcoe want a government that will support small business, protect Lake Simcoe's environment, and invest in the needed infrastructure in our community. The people of York Simcoe and Canadians all across this great country want a government that will respect their tax dollars, listen and work hard on their behalf, While this Liberal government may have failed Canadians in this regard, I am confident that Canada's Conservatives will stand up for them. Mr. Speaker, working hard for the people of York Simcoe and having the opportunity to deliver results for my community is what I value most about this job. For as long as I have the privilege of serving here, no matter what side of the chamber I'm on and no matter what topic is being discussed, I will always be on their side. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite, and I congratulate him on his first speech, spent a great deal of time talking about Lake Simcoe. And throughout Canada, we have many beautiful lakes and rivers, waterways, and so forth. And I'm sure that he would share the concern in regards to Canada's environment. This is something which is always in the top of mind of Canadians, no matter where they live in our vast country. One of the issues is trying to get to the bottom of what political parties actually have to say. We've talked a great deal about the idea that the pollution shouldn't be free, that there should be a price on pollution. And that is something in which we have acted on, where provinces have not. And there's been 3, 4, maybe 5 provinces that have not acted on that. So the federal government has come to the plate. We are waiting for the Conservative plan. The Conservatives, the leader of your party, has indicated long ago that it wasn't going to be that long, that it's coming, it's coming. It's been over a year now since we've been waiting. Would he not agree that Canadians are entitled to get a sense in terms of what it is that the official opposition's plans are in regards to Canada's environment? Would he not think that that would be healthy?
Okay. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. As you know, our leader has responded to that question, as everyone is very excited about seeing our environmental plan, which is going to be released before June, as he said that. And we had, the Conservative government before, boots on the ground policy with the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, that, as you know, the Liberal government cancelled that policy. Lake Simcoe stretches into 6, 7 ridings in Ontario, and as I said, it provides the drinking water for 500,000 people. Every dollar that was invested into the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, again, a boots-on-the-ground fund, there was over $6 that it put out in revenue that it generated throughout the economy. So this was good environmental policy that we were looking for. And it's something I think the Liberals should look at instead of a broad-based carbon tax that penalizes. We have a First Nations in York Simcoe. Right now, they are subject to a tax on their diesel fuel for their barge. This is the only way these people can get home at night. So that tax is affecting some of our more disadvantaged people on where they live. And York Simcoe is also a vastly rural riding. There is not public transportation everywhere. People have to drive to work. And so this carbon tax is one more thing that puts people over the edge. Okay, people we have small.
Just we'll try to get one more question in the 5 minutes that we have. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to congratulate my colleague who just put his earpiece on for his election and his maiden speech. It's always stressful, I understand. But the federal budget that has just been presented will not make our tax system fairer. It continues to protect the wealthiest Canadians who are their cronies. So I'd like to ask the member what the CEO share buyback plan, should it not be completely eliminated?
Simcoe.
I thank the Honourable Member for her question, and I will have to look into the CEO buyback plan. I'm not familiar with that plan, and I'm just being honest. If you ask me about apples, I'll give you apples, and I'll have to look into that plan to make a decision. I appreciate your question.
Question and commentaire.
The Honourable Member for questions and comments.
Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague from York Simcoe on his inaugural speech here in the House of Commons and wish him many, many years of success going forward. I just had a very important question for him based on his local constituency, what he sees as his priority for his constituents going forward as he serves the good people of York Simcoe.
Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, sir. Through you, Mr. Speaker. You know what? I'm fresh now because I just finished a by-election, as you know. And you know what? Knocking on doors, people are very concerned that this government is behind the curve. They are reactionary on everything. Farmers are small business people. We have people out west. People are concerned about the government. When are we going to get an ambassador back in China? People have that question. They want to know that we have a relationship with China and that we can actually do something about canola. People are very concerned that this government is getting behind the curve. It's a global world. You can't afford to be behind the curve now.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Revers-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak. First, I would like to offer my thoughts for all Canadians who are experiencing flooding right now. And in Saint-Marc-sur-Lac, they are facing sizable challenges. I'd like to think about them and offer them our thoughts. So it's an honor for me to be able to elaborate on our government's plan to invest in the middle class and to build an economy that works for everyone. Bill C-97, it tends to implement key measures of 2019 budget. Canadians can see that they made the right choice. Today, the Canadian economy is one of the most buoyant of the G7. Canadians have created more than 900,000 jobs, and middle-class families are doing better. Our stronger economy offers good-paying jobs for the middle class, and it offers more assistance for people who are working hard to join the middle class. An economy means that a person, regardless of how old they are, can work and live with pride. Seniors have contributed greatly to our communities throughout their lives, and they offer a wealth of knowledge, experience, and skills that they can continue to offer today. In the 2019 budget, we recognize the contribution of Canada's seniors, and we are supporting them by investing in their well-being. Unlike the previous Conservative government, which wanted to extend the retirement age, our government has committed to helping seniors. The 2019 budget supports their active participation in society, including in the workforce if they wish to do so, and it will facilitate their transition to retirement when they decide to leave the labour force.
And when it comes to seniors, improving their economic security and keeping them in the workforce, our government understands that many seniors choose to remain in the workforce after they retire. Some want to keep up their social ties in their communities. Others want to earn a little additional income to spend on their children or their grandkids. And some just love what they do and want to keep on doing it, and that's good for society, Mr. Speaker. For whatever reason, we all benefit from their talents. Unfortunately, some seniors are being penalized for deciding to remain in the labor force. They suffer major cuts to their guaranteed income supplement benefits or to the allowance for each dollar earned over the $3,500 annual exemption from the GIS. And self-employment income is not eligible under the current rules for exemption. That means that they lose some of their hard-earned income. The bill we're debating today proposes to rectify this situation. It would allow seniors to keep more of their GIS or allowance benefits, as well as their earned income, by increasing the earnings exemption for the GIS starting in July 2020 to July 2021. This would also extend the eligibility for the earnings exemption for self-employment income. It would increase the annual exemption from $3,500 to $5,000. And this includes a partial exemption of 50% up to $10,000 per year in employment or self-employment income beyond the initial $5,000 amount. Basically, eligible seniors can be fully or partially exempt up to $15,000 worth of income. That should make a real difference for seniors. It will mean more money in seniors' pockets for those seniors who choose to keep working. Increasing the independence of seniors in their communities is also very important. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that not all seniors can or want to remain working. And we know that many seniors in retirement have to deal with isolation. And the situation can be made worse by ageism, poor health, reduced mobility, or poverty and even abuse. Fortunately, we can help make things better. Mr. Speaker, you've surely heard of the New Horizons for Seniors program, which removes obstacles to inclusiveness and mobilizes seniors within their communities. These initiatives include a broad range of measures, including new equipment for senior centers and financial literacy courses, not to mention volunteer opportunities, among many other things. Budget 2019 proposes an extra $100 million in funding over 5 years under the New Horizons for Seniors program. This extra money will make it possible for real progress to be made in seniors' quality of life. And it will encourage Canadians, senior Canadians, to get involved in their communities and workplaces. This is $100 million over 5 years and $20 million per year thereafter. This program will be able to carry on making significant changes and improving seniors' quality of living. And it will also better encourage seniors to get involved in their communities and in their workplaces. Another thing we're doing for seniors is making sure that those who are entitled to CPP benefits actually get them. You know, Mr. Speaker, isolation can have a real impact on seniors, including financial consequences. Isolation or lack of support is one of the reasons why some seniors are late in getting or applying for their CPP benefits. They often miss the boat on claiming CPP benefits. The Canada Pension Plan is an essential pillar of the Canadian retirement income system. It offers safe and predictable retirement income for retired Canadians. But today, Canadian workers have to apply to get their CPP benefits. So in order that all Canadian workers get their full entitlement to their CPP benefits, which they paid into, Budget Implementation Act 2019 would proactively enroll CPP contributors aged 70 or more starting in 2020, even if they haven't deliberately applied for those benefits. Mr. Speaker, we're making sure that all seniors get the CPP benefits they're entitled to. Protecting Canadian pension plans. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2019 goes even further so that those who've paid into their pension plans actually get their benefits. There are steps taken with this budget to see to it that defined benefit plans provided by employers actually provide the safe and stable retirement income that will entitle Canadians to retire in dignity after working hard their whole lives. In recent years, it has come to light that there have been risks for certain private retirement plans when employers go bankrupt. In order to provide Canadians with greater peace of mind after retirement, the BIA takes new steps to improve the protection of private employer-provided retirement pension plans in cases where the company becomes insolvent. Budget 2019 would make insolvency proceedings fairer, more transparent, more accessible for retirees and workers. It would set higher standards of monitoring and surveillance of federally incorporated companies, and it would improve the protection and security of pension benefits in all federally regulated workplaces. Mr. Speaker, all of the provisions of the budget hinge on our government's solid track record to reward Canadians for their hard work. Do I have 1 minute left, Mr. Speaker? Great. I'd like to talk about something else that I think is very important in Budget 2019, and that is the Canada Training Benefit. I'd like to say a few words about this new benefit under Budget 2019. Our government is launching the Canada Training Benefit, which is a new tool for all Canadian workers to find the time and money to improve their skills and move forward in their careers. This means that Canadians will have 4 weeks of training every 4 years, up to a total of $1,000 to help pay for training, income replacement, and lost income that they experience due to having to make themselves available for training. This bill is a first step with this Canada Training Benefit. For people who are in school now, Budget 2019 also invests in 84,000 new work placement experiences for young people to develop new skills and beef up their CVs. The Canadian labour market is evolving and Canada's economy is changing. With Budget 2019 and Bill C-97, we are going to help students and workers of all ages to remain ready for good jobs today and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Budget Implementation Bill has made significant changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. I wonder if the member could tell us why this piece of legislation is in the budget bill and not in a stand-alone piece of legislation.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I understand his concern about refugees. That's very important. I'd like to talk more about something that we disagree about, and that is putting a price on pollution. The idea is to make sure that all polluters pay a price for polluting so that future generations, our kids and our grandkids, can have a healthy environment to grow up and live in. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague Shirley knows, because she's from the Montreal area, in Montreal there are a lot more renters than owners, and the vacancy rate is 1.9%, which is lower than the equilibrium rate, which is 3%. And there are about 25,000 homeless people in the Montreal area. This budget includes incentives to home ownership, but that's only for people who can afford to buy a house. There's nothing for the construction of new affordable rental units. So I'd like to know, why did the Liberals not keep their promise to create 1.2 million new social housing units within 10 years? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's a good one. I know my honourable colleague is in Montreal. I'm on the north shore of the island of Montreal. I understand and share her concerns about housing. We did come up with the National Housing Strategy, the first ever, which is a 10-year strategy that goes straight to the heart of the problem. Yes, there's a shortage of units, but there's also a problem of renovation of existing units so that our stock of housing units is up to snuff. So yes, things have to be done. All ridings will get additional housing units. Thank you.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent intervention on this on this, the Budget Implementation Act, and I was pleased to hear her speak so much about all of the work that's going into supporting seniors. In my riding of Cloverdale-Langley City, I have a number of seniors, and I've seen many of the important measures that will support them in this act. I'd like to know if the member could speak to the seniors population in her riding and how some of these measures will help them advance their well-being within her riding.
The honourable member. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Yes, indeed, I'm talking about seniors today in my speech because in some places in my riding, there are many more seniors than there ever were before. When it comes to the GIS, this is something that will make a difference in the lives of seniors. This will see to it that they can earn a decent income from employment without having their GIS clawed back. Because a lot of seniors are telling me they'd love to have a part-time job 1 day a week or something, but there's no point because when they have to file their tax return, it'll all be clawed back. So that's one thing. The other thing is the New Horizons program. That makes a difference in our communities. Seniors are less isolated. They can get involved in all kinds of activities. That's just a couple of examples. When it comes to private pension plans, we're putting in place steps to ensure that those plans are properly funded, the private plans. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great opportunity for me to be able to stand up and speak in the House about Budget 2019, but not just Budget 2019, because the history of this budget includes Budgets 2016, 17, and 18. It's the disappointing story of a government that has failed 4 times to meet the needs and expectations of the regions of Quebec, including my region, the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. Instead, the government constantly makes decisions that benefit the wealthy and liberal cronies who often have preferential access to the Prime Minister's office. Not everybody has this chance. What this budget does, it's another missed opportunity to deal with issues that affect people in my riding of Jonquière, which I've been representing and defending for 4 years now. I have stood up in the House dozens of times to question the government about supply management, to make sure that dairy producers are not used as bargaining chips in negotiating trade deals, or to call for compensation for farmers who've been sacrificed. But after 3 extremely harmful deals and years of pressure, this government has merely, with this budget, announced more funding for dairy producers without giving any details or timelines. So uncertainty continues to reign. It's regrettable that during its term in office, this government has gone out of its way to weaken supply management without doing anything to try to limit the damage. Now that it's time to do something before farmers go under and stripping our rural communities of their lifeblood, this government has chosen to do nothing to protect our food security. When I read this budget, I see that the Prime Minister cannot have been serious when he made promises to help my region. Did you know that the second biggest employer in my riding, with over 1,000 workers and a payroll of around $40 million, do you know what that is? It's the Jonquière Tax Centre. That's money that's spent directly by the federal government every year into the regional economy. So it's key that these people keep their jobs and that the tax centre survive. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that I will continue to stand up for those good jobs and make sure that they are retained. I will not do like some others who try to electioneer at the expense of our region with unrealistic proposals. When it comes to this budget, the government has announced an investment of $34 million over 5 years to create new jobs when it comes to processing individual tax claims. and that falls squarely within the mandate of the Jonquière Tax Center. I will keep working tirelessly to make sure that Jonquière gets its fair share. In 2016, I was one of the most active MPs calling attention to the need to react to the expiry of the softwood lumber deal. In cooperation with workers and the industry, we called on the government to take advantage of good relations with the Obama administration to settle this issue. The government failed to do so. We called repeatedly for the government to come up with a true Plan B to support forestry jobs and companies in my riding. Our regional competitiveness is at stake. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean alone, over 10,000 jobs are at stake, and yet on the Liberal side, all they've done is racked up failure after failure. Every battle, every issue, the government always finds excuses. Thousands of workers demonstrated in the streets, and the government had a hard time grasping the full import of the repercussions of countervailing duties from the United States on regions like the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. And what does Budget 2019 contain to protect workers when this conflict looks like it's headed to last for years and years to come? Just a few little initiatives here and there, sprinkling funding all around, but certainly nothing that would make us forget how utterly this government has failed in solving this issue for the past 3 years. The government never misses a chance to boast about its approach to infrastructure, but after 4 years in office and 4 budgets, most communities have not benefited at all because the government has chosen to postpone the investments to a later date. Later and later every time.
Je me demande bien à quoi ça sert de faire des...
What is the point in making promises or putting money in budgets if the communities don't have access to it now? Didn't the Prime Minister say that he wanted to take advantage of low interest rates? In ridings like mine in Jonquière, the needs are great, whether it be in Jonquière itself or in La Rouche, La Terrière, Saint-Honoré, Saint-David-de-Falardeau, Saint-Fulgence, Sainte-Rose-du-Nord, Saint-Ambroise, Bégin, Saint-Charles-de-Bourget, Saint-Nazaire, La Brec, or La Marche. Unfortunately, what we'll remember of Budget 2019 is simply a poor record of infrastructure for rural municipalities. The Prime Minister has to stop rolling the dice in our regions. Since 2017, I have been questioning the government on its management of the icebreaker file. No results. 2 years later, businesses like Rio Tinto and Produits Forestiers Résolus are still being held prisoner by the ice. Why? Because the government has not released any funds to renew the Coastal Guard's icebreaker fleet when they're the ones responsible for clearing the way on the Saguenay River. It is inconceivable that this region be temporarily cut off from shipping. And through its bad management of this file, the government has once again missed an opportunity to implement a consistent and funded strategy to resolve this issue once and for all. Once again, testifying to the complete lack of interest on the part of this Prime Minister in rural communities. How are regions going to cope with climate change? That's the kind of question we would have liked to see an answer to in a government's budget that calls itself green. Of course, tackling climate change has to be a priority, but the policy has to be clearly articulated for all regions, including Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, so that they can benefit from green jobs. And yet, after 4 years in office, 4 budgets, there have been no structural effects of this government's nice words. You can't draw up an inclusive strategy without regions being able to participate in the conversation and being part of the solution. And that is my priority. It obviously isn't a priority of this government. After 4 disappointing budgets, I think that this region is simply going to remember that this Liberal government delivered very little during its mandate after promising to do miracles. This lack of vision has meant that there have been no innovative measures that could help the economic development of regions like mine. And that is so unfortunate because the people of the Saguenay region deserve better. The Liberals tried to take a shift to the left, to copy the NDP values. Well, they stole our policies without necessarily respecting the values. Do you know, you have to invest in people, not just in billionaire businesses. That's how you can move a society forward, move it for the better, and help our communities improve. Our workers will always be able to count on the NDP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Thank you, and thank you very much. I listened closely to the member opposite. I know her area well. It's a beautiful area. I love the Saguenay. I've done the Vélo Route des Bleuets, the Blueberry Cycling Trail. Now, she spoke about a food strategy. She spoke about supply management. But what I think is important in this budget is that for the first time there has been a food policy. There have been ideas so that we can support Canadian food production. And we're starting to have discussions now with provinces and territories on food and food for students. So perhaps she could help us by telling us what she would like to see. What does she think about the ideas that are there in terms of food policy? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I know that she has done the cycle route in the Lac Saint-Jean area. She did this a few years ago. And this is a beautiful area to visit in the summer. It's also a beautiful area to visit in the winter. Now, in my remarks, I spoke about supply management. The Liberals came, including the Prime Minister, to my area several times. They came to meet dairy producers. They came to meet with UPA members. They promised there would be no breach in supply management. And they said that we would be able to count on them to protect supply management. Unfortunately, we have 3 free trade deals and 3 breaches in the supply management system. But these are the people who feed us. I met them once again last Sunday. There was a UPA brunch, and I had an opportunity to speak with several dairy producers at the time. They are so disappointed because it's true that in the budget there is talk about doing something for supply management and for preserving jobs for dairy producers. But, Mr. Speaker, there's no timeline. There's no actual amount that is set out in the budget. And that means that there's uncertainty.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I did have some thoughts in regards to when the member talks about riding from a national perspective. The government has put in significant investments in terms of Canada's infrastructure in all regions of the country. We have seen capital infrastructure built. We've also seen from a national basis investment in people in very real ways. Examples of that have been substantial increases, for example, to some of the poorest seniors in our country, including member opposite's own constituency through the GIS increases, through the Canada Child Benefit Program, not to mention, as I've referenced earlier, to the tax break for Canada's middle class, all of which putting money into her constituents' pockets, also at the same time investing in capital throughout our country. And I'm wondering if she could just reflect on that aspect of what this government has been able to accomplish, not only in this budget, but also in previous budgets, which further supports Canadians in all regions of our country.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I was talking about infrastructure in this budget, but here's what we've seen since 2015. There are many municipalities in my region. I've been speaking with the mayors since 2015, and over the past 2 weeks, I had another opportunity to speak with them while we were in our ridings. But what we haven't seen is the actual money for our rural communities, and that's what's so important. It's not enough to just have these national budgets or budgets that will please billionaires. Or, for example, things like $12 million for Loblaws to have new freezers. We have to invest in our ridings in these small municipalities. There are lots of good projects in my municipalities, and I'm not the only one who's saying this. You know, I hear this when I go into these municipalities, when I meet with constituents. They're the ones who are telling me that there are projects ready to go forward, but the money isn't there. The investment hasn't been made in rural infrastructure in areas like Jonquière, and we need that infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before resuming debate, I would just want to point out that there are 10 minutes remaining before statements. It's possible, however, that we will have to interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary's remarks. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I am proud to rise today and speak to the fourth budget of our government. This is a budget that continues our investments in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, in our families, in our young people, and in our business owners.
Mr. Speaker, because it shows that our government continues to listen to the ideas, hopes, and dreams of Canadians right across the country, including those in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Canadians who own small businesses, Mr. Speaker, who raise families, who commute, and who protect our environment for future generations. Canadians who work hard every day to leave for future generations a Canada that we can all be proud of.
Mr. Speaker, our budget shows that we listen to Canadians, like those in my environmental committee in Vaudreuil-Soulanges. They know that for Canadians, climate change is real, and we have to build a sustainable and prosperous future.
In 2019, we are continuing our plan to grow a clean economy, protect our environment, and make life more affordable for Canadians, something that the previous Conservative government unfortunately failed to achieve. My constituents shared with me that they want to play a part in protecting our climate and the quality of our air. Our government listened. In addition to putting a price on carbon pollution, phasing out coal by 2030, and investing historic amounts in public transportation, Budget 2019 proposes strategic investments that will make it more affordable for Canadians to choose zero-emission vehicles, and in fact, we are making it up to $5,000 cheaper to do so for electric vehicles and hydrogen cell vehicles. En effet,
in fact, we listened to those people who wanted more options in order to reduce their environmental footprint. And we did that by providing a new incentive to purchase zero-emission vehicles, up to $5,000. And those who make that choice will also be better supported thanks to a new $130 million investment for charging stations.
Alternative vehicle fuel cells are the future of transportation, Mr. Speaker. And we also know that Canadians want to play a role in fighting climate change. And I am incredibly proud to say that Budget 2019 empowers Canadians, particularly those in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, to do just that.
Mr. Speaker, besides having the opportunity to listen to the opinions of seniors in Vaudreuil-Soulanges, I've also had the privilege of listening to the wise advice of the Seniors Committee. Since our very first meeting, members have told me that too many seniors live in poverty, and we listened. That's why we invested to increase the Guaranteed Income Supplement, which is helping 900,000 vulnerable seniors by providing them with more than $947 additional dollars to the money they have in their pockets. They told me that over the last few years, the security of retirement or pension plans, rather, provided by employers could be at risk. Our government listened and put in place measures that will better protect these pensions. Finally, they told me that seniors have to be able to continue to work if they want to without being penalized. I agree. And that's why we increased the Guaranteed Income Supplement earnings exemption so that they could have up to $5,000 more income that will not be withdrawn from their GIS payments.
Mr. Speaker, represents a historic investment of $1.8 billion to improve our seniors' quality of life. By increasing the GIS earnings exemption to provide a partial exemption of up to $15,000 of annual employment and self-employment income, we're not only giving seniors more financial security, we're making sure and we're working hard to ensure that the access that they have to a safe and dignified retirement is in place. These are just a few examples of what Budget 2019 delivers for seniors across the country. It builds on our government's record of strengthening the retirement security of Canadians and ensures that more of our seniors' hard-earned money rests where it belongs, Mr. Speaker, in their pockets.
In my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, I've also had the opportunity to count on today's leaders, and I'm talking about young people. Whether it be in my youth committee or elsewhere, they talk to me about the Canada they want to build. And it is thanks to those ideas that we decided to take other measures in our budget. A budget that continues the work to provide young people with the tools they need to build a future that reflects their ambitions.
Service opportunities give Canadians the chance to gain valuable work experience and life experience, all while giving back to their communities in meaningful ways. By investing an additional $315 million in the Canada Service Corps, we ensure that young Canadians can bring innovative projects to life to realize their dreams and give back to their respective communities, Mr. Speaker.
Investing in young people also means investing in future homeowners. Too many young Canadians go into debt when they buy their first property. And that is why our government has increased the limit on the amount of money you can withdraw from your RRSP to purchase a home.
A first-time home buyers incentive, Mr. Speaker, which will allow eligible first-time home buyers to finance a portion of their home purchase through a shared equity mortgage with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. The incentive would give eligible buyers a new source of funds they can use to help keep their monthly costs lower, Mr. Speaker. That is real help for people who want to purchase their first home, for young people, for families, and for Canadians who need just that little extra help to make their dream of owning a home a reality, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we know that municipalities play an important role in the lives of our citizens and that they contribute to building strong communities. We wanted to be able to provide Canadians with infrastructure that reflected the 21st century. We wanted that infrastructure to be accessible and green, and so we invested $180 billion in public infrastructure. And so whether it be building a new library in Vaudreuil-Dorion, improving the community centre in Hudson, or making buildings in Pincourt and Saint-Lazare and Des-Cèdres more accessible, whether it be for municipal renovation, our citizens can count on these strong and green infrastructure projects. Our government is committed to delivering, and our $2.2 billion investment under Budget 2019 will ensure that there will be more infrastructure projects and more jobs in our communities.
33,000 infrastructure projects have been approved right across the country. And just as an example, my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges has benefited from a $2.4 million investment to build a new innovative library in Vaudreuil-Dorion, which will serve our growing needs, and a $7.5 million investment to improve the parking spots for the Echo train station that actually benefits thousands of people in my community, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we know that high-speed internet access is no longer a luxury. Members of my community in zones of low speed, such as Saint-Lazare, Rigaud, and Hudson, and Pointe Fortune, know this all too well, and we've made a commitment, Mr. Speaker, to provide them and all those across the country with high-speed internet by 2030.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, and in sum, Budget 2019 shows once more that our government listens to Canadians. It makes smart investments to our seniors, our youth and our families, our towns and our cities, and invests historic amounts to protect the environment, all of which are necessary to build a stronger Canada we want, indeed, a stronger Canada that we need. Et tout ça, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this is good news for the people of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be another 5 minutes for questions when the House resumes its business after question period.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow, May 1st, we will celebrate International Labour Day, and I want to tell people and workers that the Bloc Québécois will always stand with them. In the Quebec, we want to see pensioners are priority creditors. If there is a bankruptcy in Quebec, we support our workers, our aluminum and steel workers, and we refuse a ratification of a new NAFTA as long as tariffs are not withdrawn. In Quebec, we want to see a place where workers have the right to strike and scabs are illegal. In Quebec, we stand together for a strong middle class, defended by unions. What Quebec wants, the Bloc wants, and the Bloc wants to act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart. 3 years ago, on April 24th, Luzia Ribeiro passed away at the young age of 84. She passed peacefully at home, surrounded by family and those who loved her. Mrs. Ribeiro, like most immigrants, came to Canada for a better life, to achieve the Canadian dream. In May of 1960, Ms. Ribeiro made the hard journey from Terceira Açores, Portugal, arriving first in Sutton, Quebec, before making her way to Ontario, where she married João Ribeiro and raised 5 children, Maria, Lucy, Julie, Anna, and John. Mrs. Ribeiro embodied the spirit of Canada. It was said that it was not uncommon that friends and family acquaintances and others would land at Pearson International Airport with a telephone number and address of the Ribeiro house, looking for assistance. Like many new Canadians, they arrived here. Mrs. Ribeiro understood their challenges and hardships that they faced, and when coming to a new country seeking for a better life. Mrs. Ribeiro represents a true immigrant story. Mr. Speaker, let this House honor and celebrate her memory. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Stormont-Dundas.
The Honourable Member for Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
The winners for this year's Stormont-Dundas South Glengarry Service Awards. This will mark the 3rd annual installment of these awards, which began during Canada 150 celebrations as a way to highlight and celebrate the selfless individuals who donate their time and effort to make our communities a better place to live. Volunteerism is at the core of what it means to be Canadian. Giving back so that we are leaving our communities better off than when we found them. Now, volunteers don't seek or crave recognition, but I believe it is important to say thank you. Nomination forms for the awards will be included in my upcoming householder and delivered to every residence in the riding, and will also be available on my website. Mr. Speaker, we all know someone who goes above and beyond to make the lives of others better. So I'm asking the residents of Stormont-Dundas and South Glengarry to take the time to nominate them for an SDSG Service Award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Lake Residents Association was formed. Led by a dedicated volunteer board, they have advocated and fundraised for a number of important developments in the neighborhood. During my time as City Councillor for St. Boniface, St. Vital, I was proud to help them with some of those projects, including providing funding for a large community room in the neighborhood's new school. The group also advocated passionately for a new splash pad and picnic shelter near the school, always ensuring that their community could benefit from improved infrastructure.
It's always a great pleasure to work with them and the many other groups in Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital.
for communities, and it's all thanks to dedicated groups of volunteers like Lindsay Wilson, the founder and chairperson for Island Lakes Residents Association. Thank you to all the volunteers, and happy 30th anniversary to the Island Lakes Residents Association.
Here, here. Here, here. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, each month on average the Canadian Armed Forces continue to lose one serving member to death by suicide. This is an epidemic that continues despite some positive steps toward addressing mental health issues in the forces. This House had an historic opportunity to address this issue directly earlier this year when we passed Bill C-77, the Military Justice Reform Bill. In committee, I proposed an amendment to remove Section 98C from the National Defence Act, the section which makes self-harm a disciplinary offence under the Military Code of Conduct, but unfortunately the Liberals defeated my amendment on procedural grounds. I have reintroduced my proposal to remove Section 98C as Bill C-426. Soon I will be asking for unanimous consent for passing this bill at all stages in order to make self-harm in the Canadian Forces a health issue instead of a disciplinary matter. Mr. Speaker, the mere existence of Section 98C continues to be a barrier for Canadian Forces members seeking the mental health assistance they need, and this House has only one more opportunity to fix this. I hope when the time comes, this bill will have the support of all members.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, the Monseigneur Parent School on 18 April received a Blue School certificate within the framework of the Blue Community project. This was the first secondary school in the world to commit to keeping our water clean. A dream became a reality for students at the school who were able to mobilize management to adopt their project.
Gradually eliminating the sale of plastic water bottles in its environment and at all of its events. Je tiens à féliciter les trois.
I want to congratulate these three students responsible for the project, Vincent Vaudrin, Isayad Vallée, and Alexis Boivin, the Student Council, and the Environment Committee of the school for this wonderful initiative. Bravo to you all.
Oshawa.
Over 100 Oshawa residents, community representatives, business people, students, and yes, even a few politicians who joined me for Oshawa's 11th annual Communities with Brooms downtown cleanup on April 25th. As members of this House are aware, the past few months have not been easy times for my community. But even in these uncertain economic times, Oshawa continues to prove that ours is a city filled with heart, spirit, hope, and unstoppable civic pride. Through their efforts, these volunteers, supported by our mayor, our city councillors, Regional Chair Henry, MPP French, 2 Rotary Clubs, John Howard Society, the Downtown BIA, KX96 FM, and my own office have made real contributions to beautifying our city's downtown. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all members of this House, I offer my sincere appreciation to each of the volunteers and organizations who work so hard to improve and beautify our beloved city of Oshawa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I regularly visit the beautiful Jami Umar Mosque in Bells Corner in my Nepean riding. One of the key persons of the mosque is Imam Anwar Malam. He was involved in all phases of mosque development, from conceptualizing the idea of building the mosque to actually making it a reality. Today, Jami Umar is an anchor for many community-related activities. On Friday, April 19th, Imam Malam addressed hundreds of worshippers who spilled over the huge prayer hall on the importance of civic engagement. He emphasized the need for the community to get actively involved in the democratic process of our country. He explained the importance and the impact of the decision-making process by the policymakers. I take this opportunity to recognize and thank civic leaders like Imam Anwar Malam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I stand to recognize the significant number of Vietnamese Canadians who have chosen to make this great country of Canada their home. Vietnamese Canadians have contributed to the Canadian mosaic with pride and admiration, and I want to recognize their contribution on this special day of celebration and remembrance. Canada is home to a vibrant community of close to 300,000 Vietnamese Canadians, many of which reside in my riding of Humber River Black Creek. The Vietnamese Canadian community has made a substantial contribution to our cultural, religious, political, and business life, and I am tremendously proud to know many as friends, colleagues, and supporters. Today, I am delighted to wish the Vietnamese community great success as they celebrate April 30 as an occasion in history as Freedom Flag Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what can one say about our Prime Minister's failures over the past 4 years? From broken promises to incompetence, every day seems to bring new incredible stories. Who can forget his trip to India, went around the world and embarrassed Canadians? Another failure was the fact that he let more than 40,000 illegal migrants into Canada and spent more than $1 billion to settle them. He does not go after Islamic State terrorists who now brag about their crimes. He also took away the capability of our security agencies to disrupt terrorist threats. We cannot forget the number of countries he offended, the fact that he made fun of our biggest trading partner, his complete failure in NAFTA negotiations, our worsening relationships with Australia and Japan, all the while acting like a supplicant beggar with China. We know this, they know it, Canadians know it. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, last February, this April 22nd, we were celebrating Earth Day. Canada has to protect our natural resources. A great many of Canada's water bodies are along the U.S.-Canada border. This is why May 1st, tomorrow, I will be tabling a bill to monitor our border waters. It is important to amend the treaty we now have in order to include new environmental standards, including water quality. This should be an absolute priority to monitor the quality of our water for Canadians today and in the future. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, once again, I rise in this House to salute the resilience of the people in my area, in the Outaouais region. One cannot ignore the people evacuated and the houses affected, but I want to take the time to salute all that I have seen. In Gatineau, many people showed up to fill sandbags, to make meals, or took public transit and worked from home in order to free up traffic. I would also like to acknowledge the Canadian Armed Forces, ambulance workers, municipal authorities, firefighters, civil security, provincial and federal governments for all of their support. I would encourage you to go to these bag-filling sites by the Frank Robinson Arena, the Parc du Tourbillon, the Parc des Cèdres, and Parc Kenneth Lloyd. In Gatineau, we stand and will stand in solidarity.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, recently the Transport Minister tried to show us all how smart he is by tweeting a picture of himself trying to plug in an electric car that was already plugged in. Am I doing it right? He quipped. Trying to make life more affordable for millionaires to purchase a new electric Tesla or Audi? Yep, he's doing that right. Trying to make life more affordable for soccer moms, suburban commuters, rural Canadians, and anyone living on median income? He's showing his disdain for you. He must be taking cues from the leader of the Liberal Party who jetted to the West Coast for another luxury vacation. Once again, the Liberals are asking Canadians to do as they say and not do as they do. His policy, like his tweet, fizzled, short-circuited, and died on the side of the road. So I proffer this limerick for the minister's failed gimmick. While holding his charge cord by the knob, his carbon tax, it's Canadians he robs. Tweeting at us his grin, the car's already plugged in. Was fueling the space shuttle his job?
Everybody loves poetry. Honorable député d'Ottawa-Vanier.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
June 3rd to 6th, 7,000 youth leaders, parliamentarians, activists, journalists from around the world will come together in Vancouver to attend Women Deliver Conference. In anticipation of this event, May is the month of Gender Equality Action. Le Canada est un chef de file en matière de...
Canada is a leader in gender equality, but there's still a great deal of work to do.
Women Deliver Mobilization Canada campaign, more than 300 organizations, unions, businesses, academic institutions, and cities representing millions of Canadians are stepping up to move the dial on gender equality. Pendant ce mois d'action, les Canadiennes et les...
During this month, Canadians of all ages will be taking part in events and discussions across the country.
Join in on this important initiative. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Imagine getting the call that a crane tipped over and your son was under it. Kissing your mother before she left for work and never being able to do so again. With each worker tragedy, lives are changed forever. April 28th was National Day of Mourning to pray for the injured and remember those who died at work. Our family, our Labour family in Windsor-Tecumseh held a solemn ceremony at St. Augustine's Church. Together, we honored and consoled. We strengthened our resolve to establish safe and healthy workplaces and prevent further injuries, illnesses, and deaths. The Day of Mourning has spread to more than 100 countries. Canada must work collectively for the living with these other countries. And Canada must push harder to ensure employers are held to account, invest in training to investigate and enforce workplace safety, recognize PTSD of first responders, and put workers' protection at the forefront of trade agreements. Indeed, as much as this is a day to mourn.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
When the Liberals nationalized Trans Mountain Pipeline, Canadians were told that their $4.5 billion would allow construction to begin immediately. Little did they know that they meant Kinder Morgan would start building pipeline in Texas immediately. Political dithering by this Liberal government has ensured that not 1 inch of pipe has been built and 2 construction seasons have been lost. While the Liberals abandoned Canadian middle-class energy workers here at home, they're happy to create middle-class energy jobs in Asia with Canadian taxpayer dollars. In 2017, the Liberals gifted over $500 million to China's new infrastructure bank, the AIIB, which is building 3 new pipeline projects in Asia. This Liberal government's pipeline priorities are to finance a pipeline in the suburbs of Beijing instead of right here in Canada. It's time this government get to work. Stop dithering. Set a construction date. Build that pipe.
L'honorable député de Nickel-Belt.
The honourable member for Nickel-Belt.
On April 28th, I participated in the International Day of Mourning ceremony. It remembers workers who were killed, injured, and suffered illness due to workplace-related hazard and incidents. The International Day of Mourning began 35 years ago in Sudbury in cooperation with the Canadian Labour Congress and the United Steels Workers of Sudbury, Local 6500, including USW International President, Monsieur Léo Gerard. Monsieur le Président, arrivé...
Mr. Speaker, getting home from work free of illness and injuries, coming home alive should be a priority for all governments. Last year, 250 people in Ontario died at the workplace. Thousands of workers are injured or develop avoidable illnesses. All levels of government should work together to improve the health and safety at the workplace.
Die on the job. Une personne, c'est trop.
One is too many. No one should die on the job.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the ongoing diplomatic crisis between Canada and China continues, and now it's Canadian canola producers who are paying for this Prime Minister's weakness on the world stage. It's clear that China has no respect for this Prime Minister, and why would they? After clowning around in India and backing down to Donald Trump time and time again, they believe they can walk all over him. China has unfairly jailed 2 Canadians, and now they're blocking canola exports. When will the Prime Minister finally stand up for Canadian interests?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
These hardships are affecting our canola farmers and indeed producers out west. That's why we've been on this issue for the past number of weeks, including in many, many meetings with various producers, while we keep up our diplomatic efforts to resolve this difference with China. We're going to continue to stand up for Canadian producers, continue to stand up for Canadian farmers, and we will have good news to announce just in the next few days.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're finally making some progress. After the events of this weekend, the Prime Minister at least knows which country we're talking about in Asia. But not only is he not standing up for Canadian interests, he's actually bankrolling Chinese foreign policy by supporting the Asian Infrastructure Bank. That's $256 million taxpayer dollars to curry favor with a government that has jailed Canadians for political reasons and is in violation of international trade rules. So why is the Prime Minister using Canadian tax dollars to bankroll the foreign policy of the government of China?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as part of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Canada joins countries such as Australia, France, Germany, India, Italy, South Korea, and the UK in promoting inclusive global economic growth. Time of rising global trade tension, the Conservative leader suggests as we close our doors to international cooperation. Well, we know that the bank can support lean, clean, green infrastructure investments throughout Asia. To date, the only AIIB investment in China has been to reduce air pollution from the use of coal. We believe in Canadian leadership around the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What I'm suggesting is that this Prime Minister show some backbone and stand up for Canadians in jail in China. To add insult to injury, this Prime Minister has spent billions of taxpayers' dollars on a pipeline he can't get built in Canada, but is funding the Asian Infrastructure Bank directed by China to build pipelines in other countries. Wow. When will this Prime Minister show the government of China that there are consequences for treating Canadians this way and pull the funding from the Infrastructure Bank?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We've consistently stood up for Canadian jobs and Canadians at home and around the world, and we will continue to. On the issue of getting pipelines built, for 10 years the Conservatives were unable to get pipelines to Tidewater because they didn't understand that the way you get it done is by working with Indigenous communities, by working with environmental concerns. These are the kinds of things we need to do. That is exactly what we're focused on in getting things done the right way after 10 years of neglect by the Conservatives.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, China is now spending more on its space program than Japan and Russia. Estimate expenditures are $8.4 billion. China is the second to spend money on the military, but the Prime Minister is giving $250 million to China for the Infrastructure Bank. What will it take for the Prime Minister to finally take a stand up to China, and to defend Canadian interests? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canada promotes a global economic growth alongside many other companies. Trade tensions are on the rise, but the Leader of the Opposition is talking about closing our door to international issues. The bank is lean, clean and green. It's investing in Asia, in some of the most underprivileged countries in the world. To date, the only investment by the AIIB in China sought to reduce air pollution because of the use of coal.
I heard from the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands 4 times during that answer, and obviously didn't have the floor. I think he's aware of the standing orders that prohibit interruptions. So I invite him not to interrupt in future. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, whenever the Liberals are in power, they love to rewrite the rules to benefit themselves. Today, we've learned the names of individuals from SNC-Lavalin who gave over $110,000 in illegal campaign contributions to the Liberal Party. When Conservatives were asked for this information, we released it immediately. But the Liberals refused. In fact, they've sat on this information for 3 years. It took investigative reporting to uncover it. Why did the Prime Minister's recent election financing changes not take action to expose this cover-up?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Proper donations to two political parties were made over a decade ago. Under my leadership, we have raised the bar on openness and transparency. We were the first party to proactively disclose MP expenses. We opened up the Board of Internal Economy. We ensured that information regarding fundraisers with the Prime Minister, ministers, party leaders, or candidates for leadership be publicly available, and we fully comply with all fundraising and donation rules. Anyone making any political donation is expected to do the same.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether billions to oil companies or massive corporate tax cuts, Liberals and Conservatives choose the powerful over the public. Together, they slash corporate rates an astounding 12 points. And the only reason Paul Martin didn't go any further was because Jack Layton stopped him. This Prime Minister promised to be different, but he's betrayed that promise to Canadians. I believe it's time for us to do better. So will the Prime Minister cancel the $12 million handout to Loblaws and invest that into people instead?
Hear, hear. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we understand that building a strong economy and protecting the environment must go together. We must work with all partners across the country. Private sector has a role to play. Public sector has a role to play as governments across the country, some of them anyway, are leading on putting a price on pollution and ensuring a cleaner future for our children while making it affordable for Canadians. We also need to lean on individuals and consumers as they do their part to protect our environment for future generations. We will not back down from making important investments in fighting climate change right across the board.
If the honourable members for Windsor West and the Minister of Innovation wish to have a conversation, I'm sure there's another place they can do that. I see it to be a pleasant conversation, but I invite them to do that elsewhere.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. The government isn't defending people's interest. Here's the record. $12 million to one of the richest corporations, $4.5 billion for a pipeline, $1.6 billion to the oil sector. The Liberals, like the Conservatives, are prioritizing rich corporations. To help people, we need to make different choices. Why are the Liberals refusing to put people first, ahead of their powerful friends? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm very happy to talk about our record. The first thing we did was cut taxes for the middle class and to increase it on the richest people. Then we came forward with the Canada Child benefit that's helping 9 families out of 10 and has lifted over 300,000 children out of poverty across the country. That's part of the 800,000 Canadians who we've lifted out of poverty with our investments. In addition, we've seen 900,000 jobs created across the country in the past years, and the lowest unemployment in 40 years. Work remains to be done, but our plan is working. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Well, when talking about not helping people, once again, the community of Kashechewan is being displaced because of annual flooding. Leadership and children from the community are in Ottawa to urge the government to honour its promise to relocate the community to higher ground. The Liberals promised to do that, but 2 years later, still nothing to help the community. Why are the Liberals refusing to take action to help these people? Mr. Speaker, we understand how difficult it is for the people of Kashechewan, who for 17 years who have been relocated because of flooding. The minister met with them today, and since 2016, we have worked in partnership with Kashechewan on their asks to relocate their community to higher ground. The community has identified the place that would be the best for relocation. The work is underway to build a new road, to transfer the land, to design the new community in partnership with Saskatchewan. We're going to
for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, there's been some support for families affected by flooding, but sadly, many communities have been left behind. People from Saskatchewan are on the Hill today making their voices heard. Their government has broken its promise to help them relocate to higher ground, and there was nothing for them in the budget. The Prime Minister must commit, not in just words, but in writing, to a relocation plan with real dollars and real timelines. Will the Prime Minister sign this agreement today so the work can finally truly begin?
Hear, hear.
We have been working with the community of Saskatchewan over the past years on relocation. We have made significant commitments, and we understand that needs to be done in partnership. What the community members in Saskatchewan have gone through over the past 17 years of relocations is unacceptable, and that's why we are committed to working forward with them. That's why the community identified the location they believe it would be best to relocate to. Work is underway right now to build a new road, to secure the land, to design the new community in partnership every step of the way with the people of Saskatchewan.
The honourable member for Milton.
Picking up on a question that the Leader of the Opposition had regarding illegal donations to the Liberal Party of Canada, the Prime Minister would seem to want Canadians think that this is something that happened 10 years ago. I think the most crucial part of the article, Mr. Speaker, is this. On August 5th, 2016, it was the Liberal Party of Canada, it was the Prime Minister who was given the list of names that made the illegal donations and was alerted to the illegal donations. After that, a compliance agreement was signed between SNC-Lavalin and Elections Canada on the basis that SNC-Lavalin promised not to do it again. I'd like to know whether or not there was any communication between the PMO and Elections Canada on this matter.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
As the same article references, these are donations that were made between 2004 and 2009. The Commissioner for Canada Elections conducted investigations into decade-old donations, and actually two recognized parties in this House actually returned those donations. These improper donations of two political parties were made over a decade ago, and what we have done, Mr. Speaker, is ensure that we have even stricter rules around raising funds for political parties to ensure that we have more openness and transparency. This is leadership that the Prime Minister demonstrated well before.
The honourable member for Milton. Order.
2016, the Prime Minister's office became aware of an investigation result showing $110,000 in illegal donations to the Liberal Party of Canada.
From SNC.
Soon thereafter, SNC-Lavalin was offered a compliance agreement to avoid prosecution. We've seen this before. We would like to know whether or not there's conversations between the Prime Minister's office, SNC-Lavalin, and Elections Canada in this matter.
Yes or no? The Honourable Government House Leader.
To note that when it comes to Elections Canada, they are independent of government. Decisions are taken separate from any government. When it comes to the member's question, it is important to note that these were donations that were made between 2004 and 2009. The Commissioner for Canada Elections did do an investigation. When both parties were informed, these donations were returned, and we will always fully comply with fundraising and donation rules. Anyone making political donations is expected to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-Clérable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Clérable.
The Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister has finally said yesterday that he might do something in a few days. Our farmers don't have a few days. Right. Many of them have already taken a major hit. This Liberal government talks a lot about standing up for farmers. All they are doing is sitting off their hands. Our farmers need action today. Will the Prime Minister appoint an ambassador, support farmers, and launch a trade complaint against China?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, we have been involved in this matter for 2 months. It didn't take us 6 weeks, like my colleague from Mégantic-Clérable, to ask a question, and it didn't take us 2 months, like the Leader of the Opposition, to wake up and smell the canola. We have been working on this file extensively extensively with our partners, with the farmers, with the industry, with the provinces, and we are supporting our very high-quality canola and our very robust inspection system. We are working on this file seriously.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Let's get serious. We've asked for 9 times. We've asked for an emergency debate. 9 times they said no. That's a reality, Mr. Speaker. People are fed up with the Liberals' wait-and-see approach. For 2 months, they've been waiting for action. The Minister of Agriculture has been waiting for more than a month on a simple request for a technical delegation. And yesterday, the Prime Minister said, wait a few more days. Enough is enough. Delays are costing producers. It's time to take action. When will the Prime Minister stop thinking that this crisis will fix itself and finally listen to these urgent calls from canola producers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 2 months we've been working diligently on resolving this file with our colleagues, our provincial counterparts, producers. We have had discussions, video conferences with the Food Inspection Agency as well, and counterparts. We are working tirelessly on this issue. The member for Mégantic-l'Érable has been calling for emergency debates, but it took him 6 weeks before he asked a question. On Thursday, I will be before the Committee of the Agriculture on this important issue. I would ask the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable to not yell in the chamber.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today we learned that another Canadian has been sentenced to death by the Chinese state. He's the second one to receive the death penalty after Mr. Schellenberg's 15-year sentence was converted to the death penalty a few months ago. All Canadians remain very concerned about the ongoing detention of Mr. Korvig and Mr. Spavor. When will the minister nominate a new ambassador to start turning around this deepening crisis with China?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the honourable member for his question and address the case of Fan Wei. I want to assure him and his family that Canada is extremely concerned by this sentence. Canada is firmly opposed to the death penalty. Everywhere in the world, it is cruel and inhumane. Obviously, we are particularly concerned where it is applied against Canadians. We are very seized of this matter. Thank you.
Honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the minister's answer shows why we need an ambassador right away. Now, yesterday she said she could predict my questions, so I guess she knows what I'm going to say next. The Prime Minister last week called the Canadians detained by the Chinese state hostages. Without an ambassador, we have no hostage negotiator. So I'm asking the minister, does she agree with the Prime Minister's description of the Canadians detained in China as hostages?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and I agree about pretty much everything. Let me say, when it comes to the detained Canadians, this is...
Order. Minister of Foreign Affairs has the floor, and today I'm going to make sure I return it to her.
Thank you. And I do want to say to the honourable members opposite, these are people's lives. Yes. This is not a subject for heckling or raillery. I take the detention of these 2 Canadians extremely seriously. I am in very close touch with their families. These are 2 very, very brave Canadians supported by wonderful families. We need to stand with them.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, this government's talking points are not reassuring steelworkers who are in Ottawa today to finally get some clear answers from the Liberals. The Liberals just don't seem to understand the urgency in protecting the steel industry and these good local jobs. Thousands of steelworkers have been left exposed after the Liberal government let steel safeguards expire last week. It's not complicated. The European Union has already put in place permanent safeguards to protect their workers. Why can't Canadian steelworkers count on the Liberal government to do the same for them?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like to be very clear. Canadian steelworkers can count on this government. We will support steelworkers. We will support the steel industry. We did receive the CITT report last week, identifying that in 2 cases out of 7, safeguards were absolutely required. We've also said that we will continue to look at this issue together with the industry, together with the workers, to make sure that we protect our industry in an appropriate fashion. We've set an aggressive timeline to do so. We are looking at multiple measures that we think can be in support of the industry, and we will firmly be in support of that industry as we move through this process.
Honourable Member for Essex.
The one thing you could have done, you didn't. Well, another day in Ottawa and another way Liberals are disrespecting the independence of our...
I have to, of course, remind the honourable member to direct her comments to the chair, and when she says you, I think she's referring to me. Order. The honourable member for Essex has the floor.
Well, another day in Ottawa, another way the Liberals are disrespecting the independence of our court systems. Let's look at their record. SNC-Lavalin, interference with the Attorney General, leaking of judges' personal information. Liberals don't want to investigate. Snooping on judicial candidates. Let's check our Liberal database to see how good a Liberal they are. Yeah. When Canadians go to court, they need to know that judges are impartial, not whether they donated to the Liberals or had a big red Liberal line sign. Canadians deserve a government that takes the rule of law seriously. Simple question, will Liberals stop running candidates through their private database?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Taken significant steps to ensure that the process for appointing judges is transparent and accountable to Canadians. Our new process is effective, Mr. Speaker. We've made almost 300 appointments since taking office. The diversity of these candidates is unprecedented. 55% of these judicial appointments or elevations are women. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to focus on merit-based appointments that create the highest quality, most representative bench in Canadian history.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister broke his promise to balance the budget. Instead, he continued with irresponsible spending. This Liberal government has spent more than $250 million in an Asian infrastructure bank, not in Canada, in China. To do what? Build pipelines and roads in China. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop wasting Canadians' money in China? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that we are investing in the Asian Infrastructure Bank with other countries. It's very important to have a bank that will help countries facing significant challenges. At present, we know that to date there is one investment in China by the bank, and it is an investment to improve the environment. So that is very important. At the same time, we have to continue working with other countries to improve the global economy. That is very important for Canada as well. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. More than 40% of the Canada infrastructure budget wasn't invested at home in our provinces and in our municipalities. What's more, the Prime Minister, who confuses China and Japan, is wasting money in Canadians' money in the Asian Infrastructure Bank in China. My question is simple. Can the Prime Minister explain why, when we have urgent needs here at home in Canada, he's spending Canadians' money in China? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question, Mr. Speaker. We are investing in Canada. At present, we have 4.7 thousand projects for roads, for infrastructure projects in our communities to make this country greener, Mr. Speaker. Canadians watching us from home, they know that this government will always be there to invest in infrastructure of the 21st century that will be more modern, more green, and more resilient. The Conservatives have voted against all of these measures. We are going to continue to invest for Canadians.
honourable member for Carleton.
The foreign minister has announced a massive diplomatic breakthrough with China. That country's leaders have given the Prime Minister the nickname Little Potato. And in order to reciprocate that gift, he provided them with $250 million of Canadian tax money in the form of a contribution to the Asian Infrastructure Bank. That's no small potatoes even for this spend-happy Prime Minister. Will this government finally show some respect for taxpayers and cancel this waste of money?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the things that we know is that the environment is global. One of the things we know is that the Asian Infrastructure Bank has made one investment in China, and that is to help China get off coal so they can actually reduce pollution. What we also know is that the Asian Infrastructure Bank is going to make investments in less developed countries, investments that are going to help our global economy. We happen to understand that the Canadian economy is part of the global economy. So we will continue to work with other nations to make sure that we enhance our global economy and do it while also enhancing our environment.
The honourable member for Carleton.
To get them off coal, and yet just yesterday, Edward Cunningham, a specialist on China and energy markets at Harvard University, indicated that China is investing in 300 new coal-fired plants. That's after the $250 million handout that this Prime Minister is giving China through the Asian Infrastructure Bank. Our tax dollars for China. Now, Mr. Speaker, if this is really about getting off coal, how many tons of coal will the Chinese burn in the next decade?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We will continue to support an international effort to look at international development banks around the world. These banks, what are they intended to do? They are intended to help countries that are facing significant economic challenges to address and meet those challenges for the future. That is something that we will continue to do. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is an important development bank, one that's helping countries across Asia, and we are proud to work together with like-minded countries, as the Prime Minister mentioned, like Australia, like Germany, in helping to make sure that we get
Order. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, veterans are tired of waiting for services. Liberals have still not hired enough case managers to meet the needs of veterans in a timely manner. The case managers are essential as they serve as a first point of contact, key for the severely disabled veterans who face significant red tape. The ratio of case managers falls short of the Liberals' promise. Veterans should have access to the benefits they are entitled to for serving our country. When will the promised amount of case managers finally be hired?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague is well aware the previous Conservative government gutted the funding in Department of Veterans Affairs. In fact, when they were done, there was only 190 caseworkers. Because of our investment in 2015, now there's well over 400 caseworkers at Veterans Affairs. And in fact, we say yes to veterans when they come forward to help, which means that there's over a 60% increase in applications. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have and we will continue to support veterans in this country.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals don't have anything to teach us when it comes to the environment. They've maintained subsidies to oil companies, and they bought an old pipeline for $4.5 billion. That's not what leadership looks like. The NDP has a bold and concrete plan, greening residences to make them more energy efficient. Not only will this reduce greenhouse gas emissions, our plan will create high-quality jobs and help families save a lot of money. When will the government understand that it's possible to fight climate change while working to help real people?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, for
for the opportunity to point out to the member that the things the NDP is talking about doing now, we started doing several years ago. I know just this past year I made an announcement in Nova Scotia that would see energy efficiency measures implemented to not only make residential homes more efficient, but save monies for residents by having their power bill come down every month. This is one of over 50 measures that makes up our plan for to fight climate change, including putting a price on pollution, investing in public transit to an extent we've never seen in the history of our country, investing in energy efficiency. Over 50 measures that are going to make a real difference, help us transition to a clean economy, and make life more affordable.
Honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, more and more communities need our help adapting to the severe weather events that are being caused by climate change. And reducing the impact of natural disasters such as flooding is critical to keeping Canadian families safe, protecting local business, and supporting a strong economy in the middle class. In my hometown of Hamilton, this is particularly true. So can the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities update the House on what the government is doing to build climate resilience in cities like Hamilton?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question and his many years of being a champion for Hamilton. Our government is committed to helping communities to build the infrastructure they need to better withstand natural hazards, including floods. This is why we're investing $2 billion over 10 years to the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. Recently, I was in Hamilton to announce an investment of over $12 million towards a shoreline protection project. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in Canadians. They know they can count on us, and we'll continue to be there for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, all across the country, voices are rising against Bill C-69. This bill is bad for the Canadian economy, it's bad for resource development, and bad for federal-provincial relationships. Not long ago, the Minister of Natural Resources in Quebec condemned the law, saying that it would expand the powers given to the federal government, that it would duplicate administrative procedures, and they said that it's a real obstacle for developers. Why fight reasonable natural resource development?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, to the contrary, the piece of legislation the honourable member points to is designed to ensure that good projects go ahead and that we understand the consequences of bad projects so we can prevent them. This is about making sure that we pay attention to Indigenous peoples to understand their perspective when we're assessing projects, and making sure that we fully understand the environmental consequences as projects go forward. Perhaps the Conservatives' failed record on the economy is because they didn't take the process of environmental assessment serious for 10 years in power. Mr. Speaker, this is not an anti-jobs bill. In fact, the Mining Association of Canada is behind this piece of legislation. It's designed to make sure a good project can go ahead in an expeditious way.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, gases are sky high in Vancouver, reaching $1.70 a litre and more. Analysts believe that the construction of the Trans Mountain Pipeline will ease a chronic shortage and force prices down. A year ago, this government bought the pipeline and they promised immediate construction. Last week, the minister mused, well, maybe not until after the next election. Wow. Immediate means without delay, done at once, instant. They spent $4.5 billion on a pipeline. Can they tell us when will construction begin?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, if the members of the official opposition and the honourable member are really serious about getting this project continue in the right way, they would not have voted to defund and kill the meaningful consultation that we have undertaken with Indigenous communities. We are focused on moving forward on this project in the right way with meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities, listening to their concerns and offering accommodations, and where accommodation is not possible, being very transparent why accommodation is not possible. Our goal is to make a decision on this project by...
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, it's been over 11 months since the Prime Minister said, quote, we're going to get that pipeline built. But Canadians didn't know what he meant was spending $250 million Canadian tax dollars for the Asian Infrastructure Bank to build pipelines in China. And when the Liberals spent $4.5 billion tax dollars to buy the Trans Mountain Pipeline, they promised construction on the expansion would start, quote, immediately. Delaying a decision past June will cost taxpayers even more. When will the Trans Mountain expansion be built?
Minister of Natural Resources.
following the guidelines of the Federal Court of Appeal in order to ensure that we are moving forward on this project in the right way with meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities. Those consultations are going really well. We have met with more than 100 communities. We have issued a draft consultation and accommodation report for Indigenous communities to consider, and our goal is to make a decision on this project by June 18th. I will remind the honourable member again, if they're really serious about this project, they should not have voted to defund and kill that process.
But for Lakeland.
Look, Mr. Speaker, Canadians want the Liberals to invest their tax dollars in our own country, in Canada, and to get Canadian resources to market, not to build pipelines in Asia. The Liberals deliberately killed 2 export pipelines already, and not a single inch of new pipeline is in service in Canada. And there are no more pipelines. Bill C-69, it'll guarantee none will be proposed in Canada ever again. So my question is very simple, and the minister should answer. When will the Trans Mountain expansion be built?
Minister of Natural Resources.
The honourable member is absolutely wrong. We have built and approved Nova Gas Pipeline. We are the government that gave approval to Enbridge Line 3 that has been fully completed on the Canadian side. We are the government that is advocating for moving forward on Keystone XL pipeline. We are advocating for the U.S. government. That's right. We are the government that invested $4.5 billion to save a pipeline from falling apart, the investment that Conservative Party voted against, Mr. Speaker. We are moving forward on this project in the right way, and our goal is to make a decision on this project by June 18th.
Bravo. Member for Vancouver East.
Amnesty International raised the alarm about the Liberal shift of public policy to cater to the alt-right. In Central and South America, sexual violence is rampant. Children as young as 7 are faced with forced recruitment. Yet the alt-right is vilifying refugees. They call it white nationalism. The Minister of Border Security is feeding into it by calling refugees asylum shoppers. With Bill C-97, they can't even apply for protection in Canada. If the Liberals have the courage to stand by the right to the move, will they table those changes as a standalone bill in this House?
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, later on today I'll have the opportunity to meet with Amnesty International and provide them with assurances that our government remains committed to a fair and compassionate refugee system that will provide protection to those who need it most. But, Mr. Speaker, I also can assure them that no person will be turned away if they are deemed to be at risk, and no one will be removed without an opportunity to be heard.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the volunteers, soldiers, police officers, firemen, and everyone else who's been helping those affected by the flooding across Canada. In my riding of Berthier-Maskinongé, the situation is really difficult. With climate change, these natural disasters will only become more frequent. The federal government has set up a $200 million fund to map flood zones. But so far, Quebec hasn't asked for a single cent of that amount. Will the federal government commit to working with the provinces to ensure that the program will meet their needs and that the money will remain available? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Safety.
This has been a program that the honourable member refers to that's been in existence over the last 4 or 5 years. It's coming to the final stages of its original term. We obviously have to examine with provinces what are the next steps that are necessary. I agree with her that flood mapping and so proper zoning decisions can be taken, proper infrastructure decisions can be taken. That is vitally important, and we will work with all of our partners to make sure that appropriate resources and collaboration are available.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have been caught again peddling cash for access to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Innovation. In fact, it was a double violation of the Liberals' own law because it involved a gifted ticket, illegal, given to the CEO of an American cannabis company, again, illegal access, for an American who boasted online of his privileged access to pitch medical marijuana technology. Now, Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister can't abide and respect his own ethical guidelines, why won't he respect the laws of Canada?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Speaker, as the member
opposite well knows, this Parliament passed Bill C-50, which provides greater transparency for fundraising events that include the Prime Minister, ministers of the government, as well as leaders of all of the parties represented in the House of Commons. This party, in fact, began to disclose that information even before the bill began to take effect. However, the party opposite did not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal excuses clearly don't wash. This is clearly yet another case of cash for access, another shameless Liberal claim that exposure of each of these illegal donations to the Liberal Party somehow proves Liberal transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, this is Monty Python logic.
All up in smoke.
And the Liberal ethical parrot is clearly dead. Mr. Speaker, why is it so difficult for the Prime Minister to keep promises and respect the law?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe that transparency is a good thing. In fact, that is why we introduced Bill C-50 to provide greater clarity and greater transparency for Canadians. So Canadians could clearly identify when fundraising events were taking place, whether it was with the Prime Minister, ministers, or leaders of the opposition. And it's important that they can also see who attended those events. Mr. Speaker, we believe that's important. We've delivered for Canadians, and we hope that all parties in the House will do that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, in the ongoing saga of Liberal cronyism and specially awarded contracts that we heard about from the Globe and Mail and La Presse, we've learned that there was a private discussion between the law firm and the Deputy Minister in question on August 14, 2017, and it concerned consultation services. Surprise, surprise, the devoted Liberal Party donor was awarded a consulting contract that was specially tailored to their skills. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm the nature of the confidential discussion between the law firm McCarthy-Tétrault and the Deputy Minister of Justice on August 14th, 2017? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice approves these processes, although many processes are delegated to the Deputy Minister and other senior officials. In the case of these two contracts, one was approved by my predecessor and the other was approved by the Deputy Minister. And the rules and policies for contract approval were followed when these two contracts were awarded. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, where the Conservatives stepped back, we promised to step up and re-engage on the world stage, and we're doing just that. Canada is proudly acting on our NATO commitments to Latvia and Iraq, and we're supporting the peace process.
Order. I know members are enjoying question period today, but we need to hear the question. I need to hear both the questions and the answers so I can hear whether there's some reach with the rules. Order. The Honourable Member for, I'd ask him to start over. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
We're proudly acting on our NATO commitments in Latvia and Iraq, and we're supporting the peace process in Mali by providing life-saving medical evacuations to UN peacekeepers. Could the Minister of National Defence please inform this House how, in addition to these efforts, our government has recently been contributing to international peace and security in the Middle East? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Mississauga Lakeshore for this question and his service with the United Nations in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, our government is helping to build long-term stability in the Middle East. In 2017, I announced our support for the construction and rehabilitation of a road along Jordan's northern border with Syria. Last week, I was in the region and proud to say that this project is underway. Through this project, we are bolstering the security of Jordan, an important security ally in the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, most Canadians don't live the privileged life of the Prime Minister with 24/7 access to a government jet to fly him around for weekend cross-country surfing trips. For middle-class Canadians, the Liberals' carbon tax is projected to add up to $600 on the cost of a flight for a family of 4. Why is the Prime Minister forcing regular Canadians to pay exorbitant prices while making the Canadian taxpayers cover his own vacation costs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
This government's mission from day one has been to ensure that we create an economy that works for everyone and not just for the wealthy few. I question why the honourable member, when she had the opportunity to support the middle class tax cut, instead voted against it. I'm curious as to when the Canada Child Benefit was on the floor of the House of Commons to put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families and stop sending childcare checks to millionaires, she voted against it. And I can't help but point out that I've not received one question from a Conservative MP asking us to take more action on climate change. Mr. Speaker, we have to work to make sure the economy works for everyone and we can protect the environment at the same time. The Conservatives should get on board.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, decades of Liberal and Conservative mismanagement of our fisheries has left Chinook salmon populations in a desperate situation. We need action now, but the Liberals just keep re-announcing the same funding they promised for restoration and lost habitat protections. But the money's not flowing to support local fishers and communities affected by fisheries closures. And go figure, Liberals can find $12 million for Loblaws and $4.5 billion for their leaky pipeline. What are they waiting for? When will this government stop making coastal communities pay for their mistakes?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes in environmental sustainability and economic growth, that they must go hand in hand. In partnership with the provincial government, we created the BC Salmon Restoration and Innovation Fund, which our government will contribute $100 million over 5 years. With provincial funding of over $42 million, we're also proposing $5 million in funding the Pacific Salmon Endowment Fund. Our government will continue to ensure that resources are managed sustainably and protected wisely to our children and grandchildren can benefit for years to come.
The Honourable Member for Tellez de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, it's always been suspicious that the Conservatives would promise restrictions without giving any details, but now we know why they don't want to share their plan. The Conservatives recently published a tax guide with various information that was misleading. Their guide included tax credits for the rich, and it doesn't mention the Canada Child Benefit. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development reassure this House that the current government does not intend to adopt the Conservative plan to end the Canada Child Benefit? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Tellez de Blainville for his hard work. In 2015, Canadians made the right choice when they had to choose between the Conservative plan to help millionaire families and the Liberal plan to help middle-class families. In 2016, we set up the CCB, which has lifted 300,000 people, children out of poverty. It's unfortunate that Conservative members are trying to hide the existence of the CCB and are trying to deprive some families of it. It's very unfortunate. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals signed a new agreement, a free trade agreement, with even though steel and aluminum tariffs are still in place. Then the Liberals imposed their own counter tariffs, but their makeshift plan didn't work. Around 86% of Chinese aluminum imports enter the U.S. tariff-free, but in Canada it's less than 1%. When will the government defend our steel and aluminum workers? And why do Chinese companies have better access to the U.S. market than we do? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the illegal and unfair American tariffs need to be lifted. That is the message that we have constantly sent to the U.S., and it has been heard. For example, yesterday, I spoke with Senator Chuck Grassley, the chair of the Senate Finance Committee in the U.S., and he wrote yesterday in the Wall Street Journal that if these tariffs are not lifted, the new NAFTA deal will be dead. We don't want to debate a new NAFTA, so that is the Republican senator who wrote that.
Député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, apparently before they appoint a judge, this government runs potential appointees through their database to see if they're good liberals. The result? Well, it works. 91% of political donations made by judges went to the liberals. 91%. They collected over $300,000 that way, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal database should be called Sponsorship 2.0. A crony is a crony. It was true under Jean Chrétien, it's still true. Perhaps that's the reason that the government won't change the system for political donations. The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we set up a system where judges are selected through a transparent and merit-based process. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to appoint judges through this rigorous process, and we will continue to have a bench that reflects the diversity and the high quality of Canadian society. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Capping political donations at $500 and making the funding reflect the party's share of votes would reduce lobbyist influence over the government. Obviously, they don't want that. It would also have the benefit of preventing people from making donations under other people's names, which is a practice we've gotten used to under the Liberals and Conservatives. It would also avoid having judges appointed because they've given $300,000 to the Liberals. We're fed up with this cronyism, Mr. Speaker. Voters have a right to a fair democratic process and fair public funding of political parties. What is this government waiting for to take action? Are they waiting for bloc members to give them money, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions. In this country, there is a limit to annual donations. Individuals cannot donate more than $1,600 to a political party or a candidate. That's extremely important. The rules are clear and they are effective.
For Calgary Skyview.
Yesterday, the Hill Times published a disturbing article referencing a potential trend in our political system, which I cannot abide by. This is, of course, the use of racism as a political tool, Mr. Speaker. I find the stats on this subject extremely alarming, including the fact that we have seen a nearly 50% increase in hate crimes from 2016 to 2017 across the country. Can the Minister of Public Safety update this House on the steps the government is taking to properly arrest these disturbing revelations?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there can be no room for hate, not in Canada. The RCMP and other Canadian police forces investigate and lay charges wherever possible. We have also quadrupled the security infrastructure program to help religious and cultural organizations to protect themselves. We're funding critical research into ultra-right-wing, white supremacist and neo-Nazi violent extremism. We identified this issue in the latest public threat report, and we have raised it at the Five Eyes and G7 allies meetings to build international coordination against racism and hate. We intend to be the finest example of pluralism the world has ever seen.
I have the honor to inform the House that we have received the following text. The Honourable Speaker, I have the honour of advising you that the Most Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, has given royal assent to the bill mentioned in the schedule. This is dated 27 April, creating a secretary to the Governor-General. This has received royal assent. An act making April as the month celebrating Sikh heritage.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. April 29, 2019, the Honourable the Speaker of the House of Commons, Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 29th day of April 2019 at 10:09 a.m. Yours sincerely, Assunta Di Lorenzo, Secretary to the Governor-General and Herald Chancellor. Bill assented to Monday, April 29, 2019, an act to designate the month of April as Sikh Heritage Month, Bill C-376. L'honorable député de Joliette se lève avec.
The honourable member for Joliette on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I think you will find unanimous assent for this motion that the House express its opposition to the ratification of CUSMA until the U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum have been lifted, and that it gives the Speaker a mandate to send a copy of this motion to the Republican and Democrat leaders of the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives. Thank you. Is it the pleasure of the House to give unanimous consent? There is no unanimous consent.
Rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, in a moment, I'll move a unanimous consent motion. Bill C-97 contains two significant immigration provisions that should not be part of an omnibus budget bill. Over the weekend, some 2,600 Canadians wrote to me to condemn this action. Addressing the issue of crooked consultants is not a budget bill. And closing the door to asylum seekers seeking protection here in Canada should not be hidden in an omnibus budget bill. This is an affront to the work of parliamentarians and...
This is debate. I'd ask the member to get to her request for unanimous consent.
You will find that... With that, Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you'll find that there would be unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, that Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures be amended by removing Part 4, Division 15 and 16 on immigration, citizenship, and refugee protection, that these divisions do compose Bill C-98 and Bill C-98 be deemed read a first time and be printed, and that the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, that Bill C-97 retain the status on the order paper and that it had prior to the adoption of this order, and that Bill C-97 be reprinted as amended, and that the law clerk and parliamentary council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? No, there is no unanimous consent. Ah, yes. Thank you. It being 3:15 p.m., pursuant to order made on Monday, April 29, 2019, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Blakey relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. How about that? The question is as follows. Mr. Blakey, seconded by Mr. Angus, move that in the opinion of the House, corporate executives and their lobbyists have had too much access to and influence over the Government of Canada, shall I dispense? I suspected not. Setting working Canadians and their families back by A, encouraging attempts by the Prime Minister to undermine the independence of the Public Prosecution Service of Canada and the integrity of Canada's rule of law. B, forcing Canadians to pay high prices for prescription drugs by blocking the establishment of a single public and universal drug insurance plan. C, providing huge subsidies to large oil and gas companies while putting corporate interests over the protection of Canada's Pacific coastal waters in the Kinder Morgan pipeline approval process. D, motivating the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to give a handout of $12 million to a multi-billion-dollar corporation owned by one of Canada's wealthiest families. E, giving Canada's most profitable banks the chance to review and revise a report intended to shed light on anti-consumer banking practices, and leaving intact a host of tax loopholes that allow the richest Canadians to avoid paying their fair share for Canada's public services like health care, pensions, and housing. And therefore, as a first step toward addressing these failings, the government should immediately move to recover the $12 million given to Loblaws and reinvested to the benefit of working Canadians and their families. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Singh.
Singh.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May Saint Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saint Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est des Dessert.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Nandasangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Hébert.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Carid.
Ms. Carid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Pocoquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Pocoquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr.
Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamaskwi Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamaskwi Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney Belchester Zitchaman-Levy.
Mrs. Blaney Belchester Zitchaman-Levy.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthod.
Mr. Berthod.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk-Battleford Lloyd-Minster.
Mrs. Falk-Battleford Lloyd-Minster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Geneder.
Mr. Geneva.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon and Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Yeas pour 46, 46. Nays contre 251, 251.
I declare the motion defeated. Order. I'd encourage members to take their conversation to the lobbies or elsewhere, and I'd ask members' assistants if they would say shh. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on April 8, 2019 by the Honourable Member for Victoria concerning a leak involving the appointment process for the Supreme Court. When raising his question of privilege, the member for Victoria asserted that his reputation as a member has been damaged as a result of speculation around the source of a leak of personal information of a prospective member of the Supreme Court. In particular, he felt that both he and the member for Niagara Falls are now under a cloud of suspicion, having been involved in the process initiated by the government of recommendations for Supreme Court nominees. Consequently, he argued that this suspicion, until resolved, has resulted in a direct impact on his privileges. He also contended that the leak has shown a distinct contempt of Parliament. Comme il est mentionné,
as referred to at page 22 of the third edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, the practice of an ad hoc committee of parliamentarians to review nominees for the Supreme Court is not new. Successive governments have used this mechanism to help them fulfill their duties. While composed of some parliamentarians, it is not a parliamentary committee, but more of an advisory body to the government as part of the exercise of its prerogative power of appointment. The issue raised then is one that concerns government and the way it reaches its decisions, an area over which the chair has no authority. My predecessor reminded members of this on May 12, 2014, at page 5520 of the debates when he stated, quote, "It is not within the Speaker's authority to adjudicate on government policies or processes. The distinction between governmental procedures and House procedures remains and must be acknowledged," unquote.
On November 22, 2016, I reiterated this fundamental distinction when I stated at page 7084 of the debates, quote, "When members request redress with respect to rules external to the House, as Speaker I can neither interpret nor enforce them. It has long been the case that the Speaker's role is limited to ensuring that the body of rules and practices that the House has adopted are respected and upheld," unquote. As such, it is not for the Speaker to investigate or pass judgment on rules, events, or actions external to the House, including the leak of information in question. Moreover, as the honourable member acknowledged, this incident is being investigated by the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, a parliamentary agent who reports to this House. Cela dit.
That being said, damaging a member's reputation is a serious matter if it can be proven that their ability to perform their parliamentary functions has been impeded. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states at page 112, and I quote, "The unjust damaging of a member's good name might be seen as constituting an obstruction if the member is prevented from performing his or her parliamentary functions," unquote.
Members to demonstrate to the chair exactly how they were hindered in the performance of their parliamentary duties. The honourable member contended that the cloud of suspicion has damaged his reputation as well as that of the honourable member for Niagara Falls, but he has not explained in what way this actually obstructed him. Finally, the member for Victoria claimed that the leak constituted a contempt of Parliament. Although members of Parliament were part of the government's advisory group, it is hard to see how the leak from any non-parliamentary body can be a contempt of Parliament. Again, the member has not provided enough information for me to understand how a contempt against Parliament has been committed. As the member for Victoria has not clearly demonstrated to the chair how he has been impeded in fulfilling his parliamentary functions, I cannot find that this constitutes a prima facie question of privilege or of contempt of the House. As an aside, I don't suppose it will help if I indicate my own very high regard for the honourable members for Victoria and Niagara Falls. Je remercie les honorables députés.
I thank all honourable members for their attention.
Orders of the day.
Government Orders, Government Bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-97, Budget and Implementation Act 2019, number 1.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders shall be extended by 9 minutes.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's always a pleasure to be able to rise and address this floor on the important issues. And there is nothing more important than I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, than the Government of Canada's budget agenda.
I apologize to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader. Apparently, there was time remaining for questions and comments after a previous speech from another Parliamentary Secretary. However, since that's obviously not going to happen at the moment, I should be going to the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan. So I again apologize to my Honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, who I hope will forgive me. I appreciate that. I need a lot of that. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for being so gracious in his efforts to allow me to participate in this debate today. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to speak on Bill C-97, the Government's Budget Implementation Act, because it allows me the opportunity to examine in some detail why this Liberal government should not be re-elected this October. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because this government, if it has done nothing else, has exhibited a litany of broken promises since 2015. And let me explain and highlight just a few of them. Initially, if you remember, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you do, and I'm sure many Canadians remember as well, back in 2015, during the election campaign, one of the many promises the Liberals made was to end what they called undemocratic practices of introducing omnibus budget bills. Well, what did we see this year, Mr. Speaker? We saw another in a series of omnibus budget bills. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this year, the budget bill tabled over 700 pages in length, which made it the most lengthy budget bill ever introduced in parliamentary history. Well, so much for stopping the practice of introducing omnibus budget bills, Mr. Speaker, but I only use that as an initial example of one of the broken promises, but there are many, many more. Let me spend just a little bit of time on the second one that I think is the most alarming of all of the broken promises this Liberal government has brought forward, and that is the promise they made in 2015 to introduce, only for a 3-year period, modest deficits of no more than $10 billion. And they also promised by the year 2019, their 4th year in a 4-year mandate, to return to balanced budgets. Well, Mr. Speaker, the year is 2019. And where are we? Do we have a balanced budget situation? Certainly not, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the farthest thing from it. And what is truly alarming, Mr. Speaker, is the finance minister of this country, on multiple occasions in committee, admitted that not only will we not return to balanced budgets in the foreseeable future, the finance minister did not know when we might return to balanced budgets.
Shame.
Now think about that just for a second, Mr. Speaker, and I want all Canadians to think about that as well. The finance minister, arguably the second most influential person in Canada in terms of setting economic and fiscal policy, has admitted that he won't say when the budget will be balanced, but more troubling, he cannot because, Mr. Speaker, he does not know. Think about that. The finance minister of Canada does not know when this country might return to balanced budgets. That is far more alarming, Mr. Speaker, to me than any pronouncement that any finance minister has made in recent history. I can understand, Mr. Speaker, if the finance minister would have said, well, we do not see this country returning to balanced budget in the next 5 to 10 years, perhaps even the next 15 years, because of some of the direction, the economic and fiscal direction that the government wishes to pursue. But for a finance minister to admit that he did not know when this country might return to balanced budget because he couldn't project that far in the future, Mr. Speaker, is more than just troubling. That is something that every Canadian taxpayer should think about long and hard, and I hope they do. And I hope come this October, they will remember that broken promise. Mr. Speaker, this country deserves better than a finance minister who does not know when his own budget might be balanced. That's almost unconscionable for a man in this position to admit that. But yet, that is the case that we have before us. Now, Mr. Speaker, if it was only the fact that this government has refused to comment on when they might return to a balanced budget situation, if it was only the fact that they have a runaway spending problem and a runaway deficit problem, if it was only the fact, Mr. Speaker, that they are driving Canadians further and further into debt, one might be able to say, well, all right, let's give them some slack because there are many other positive initiatives that they are pursuing. Except, Mr. Speaker, that is not the case. It is not just the fact that they broke a promise on omnibus bills and their introduction in Parliament. It is not just the fact that they promised only modest deficits and they have broken that promise. They've broken promises on things like electoral reform. They have broken promises, Mr. Speaker, on elements such as supporting the oil and gas sector in Canada, something they have deliberately, in my view, misled Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, let me give you a couple of examples of what I say and what I mean by not supporting the oil and gas sector. Almost immediately upon forming government in 2015, the Liberal government killed Northern Gateway, a project that, if it was up and running today, Mr. Speaker, would be bringing untold billions of dollars to the Canadian economy and increasing the price of oil that we could have sold on the world market. But the Liberal government unilaterally killed a project that had previously been approved by the National Energy Board. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, this current Liberal government, looking at the proposed Energy East project, changed the regulatory provisions contained in the legislation and made upstream and downstream emissions something that had to be considered by the NEB. To the point, Mr. Speaker, where TransCanada pulled completely out of that project. That project, which could have been a nation-building project, delivering oil from Western Canada to the East Coast, to their refineries, to reduce our dependency on foreign oil, Mr. Speaker. That project, because of the Liberal government, was killed. Now, what's left, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's the infamous Trans Mountain Kinder project. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government has no intention, in my view, of following through on their promise to get that built. Right now, Mr. Speaker, again, in my opinion, the Liberal Party is simply doing electoral calculus on how many votes can they gain by not committing to completing this project before the next election. If they feel they can get more votes by stopping this project in British Columbia and Quebec, then that's what they're going to do. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing more than a political exercise, but collateral damage are Canadians, particularly in Western Canada, my province of Saskatchewan, and my neighboring province of Alberta. The energy-producing provinces of this country are the collateral damage by this Liberal government's refusal to honor a promise. And lastly, but certainly not least, Mr. Speaker, I point out to all Canadians who may be listening to this debate what the Liberals did with the SNC scandal, as it is known now. Because in the budget implementation bill, they included, buried deep within that bill, a provision that would allow the government, should they so wish, to introduce something called a DPA, a Deferred Prosecution Agreement. They did that because the government had been lobbied extensively by SNC-Lavalin, and they thought by introducing it in the bill, it would allow the prosecutor's office an opportunity to offer a DPA to SNC-Lavalin. That did not happen, and we know what the results were. The biggest scandal in Canadian political history in the last 3 decades, which resulted in the Attorney General, the former Attorney General of Canada, resigning because of inappropriate pressure put on her by this government. By the former Treasury Board President resigning in protest over this government's handling of that very, very key element of the Budget Implementation Act. Mr. Speaker, I could go on for quite considerable time, but I have limited time before me. So let me just conclude by going back to my opening remarks. when I said that, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, this government does not deserve to be re-elected. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, and anyone else who may be listening to this debate, in slightly less than 6 months, Canadian will be able to prove my prediction quite accurate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member across the way. I'm trying to follow the thread towards the budget and to see whether we could get into his thoughts on the budget, in particular the investments that we're making as a government in social infrastructure and in taking people out of poverty, people in his riding that are now in a better position than they were in 2015 by $2,200 on average, and whether our cuts on taxes in the middle class and the Canada Child Benefit that we've put forward are benefiting the people in his community.
Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
I thank my honourable member for the question, but the answer, quite simply, is no. It's not benefiting any members of my constituency because, by contrast, rather than making life more affordable for the middle class, life is getting more expensive for the middle class. Recent reports have indicated that the average Canadian family will be paying $800 more in taxes now than they did in 2015, before the implementation of their first budget. Mr. Speaker, not only that, the imposition of a carbon tax will ensure that every Canadian family will be paying more money on virtually everything than they did prior. Mr. Speaker, another report indicated that, according to a recent survey, Canadian families, the majority of which said that they are within $200 of insolvency each and every month. Mr. Speaker, this is truly alarming, and only the Liberal government themselves have themselves to blame.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear my friend speak, and I think only in Ottawa could politicians talk about a deficit of $10 billion being a modest deficit. To most Canadians, the notion that $10 billion of anything is modest, especially dollars, is alarming. The fact that the Liberals campaigned that way was, I suppose, a symbolic, but it became a factual representation of their alleged progressivity. He listed off a number of the promises that were made, and one of them was around omnibus legislation. Just recently, my colleague from Vancouver East tried to hive off some immigration changes that are buried at the tail end of this budget. That is something the Liberals clearly promised Canadians they would not do, to do that kitchen sink approach to legislation, forcing members of Parliament to vote en masse for a whole group of different ideas. I do, for all transparency's sake, wish my friend had a little bit more of an allergy towards omnibus budget bills when he was on the government benches, but this constant repetition of this is what worrisome. My kids recently watched the movie Back to the Future. And I believe the future date in that movie was 2015, and they had hoverboards flying everywhere. And I watched this movie with my kids, realizing that those promises were just a little overstretched. The Liberals made a promise in 2015 that 2019 would be it. 2019, the country would return back to balance within our federal books. I'm wondering if he can ascribe that same sort of fantasy level of thinking that the Liberals applied when talking about fiscal matters that the creators of that very excellent movie, starring a great Canadian, made when trying to anticipate a future far off, leading Canadians down that same sort of fantasy path to nowhere into years upon years of increasing deficit that, of course, weighs on future generations.
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you very much. And I first, at the outset, want to thank my friend, my colleague from Skeena Bulkley Valley, for the many years that he's put into this place. We've known each other since 2004 when we were both elected, and I can only say that I will miss him and the contributions he has made to this place, and I wish him nothing but the best of success in all his future endeavors, and I mean that quite sincerely. With respect to my colleague's comments upon the Liberals' prognostications back in 2015 about the omnibus budgets being a thing of the past, well, I can assure my friend in relation to his comments about just watching Back to the Future with his children that clearly the finance minister is no Michael J. Fox. We have not seen anything quite like this in some time. Yes, it's true that they did not introduce the concept of omnibus bills. That has been doing for some time now, but they've taken to a next level. They have ratcheted it up. We have never seen in parliamentary history a 700-plus page omnibus bill introduced, except by this government. And Mr. Speaker, I agree wholeheartedly with my colleague and my friend that yes, the appropriate thing would be to hive off so many of the elements contained under one bill into separate pieces of legislation. I think, as an example, my colleague and friend would agree with me, had the Liberals hived off, well, let's say, the provision about deferred prosecution agreements, the Department, or at least the Committee on Justice, would have been able to further examine why they wanted to introduce that provision and whether or not it would be something that would benefit the majority of Canadians. They did not. They hid it, and they hid it for one particular reason, to try and make sure that they got their friends in corporate Canada, specifically SNC-Lavalin, a special deal, and we all know how that is ending, Mr. Speaker. It's blown up in their face. It didn't have to be this way had they done the right thing and introduced it as a separate, singular piece of legislation.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity today to speak to Bill C-97, the Budget Implementation Act. With Budget 2019, the government continues to invest in the middle class and in communities across Canada, such as Langley City, the Township of Langley, and the City of Surrey, all located within my riding that I represent of Cloverdale Langley City. Whether it's helping Canadians buy their first home or investing in clean energy and public transit, Budget 2019 focuses on the current challenges faced by everyday Canadians and addresses them in meaningful ways that gives help where people need it the most. I will be speaking on measures that address those issues today. Budget 2019 is our government's fourth budget and builds on the work and progress our government has made these past 4 years. Today, Canada's economy is one of the fastest growing in the G7. Since 2015, Canadians have created more than 900,000 new jobs. Thanks to the middle class tax cut and the tax-free Canada Child Benefit, families in the riding of Cloverdale Langley City have more money in their pockets to help make ends meet. However, it's important to recognize that there's still more work to do, and we need to get on it now. Budget 2019 is a good next step that will help ensure all Canadians share in this growing prosperity. The biggest issue I hear about on the doors in my riding of Cloverdale Langley City is housing. Everyone needs a safe and affordable place to call home, but today, too many Canadians are being priced out of the housing market. This budget helps address this issue in several ways. To start, Budget 2019 proposes to invest $300 million to launch a new housing supply challenge. The Housing Supply Challenge will invite municipalities and Canadians across the country to propose new ways to break down barriers that limit the creation of new housing. We're also expanding the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, helping build more affordable rental options for Canadians to live near where they work or study, and tackling homelessness across the country through the Reaching Home strategy. A new rental building project in my riding with 100 units had more than 2,000 persons apply for these units, demonstrating the need for significantly more rental options in Cloverdale Langley City. Budget 2019 proposes an additional $10 billion over 9 years, extending this program until 2027-28. This will help create 42,500 new rental units across Canada, with a particular focus in areas of low rental supply. To address the difficulty that young families may have in buying their first home, through Bill C-97, Budget 2019 proposes a new first-time home buyer incentive. With this extra help in the shape of a shared equity mortgage through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, Canadians can lower their monthly mortgage payments, making home ownership more affordable. The incentive would provide funding of 5% or 10% of the home purchase price for existing or new homes respectively, with no ongoing monthly payments required. The program is expected to help approximately 100,000 Canadians buy homes that they can afford. Additionally, Budget 2019 proposes to increase the Home Buyers Plan withdrawal limit to $35,000 from $25,000. The Home Buyers Plan allows first-time home buyers to withdraw from the Registered Retirement Savings Plan to purchase or build a home without having to pay tax on the withdrawal. Mr. Speaker, I'm excited about what our investments in infrastructure through Budget 2019 will mean for communities across the country that need funding to get local projects done. In Budget 2019, we're ensuring that infrastructure funding gets to those who have shown they are willing and able to get projects done, our local and municipal governments. We're investing a one-time top-up of $2.2 billion through the Federal Gas Tax Fund to get infrastructure funding in the hands of those who will ensure it is invested in jobs to build our communities. This funding will address short-term priorities in municipalities and First Nations communities. Cloverdale-Langley City will receive an additional top-up of approximately $2,041,652.03. With 95% of this money going toward TransLink, our regional transit infrastructure, it'll help deal with much needed expansion and support of the growing network for our growing population. Working with provinces and territories, the government has approved more than 33,000 infrastructure projects for communities across Canada, supported by federal investments of approximately $19.9 billion. In my riding, these investments will mean better highways, cleaner parks, and new community centres. In fact, just last week, I welcomed the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities to my region for a joint funding announcement with the provincial and municipal governments for major improvements to the Trans-Canada Highway. The $235.5 million investment will upgrade the stretch of highway between 216th Street and 264th Street and will include new high-occupancy vehicle lanes, a new underpass, and a new truck parking lot. This is an important step in addressing a significant pinch point within the regional transportation network throughout the Lower Mainland and through the Fraser Valley. Mr. Speaker, through Bill C-97, Budget 2019 proposes measures that will make life more affordable for Canadian seniors and empower those who want to stay active and involved in their communities. Our government is increasing the GIS exemption from $3,500 to $5,000 per year to give more of our fixed-income seniors the choice to continue work without being penalized. We'll begin proactive CPP enrollment at age 70 to ensure that no seniors miss out on benefits they are entitled to. We're increasing transparency and will launch an initiative to change corporate laws to increase oversight and grant the courts a greater ability to review payments made to executives in the lead up to insolvency, protecting workplace pensions from predatory practices. Budget 2019 proposes significant additional funding of $100 million over 5 years, with $20 million per year ongoing for the New Horizons for Seniors program so that it can continue to improve seniors' quality of life and better promote their active participation in the community. Many organizations and seniors have benefited from the New Horizons for Seniors program in Cloverdale-Langley City. With these enhancements, even more seniors will benefit from additional programs. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to highlight the work we're doing to address the opioid crises. Through Budget 2018, we provided $231.4 million over 5 years for measures that would help address the growing problem, such as a one-time emergency funding of $150 million for provinces and territories for multi-year projects that improve access to evidence-based treatment services. Budget 2019 builds on this work and provides additional funding of $30.5 million over 5 years, starting in 2019-20, with $1 million in ongoing funding for targeted measures to address persistent gaps in harm reduction and treatment. This funding will support efforts to expand access to a safe supply of prescription opioids, protecting people with problematic opioid use from the risks of overdose and death. It will also support better access to opioid overdose response training and to naloxone, a life-saving medication that can stop or reverse an opioid overdose in underserved communities. I recently spoke with the hardworking members of the Langley City Fire Service who battle this opioid crisis on a daily basis. They agree that continued investments in the fight to end opioid overdoses and deaths is needed. Budget 2019 is a budget that works for everyone. Through this budget, we're implementing new programs that will help Canadians progress in their careers, address the growing price of medication, and advance our plan to grow a clean economy. I'd like to go over these briefly. Firstly, Budget 2019 introduces a new Canada Training Benefit, a personalized, portable training benefit to help people plan for and get the training they need. Through this measure, Canadians will get 4 weeks of training every 4 years, up to $1,000 to help pay for training, income support to help with everyday expenses, and the security of knowing they'll have a job to come back to when the training is done. At a recent meeting with the Greater Langley Chamber of Commerce, the need for a well-trained workforce with relevant skills was discussed. The Canada Training Benefit will help address this need of business. Through Budget 2019, we're laying the foundation for the implementation of a national pharmacare program while we await the final report by our advisory council on its full implementation. We're doing so by creating the Canadian Drug Agency, a national formulary, and a national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases. Finally, Budget 2019 takes the next steps in our plan to grow a clean economy and make life more affordable for Canadians. These steps include deploying new recharging and refueling stations and working with manufacturers to secure voluntary zero-emission vehicle sales targets to ensure that vehicle supply meets increased demand. We're also introducing a new federal purchase incentive of up to $5,000 for electric battery or hydrogen fuel cells. This will help make zero-emission vehicles a realistic option for more Canadians by making them up to $5,000 cheaper, building the infrastructure to support them, and encouraging new investments in zero-emission vehicle manufacturing here in Canada. To support businesses' adoption of zero-emission vehicles, Budget 2019 proposes that these vehicles be eligible for a full tax write-off in the year they're put to use. Mr. Speaker, our government has a plan, and that plan is working. Through Budget 2019, we're investing in our communities and supporting those who need it the most. While there's still more work that needs to be done, Budget 2019 is another step in the right direction. This is a budget that I'm proud to stand behind, and I urge every member of this chamber to do exactly the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaire, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my Liberal colleague for his speech. My question is going to specifically zero in on the Canada training benefit. As I said in my speech earlier today, my research into this benefit showed that it was planned on the back of a napkin and is more of an advertisement for the election than it is anything of substance. So for my community, where we're looking at auto, like GM, workers potentially in transition, this government announced a benefit that they've not even consulted the provinces on. Now, this member is probably aware of the fact that provinces control skilled trades and college-based training. In fact, provinces run most of the retraining programs offered around the country. Yet the government announced an initiative in the budget without any consultation with the provinces or territories. So my question to that member is, how can we have confidence in a training benefit when the very organizations and jurisdictions that fulfill that training mandate for Canadians that need new skills to plug into job opportunities in the economy, they need those skills, but the provinces that deliver them haven't even been consulted ahead of this budget? Does that bother the member?
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I'd like to thank my member opposite for the question. I think that it does raise really good questions about how we have a timely and well-trained workforce in today's society. As I noted in my comments in discussions with local business groups such as the Greater Langley Chamber of Commerce, the members there indicated that they struggle with a workforce who is keeping track and on top of current job requirements. And so there are existing training programs, many of them delivered through the provinces and territories, as my colleague noted, but federal funding flows through to the provinces and colleagues and supports much of this retraining. I think that the program that we're discussing is another example of that. It's an opportunity for the federal government to support businesses and Canadians in keeping their skills relevant, and instead of having to take time off, not knowing if they'll be coming back to an employer, this provides support through the employment insurance program for those skills. The business community was also very interested to hear that for small businesses, there will be employment insurance relief for those businesses to support this new program. And I think that everybody will be very delighted as more details come available.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague from British Columbia. We work together on tourism-related issues. Mr. Speaker, he knows full well the impact that the Chinook closures are having on coastal communities and on fishers in our communities, especially the troll fleet, the sport and Indigenous and rec fishers. The minister made this announcement and he showed up empty-handed. He had a toolbox where he could have helped support fishers by extending EI, providing compensation to the commercial fleet that are getting nothing. The government's been sitting on $17 million of Pacific Salmon Treaty money, which was meant to compensate Area G trawlers still hasn't got out the door. They haven't got the restoration and enhancement money that they promised through the coastal restoration funds out the door. It was a drop in the bucket. They announced funding for southern resident killer whales. They made announcements in the fall economic update for enhancement and restoration funds. We're not seeing that money. In fact, they haven't spent $63 million in the Ocean Protection Plan that was scheduled to be spent in 2017, 2018. They're not getting money out the door. Communities don't have confidence that they've got their backs and that this government's in their corner. So my question to the member is, what is he going to do to help get this money out the door and support these communities and encourage the minister to use every toolbox, every tool he's got to help support communities that are being affected by these closures? They talk about the balance of the environment and the economy. Well, they spent $4.5 billion on a leaky pipeline, $1.6 billion subsidizing oil and gas. It's time that they invest in coastal communities and in our salmon, Mr. Speaker. And as a British Columbian, I hope he'll step up and make sure that he puts pressure on the Prime Minister and Cabinet to do something urgently.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City, and 60 seconds or less, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from BC for his question and his advocacy for our West Coast fisheries. I do note that the member in his question does discuss many of the great programs that our government has rolled out, that we've funded them. It's a level of investment that has been needed for many, many years. And yes, there's always a frustration with programs not being designed and implemented as quickly as possible. And so I would offer in response to his question that I think all of us, British Columbian members and others in this House, all want to see the West Coast fisheries survive. We want to see our fish stocks be there for the long term. And so we'll work with our government to make sure that these programs and the funding to go with them are delivered to those who could make a difference on these very important issues in British Columbia and for Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak on Bill C-97, the Budget Implementation Act. I had actually hoped to have an opportunity to speak on the budget itself, but that, of course, was denied as a result of the filibuster from the member from Carleton. There was a very good budget for Prince Edward Island, and it's a long time coming, Mr. Speaker. During the Harper years, we were particularly hard done by in our province and in our region. Throughout the Harper years, we saw disproportionate cuts to the civil service. We saw cuts to the employment insurance program, which is so very important in seasonal economies such as the one in Prince Edward Island. We saw the closure of Veterans Affairs district offices, and this is something near and dear to my heart as a member of Parliament from Charlottetown. Charlottetown is the only place outside the national capital region that has a national headquarters of a federal government department, and we are immensely proud that the national headquarters of the Department of Veterans Affairs is in Charlottetown, so it was particularly troubling to see that district office closed. But, Mr. Speaker, we fixed that. Also during the Harper years, we saw the closure of the citizenship office. So Prince Edward Island was left as the only province in Canada without a citizenship and immigration office at a very time when immigration levels in our province were increasing to the point now where we have the highest per capita immigration in the country. But that closure of the immigration office, Mr. Speaker, we fixed that. We went through a period in the Harper years of the slowest economic growth since R.B. Bennett. Mr. Speaker, we fixed that. We saw an accumulation of $160 billion in new debt during the Harper years and high unemployment. Mr. Speaker, in Prince Edward Island, there's an old adage that our economy is somewhat different. We're not subject to the swings that you see in the rest of Canada. So when the economy goes in the tank, it doesn't dip as far in Prince Edward Island, and when the economy is on fire, it doesn't come up. It doesn't excel as much as it does in the rest of the country. And And part of that could be because of the seasonal economy. Part of that could be because really until recently there hasn't been a lot of industry outside of the seasonal economy. The government sector is quite important. The university sector has been quite important. We've seen that change. This economic boom, this period of unprecedented growth that we haven't seen since the pre-Harper years that we're experiencing right now, this is different. Prince Edward Island is not only sharing in that growth, in many categories we are leading the country. We are leading the country with respect to increase in retail sales. We are leading the country with respect to economic growth. We are leading the country with respect to immigration growth. It has been said, Mr. Speaker, that the Prince Edward Island economy is on a tear. And that's due in no small part to the economic policies of this government. Immediately upon being elected, this government brought in the Canada Child Benefit. Now, I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, about the pride that we have over the fact that there is a national headquarters for a federal government department in Prince Edward Island. The payroll at the national headquarters of the Department of Veterans Affairs is $100 million a year. And $100 million a year is very, very important to the economy of Prince Edward Island. Just to get a sense for how important the Canada Child Benefit, introduced immediately after our election, just to get a sense of how important that is, the amount of money that's brought into Prince Edward Island through the Canada Child Benefit is $100 million a year, the same as the payroll at the national headquarters. The difference between the Canada Child Benefit and the payroll at Veterans Affairs is the Canada Child Benefit is tax-free. So that is one indicator, that is one factor. There are multiple factors for the success of the PEI economy in recent years, but one of them is the economic policies of this government. Mr. Speaker, in a certain sense, we have also become victims of our own success. We share in the national housing crunch. The vacancy rate in the riding that I'm proud to represent is 0.3%. That's in part because of our growing population. It's in part because of the proliferation of Airbnbs. It's in part because there is so much construction happening around Prince Edward Island that it's very, very difficult to get tradespeople. It's in part because of our sky-high tourism numbers. It's in part because of the seasonal economy, which makes Airbnb particularly attractive. I indicated that we've, in a sense, become a victim of our own success. That is also the case with respect to labor shortages, which is why programs like the Atlantic Growth Strategy and the Atlantic Immigration Pilot have been so very, very important. And it's why programs like the Canada Training Benefit, included in this budget, will be very, very important to us. That success is also extended to a strain on our healthcare system, where it has become harder to get a family doctor. Fortunately, this budget also included increases to the Canada Health and Social Transfer, which will go some way to alleviating that pressure. Mr. Speaker, this budget will allow Prince Edward Island to continue its impressive record. As I indicated, with respect to housing, there's a 0.3% vacancy rate. There is substantial initiatives in the budget to address the housing crunch in this country, including measures to make housing more affordable for first-time homebuyers, including the Retail Finance Initiative. These are all measures that are welcome and necessary, and for once are measures that are important for a province that is actually sharing in the economic success that we've seen. Mr. Speaker, recently there was an announcement under the Reaching Home strategy of an award of $3 million to tackle homelessness in Prince Edward Island, administered through the John Howard Society. As I indicated, with the rock bottom vacancy rate in our fair province, this is something that is desperately needed, and the good people at the John Howard Society and the board that examines the proposals to attack homelessness are to be commended, are to be supported. This investment will no doubt lift them up. The other thing I want to mention with respect to housing is something that was specifically mentioned in the budget, and it's not very often that Prince Edward Island gets a specific mention in the budget, but there were at least a couple. One was with respect to new ferries for the passage from PEI to Ile de la Madeleine, and for the passage from Caribou to Wood Islands in Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia, something that really has been the life's work of the honourable member from Cardigan. But on the housing front, there was specific mention of a public housing project in Prince Edward Island of $50.8 million. And this public housing project is designed for people with complex, multiple needs, social, medical, and psychological needs. In part, this investment will replace the aging Hillsborough Hospital, but it will be much broader than that. And it is an indication of where the government's heart is, of where the government's head is, to support those that are most vulnerable, and to really provide for those battling with mental health, addictions, and complicated problems, multiple problems. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by mentioning two other specific things. In the budget, there was specific mention of the Confederation Centre of the Arts. The Confederation Centre of the Arts was built as a monument to the Fathers of Confederation back in 1967. This budget included a $500 million annual increase to the operating budget of the Confederation Centre of the Arts. The cultural industries are so important to my province, so important to my riding, and so important to this country. Mr. Speaker, I am proud as a Prince Edward Island to be able to support this budget. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask a question of my colleague, who is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Recently, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans announced a Chinook salmon closure all around Vancouver Island. Depending on who you listen to, that closure, which seeks to change the return rate of Chinook salmon in the Fraser River from 90% to 96%, which is a very marginal increase of return, one that wasn't necessarily needed to make, is going to result in anywhere from $200 to $500 million in economic damage to fishers and those who depend on the sport fishing industry around Vancouver Island. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can point to anywhere in the budget where these people who are about to lose, and some of them their livelihood, some of them a whole summer's worth of work, what compensation they'll be getting.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question and for his excellent work on the Fisheries Committee. The challenge around Chinook salmon is certainly a vexing one for this government. We are constantly trying to ensure the protection of our oceans and biodiversity, and the protection of aquatic species at risk, while trying to minimize the economic impacts on marine industries. Protecting the species is actually a responsibility that is shared by all Canadians. The protection of the stocks in British Columbia is a priority for our government. We recognize the declining status of these populations and their importance. That is why these measures are necessary, they're responsible, they're science-based, and they're done in consultation with all of the stakeholders involved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries and Oceans, for his speech. Mr. Speaker, I think the member can agree there's been mismanagement from consecutive governments in terms of managing our fish, and as a result, they've had to make bold decisions around the closure of the Chinook salmon stock. We haven't talked enough about the commercial fleet, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, the salmon trawlers that are deeply affected by this closure, they're going to be extended longer than the sports sector, all the way till August 20th, Mr. Speaker. That's a long period of time without EI, without any compensation, and the minister hasn't.
From the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
And I hate to interrupt the member for Courtney-Alberni, but I think he has an important question. There's so much noise from the antechamber around us. There are people speaking so loudly, I cannot even hear the member speaking in the House. And I'm interested to hear both the question and the answer from the member.
That is a very good point, and it just suddenly came up. It was quiet, and there seems to be someone around. The Sergeant-at-Arms is now taking a look into that to make sure that the sound stops. I think I would venture a guess that they can hear our voices, so I'll ask them, if they're not in the chamber, to not talk as loud or whisper to each other. I'm sure they've quieted down. I want to thank the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd for bringing that up. The honourable member for Courtney-Alberni may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I'll start again. The Parliamentary Secretary of Fisheries and Oceans, I want to thank him for his speech, and again, I wanted to bring him back to the conversation around Chinook salmon and the announced closures, the difficult and bold decision that the government had to make because of consecutive mismanagement by Conservative and Liberal governments, especially a decade under the Harper government, where they gutted fisheries protections, they cut jobs for science and muzzled scientists, and this has had a huge impact on the Chinook salmon fishery. The commercial fleet, Mr. Speaker, I really want to focus on them because they haven't been getting any sort of compensation or help from the government since the announcement. The announced closures for the commercial fleet till August 20th. That's a long time for families to try to make their mortgage payments or keep their boats afloat without any support. There was money put aside, $17 million for the salmon that's still sitting in the Pacific Salmon Treaty funds, Mr. Speaker, that hasn't been used to compensate Area G trawlers specifically. But we're looking for the Parliamentary Secretary to maybe come back and tell coastal people what they're going to do, with in terms of their toolbox. Are they going to come to the communities, come to my riding, and sit down and look fishers in the eye and tell them that they're not going to do anything for them, that they're just going to leave them high and dry for the summer? Or are they actually going to make sure that they show up and help them get through this very difficult time? And I urge them to do so.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated earlier, look, we know that the closure of any commercial recreational fishery has a direct impact on communities. The member across was quite right when he talked about the cuts to science under the Harper Conservatives. We've hired 29 new scientists in the Pacific region, and starting this year, we'll invest over $100 million over 5 years and $17 million per year in ongoing support for Fisheries Act stock assessments and rebuilding provisions. Substantial investments are being made. This is a challenge. It is one on which we are getting the best science advice, and one in which we are doing our level best to consult with all of those who are impacted, including the fishers, Indigenous communities, and provincial and territorial governments. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government was proud to put forward their budget on March 19th, but what Canadians got was another budget just absolutely filled with another huge deficit. I quote from the editor of Policy, Canadian Politics and Public Policy, Ian MacDonald. For the Finance Minister, the budget was an opportunity to move on from a legacy of broken promises. He pledged $10 billion a year of deficits for 4 years to balance the books in 2019. 4 years later, the projected cumulative deficit from 2016 to 2022 is more than $100 billion, with balance nowhere in sight. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to focus my remarks on the current economic climate in Canada, specifically based on the housing markets and the government's drive to continue to spend, spend, spend. Now, across Canada, there are many thoughts on when to run a deficit and how to increase the national debt load. In my riding of Elgin Middlesex London, I recently did a survey where over 90% of my constituents said that they would like to see a balanced budget in the near future. I recognize that there are times to have deficits, and there are times to make sure that we're ensuring that our economy is strong. But we have a prime minister and a finance minister who just don't seem to use the same philosophy as many other economists. We have a big question here, and really, if you come back down to the word affordability. So I checked out in the Cambridge Dictionary the definition of affordability, because that is something that is going to be a big question as we're going into the 2019 election. And by definition, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, affordability is the state of being cheap enough for people to buy. And in this budget, the government brought forward two specific programs focused on first-time home buyers, trying to look at something to make sure that housing was more affordable. First of all, they increased the withdrawals for homes from your RSP. You could remove $25,000 previously, and that's been increased up to $35,000. They also introduced the first-time home buyers incentives. Just beginning with the part one. I've had the opportunity to speak to many real estate agents from L-Star and the Canadian Real Estate Real Estate Agency and Association, and they have said and asked for several years, let's increase that to $35,000 for RSPs. And although I totally agree on that, we have to look at the fact that right now, Canadians are being nickeled and dimed. They don't have that extra money to be putting into RSPs so that they can actually take up that more money at that time. That is a huge concern for me. We are talking about affordability, but people are actually going home less what's on their paychecks. Canadians are paying more into the Canada Pension Plan, and they're now paying this introduced carbon tax, especially here in the province of Ontario, when last week I drove and saw that I'm now spending up to $1.60 on gasoline. So Canadians cannot afford what this government has to offer. So the ability for one to save an RSP is truly just not an option. They also put forward the new incentive, the first-time home buyers incentive. And earlier today came out the PBO report, and I just wanted to read into you and put into the record today. This is what their findings found. Estimation and projection method. The cost of the program reflects the cost of borrowing $1.25 billion over 3 years. CMHC will borrow $250 million in 2019 and 20, and $500 million in both 2020 to 21 and 21-22. The estimate was calculated using PBO marginal effective interest rate projections on Government of Canada borrowing. Uncertainty assessment is the key here, and this is the part that the PBO reported. The estimate has high uncertainty. Many of the details relating to the program have yet to be determined or published. Therefore, many assumptions are used. We assume no credit losses on debt, no gains or losses in the equity holding. 100% of the loans are administered at the beginning of the fiscal year, except in 2019-2020, and the portfolio is fully dispersed at all times. That is, any principal repayments are immediately redistributed to other eligible buyers. The estimate is sensitive to changes in interest rates, which can vary over time. There is insufficient information on the program to quantify a behavioral response. So kind of like what my colleague had said earlier, it's sort of like they come up with some of these plans on the back of a napkin. They actually have to see, these are the plans we're coming forward with, how are they actually going to pay out? What are you actually going to get in the long run? And according to Douglas Porter, many people would know him from BMO, he's indicated the program will only apply to those with household income below $120,000 annually and with a maximum mortgage and incentive amounts of 4 times income. As much the impact will contain to the lower end of the market below, roughly $500,000, and arguably that's the level where affordability becomes a challenge. Now, what he examples here is the fact that when we're talking about housing and we're talking about this first-time incentive, it looks great on paper. But we have to put into reality what the markets in both the Greater Vancouver and the Greater Toronto area are sending to us. And you cannot find an average home of $500,000 in those locations. So when we're talking about this, they've come up with this great plan, and the biggest areas that we're having affordability issues with will not even come close to what the buyers are looking for. You will not be able to go and buy a house in Toronto or buy a house in Vancouver because that amount is lower. I'm not saying it's a good program or it's a bad program, but as I said, it looks like it was done on the back of the napkin because the affordability issue has not been addressed just because of this new program. And also, according to a Bloomberg report, we have to look at household debt. Household debt in Canada a nation generally known for moderation, has reached levels that can be qualified as excessive. Canadians owe $2.16 trillion, which is a share of gross domestic product, is the highest debt load in the group of 7 economies. Until recently, Canada had been lauded as the sound financial management. The country of 37 million emerged relatively unscathed from the global financial crisis, thanks in large part to the strength of its banks. But the extended run of low interest rates that followed sparked a boom in borrowing, with the ratio of debt to disposable income rising to a record 174% in the fourth quarter from 148% a decade earlier. Households are feeling the strain. The debt service ratio, a measure of how much disposable income goes to principal and interest payments, climbed to 14.9 in the fourth quarter, almost matching the 2007 record high. A total of 31,900 Canadians filed for insolvency in the last 3 months through December, and the most since 2010. Credit growth is running at its lowest annual pace since 1983. And this takes us back to the deficit. And so that's why I wanted to bridge this to the deficit and talk about where Canadians are at, what they actually have, and what their own credits and debits are, what they have as a bankroll, what they have for savings. And we have to look back that we have a Canadian Prime Minister who is now spending more per person with inflation adjusted and accumulated more debt per person than any other prime minister outside of a world war or recession. So we're talking about good fiscal times and extraordinary spending. And why should this concern us? With increased debt load, there are fewer resources available to provide the programs Canadians need. The final result are financial burdens on future generations. Generations that are having increased debt loads due to things like housing and education, and actually the carbon tax. The fact that you go to the grocery store, need to put gas in your tank. Everything is costing more. A generation that has less money to save and less money to invest in the future. And why? We now have a government that's going to continue to spend. So the debt load at home continues to get larger, and the debt load here in the government of Canada continues to get larger. And this brings me back to the original quote indicating that the deficit has increased by over $100 billion under this government. This brings us to the data that I've been looking at also in different magazines, indicating and looking at the total industry and good growth industry. At the beginning of this government's mandate, we continue to see increased growth in the GDP, growth that started under the former Conservative government. But according to data received and published, we have seen an ever-growing decline in the good industry. And by looking at this, you can see when you're looking at those charts, we were going up, and in the last year and a half to 2 years, we're beginning to go down and climbing down to lower rates. The fact is, as Kevin Page had said, output in the goods sector has declined over the past year due to weakness in mining and manufacturing. Business investment is falling. Both the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund recently raised alarms over rising uncertainty due to trade tensions, the potential for financial market corrections, and geopolitical issues. Projected growth in the budget for 2019 up to 1.8%, looks strong given the weakness in the latest GDP. Projections for future sales in the Bank of Canada Business Outlook survey have flatlined. So this is a part we must be concerned. We're talking about debt loads at home continuing to increase, and this government continues to have increased debt loads as well. How can somebody prepare themselves for the future? I always state when I'm in this House, I'm a proud mother of 5. And I am very concerned of their future when I know that this government has no problem just continuing to throw the debt load on top of that. And that is why I want to finish off with a quote that I found from Kevin Page when he quoted writer Stephen King. He stated, "There is no harm in hoping for the best as long as you're prepared for the worst." And I feel that this government has not prepared Canada's economy, and they have not prepared our future generations for what they have left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would disagree with the member's closing remarks. I think the government has done exceptionally well in preparing going forward, and the numbers speak for themselves. You know, well over 900,000 new jobs in the last 3.5 years by working with Canadians from every region of the country. I think that we have seen exceptional growth in many different areas. What I find interesting is how the Conservatives try to give this impression as if they know how to manage deficits, and they're very critical of the current government's deficit. And I want, if the member could explain to Canadians why it is that Stephen Harper, when he was the Prime Minister, actually accumulated $150 billion plus in debt. And that's to keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that when he inherited the books of Canada as Prime Minister, he actually inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus. And this so-called fictitious balance that the Conservatives say that they ended his 10 years of was really non-existent.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was really proud last week. I joined a group from Elstar and from CREA, and we went down to Toledo, Ohio, where we saw the impact of the global economic downturn. The number of houses that were lost in those areas of Toledo, Ohio, and in the Detroit area. We were fortunate enough to have great leadership, great policies when it came to our banks, to move forward. But part of that was called stimulus spending. And the stimulus spending that was put forward through recreation, through the infrastructure, the Building Canada funds, a variety of things, partnerships with the provinces, we were able to get things done. We were able to keep people employed. I was fortunate to be in an office working with those people that had become unemployed, looking at opportunities for us, and we put together sound policies. We put forward sound programs that would help Canadians through this crisis. And that is why we were doing it the right way, yet these people are just spending, spending, and spending.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
First, I want to thank my friend and colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London. I always appreciate her comments in the House of Commons, regardless of whether I agree with the positions of the Conservative Party, but I really appreciate her enthusiasm. Mr. Speaker, I've been talking a lot about salmon and the impact that the closures of the Chinook salmon are having on British Columbians. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. It should be all parties should be making this a priority, that we invest in enhancement, restoration, and habitat protection, that we invest in bringing back our salmon to abundancy. But Mr. Speaker, we know that question period is a very important place for parties to identify their priorities, especially the official opposition, and it's April 30th, 2019, Mr. Speaker. This Parliament has been sitting for over 3.5 years, and the Conservative Party has not asked one question on Pacific salmon. Mr. Speaker, not one question. This is despite having 9 MPs from British Columbia, 97 MPs. They haven't prioritized this. And Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my colleague to urge her party to join the NDP in making salmon a priority and putting it on a priority in question period for her party as soon as possible, because this is an urgent situation, Mr. Speaker, and for their party, and I know that they have different concerns. They don't support the carbon tax. They've had 700 questions on the carbon tax, and they've had over 350 questions on SNC Lavalin and the scandal that's taking place there. We understand each party has priorities, but I'm urging her and her party to make salmon a priority and to rise in this House of Commons in question period and take on the government to release resources immediately to these fishers that are impacted and support our salmon.
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, and 60 seconds or less, please.
Well, thank you very much. I'm a proud resident on the Great Lakes, so I understand the importance of restoration. I understand the importance of keeping our environment clean, and I take your great concern. I do take that into consideration. I'll be sure to share that when we speak in caucus. We're very fortunate because I'm part of a caucus where we actually talk, where we actually sit up in caucus and we actually talk about what we are thinking. We don't have to always agree, and at the end of the day, it's our leader, when he's speaking for all of us, because it is where we're all beginning to agree on different things. So it's really interesting. I'm part of a caucus that I'm very, very proud of, and I will be sure to bring that forward.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform you the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment.
For Essex Automotive Industry, the Honourable Member for Windsor West, Statistics Canada, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, the Environment, Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to lend my support to Budget 2019 as a roadmap to a more prosperous and equitable future for our communities. 3 years ago, I stood in this House and spoke about the potential in Budget 2016, that it would provide Canadians the tools they need to innovate and to build a stronger, healthier, and greener Canada. Since 2016, Canadians have used tools such as tax cuts for the middle class, infrastructure spending, and the Canada Child Benefit to stimulate growth, helping to create over 950,000 jobs. In fact, Guelph now has the lowest unemployment in Canada at 1.9%. In 2018, we reduced our projected emissions for 2030 by an additional 21 million tons since last year, while still growing the Canadian economy, lifting 800,000 people out of poverty, including many seniors, and 3 years ahead of schedule. Mr. Speaker, these are the results Canadians voted for in 2015, but for the people of Guelph and me, we know that better is always possible. Despite job growth and increased opportunity for young people, home ownership for many residents still remains out of reach. And there's still a large body of politicians that still cast doubt on climate change, while the majority of Canadians are demanding action. Budget 2019 is our plan to move forward and build on the gains made over the last 3 years. Infrastructure is the backbone of any successful nation, and that's why, beginning with our first budget, we began investing in infrastructure. Currently, the government has a plan in place that is investing more than $180 billion over 12 years to build infrastructure in our communities, approving more than 33,000 infrastructure projects from coast to coast to coast. We've heard from Canadians. They agree overwhelmingly that they want their municipalities to continue to build their communities. And because many municipalities across Canada continue to face serious infrastructure deficits, Budget 2019 will provide municipalities with a one-time transfer of $2.2 billion through the Federal Gas Tax Fund to address priorities in municipalities and in First Nation communities. These investments in our communities will help to build community centres, roads, schools, play structures, and more, but would also spur on creation of jobs, in fact, thousands of jobs in construction. We're hoping the province of Ontario will return to collaborating as a key partner in investing in our community. Canadians that work hard and contribute to the Canadian society deserve to retire in dignity. Since 2015, we've improved the Old Age Security Benefit, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, as well as the Canada Pension Plan. Enhancing the Canada Pension Plan starting in 2019 will provide more money for Canadians when they retire. This translates into an increase in the current maximum retirement benefit of more than $7,000 per year, from $13,610 to almost $21,000 per year. But seniors are still struggling with the rising costs of prescription medication. Canadians pay some of the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Brand name medicines cost, on average, 20% more in Canada than they do in other advanced economies. Seniors living on a fixed income are some of the most vulnerable when these costs rise. The first step we'll take is to provide Health Canada with $35 million over 4 years, starting in 2019-2020, to establish a Canadian Drug Agency Transition Office to support the development of this vision. And in order to address rare diseases, Budget 2019 proposes to invest up to $1 billion over 2 years, starting 2022-2023, with up to $500 million per year ongoing to help Canadians with rare diseases get the drugs they need. I'm surprised that I have to say this, but climate change is real. When you look on the Ottawa River tonight, Mr. Speaker, you see the banks overflowing with water. You see climate change happening across the prairies with droughts. We see extreme weather in different parts of Canada showing that things are changing. Denying this will only make it harder and harder to address. Thankfully, we have taken action. In Budget 2018, we reduced our projected emissions for 2030 by an additional 21 million tons, and we're really just starting to get going. Last week, I participated in a student-run town hall on climate change, and the message was clear. Canadian youth want their leaders to act swiftly to curb the effects of climate change. Almost every student in the gymnasium that I spoke with were saying we weren't doing enough and we weren't doing it fast enough. But Budget 2019 will help to advance our climate change objectives by investing in energy-efficient retrofits, by investing $1.01 billion to increase energy efficiency in residential, commercial, and multi-unit buildings. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this program was just announced with links this afternoon, and applications are being accepted up until May the 13th. Of this $1 billion, $300 million will go to support home energy retrofits to help replace furnaces and install renewable energy technology through the Community Eco-Efficiency Acceleration Initiative. And Mr. Speaker, that's available now. We'll set aside another $300 million to provide financing for affordable housing developments to improve their energy efficiency and in new and existing housing. That'll help to support not only on-site energy generation, but to reduce the cost of energy that's used in the housing units. A further investment of $350 million will provide municipalities and nonprofit community organizations with financing and grants to retrofit and improve the energy efficiency of large community buildings in Canadian municipalities, both large and small. Since Ontario has opted out of climate change incentives, these funds will be directly available to our communities via the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. So the money collected will be returned to municipalities and to businesses. Emissions from vehicles are also a principal source of pollution in our air. And as co-chair of the Auto Caucus, it's something that we're looking at in terms of the car of the future, and to encourage more Canadians to buy zero-emission vehicles. Budget 2019 proposes $300 million over 3 years to introduce a new federal purchase incentive of up to $5,000 on electric battery or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles with a manufacturer's suggested retail price of less than $45,000. That impacts 27 models that are currently available. But it also gives a signal to manufacturers that that's the threshold that our programs operate under, so they can look at ways to get their vehicles under that cost. As well, businesses purchasing EV or hybrid vehicles will be able to fully write off the cost in the first year. The goal is to achieve 10% EV or hybrid purchases in the next 2 years. And Mr. Speaker, what we saw was a growth under the former incentive program the Ontario government was offering to go from 1% EV vehicles to 4%. As soon as that incentive was removed, we went down to 1% again. So we want to recover and, in fact, grow that up to 10% of EV purchases over the next 2 years. Electric vehicles face a major obstacle, though. Recharging is a difficult thing to find sometime when you're away from home. I've heard this in my community and from other EV owners. To correct this and expand the network of zero-emission vehicle charging stations, Budget 2019 proposes to build on previous investments by providing Natural Resources Canada with $130 million over 5 years. This investment will help deploy new recharging stations in workplaces, public parking spots, commercial and multi-unit residential buildings, as well as remote locations. So finally this year, we've brought an end to the days of free pollution. For provinces that do not have a plan in place, we've got a plan that we've implemented across the country that will balance not only reducing the cost to families through incentives going back, but also putting a price on pollution. While I wish I could speak on every initiative in Budget 2019, we've heard about skills advancing as well as advancing reconciliation. We've lifted 850,000 people out of poverty, but I can see my time is just about at an end. So, Mr. Speaker, this budget is going to continue the work we began in 2015, creating a more inclusive, more sustainable, and a prosperous country for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in 2015, the Liberals at the time made a commitment. It was a campaign commitment, and they expressed distress over what they called large pieces of omnibus budget legislation. So what my question is the areas that deal with immigration, the areas that deal with the separation of the Department of Indigenous Affairs, where we are not going to have an opportunity to even talk to those affected stakeholders because of how they have presented this bill. Can my colleague share with us, first of all, did he commit to that platform and the omnibus legislation, and how will he explain that to his constituents now where clearly he has broken a promise?
Honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou for her question. Mr. Speaker, the budget that we have in front of us and the budget we're discussing is about numbers. It's about the business plan for Canada, and it's looking at all aspects of operating the country, including the increases that we've seen in asylum seekers, which require more funding for us to be able to support provinces and municipalities to provide the support needed in terms of immigration. So when we look at what we're doing in the budget, Mr. Speaker, it all comes down to the dollars that are needed to run effective programs to support the changing needs of Canada.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague across the way in his speech said that climate change were a reality, and that we can see that now with the flooding hitting various places across the country. Young people have been protesting in the street every Friday for several months in Montreal to send a clear message to the provincial and federal governments. And scientists are clearly telling us that we still don't have a global plan to reach our greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets. And Environment Canada has even said that we're looking at 66 megatons more in production today. So we're actually increasing our emissions rather than reducing them. So we won't meet our Paris targets before 200 years past the point when we expected to. And that's just to limit warming to 1.6 degrees Celsius. So there's no plan. The Liberals claim to defend the environment, but there haven't been any laws. On February 10th, citizens in my country, in my riding, worked on various motions concerning fossil fuels. But the Liberals are going to be giving up to $3.3 billion in subsidies to the oil industry. That's written in their budget from March 2019. Now, my citizens called for better labeling of packaging so that they could do more recycling, having a full transition to a circular economy by 2050, and setting up a mandatory system for energy efficiency building evaluation. And I have a lot of other ideas to inspire the government if the government is lacking inspiration on this file. There are a whole series of proposals brought forward by my constituents that could help us reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And the government is really lagging. So I hope that he'll have an answer for the young people in my riding so that they can remain hopeful.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the detailed question, almost bordering on a speech, Mr. Speaker, but she was touching on points that are important for the youth of Canada, across Canada, and we are seeing protests, and we're seeing anxiety, we're seeing people that want to see change, and they want to see it now. When we look at what we have done as we're building our pan-Canadian network of climate change programs, we've at the same time been able to reduce our emissions during a time of economic growth by about 21 million tons. We're also looking at the subsidies, Mr. Speaker, and we have a plan to phase them out. In fact, it is in the budget that 5 out of 7 subsidies are currently are going forward in terms of being removed, and there are 2 out of 7 that are currently being reviewed by CRA. So we know we have to get off coal, we have to get off subsidy, and we have to move ahead with the plan. And Mr. Speaker, we have a 50-point plan, and it is working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to C-97 for the first implementation act of our Liberal government's Budget Implementation Act for 2019. Let me first say, Mr. Speaker, that this was a phenomenal budget for my constituents in Brampton North and for all Canadians. It would take far more than 10 minutes to talk about all of its strengths, but I will try to highlight some of its biggest wins for Brampton in the time that I've been given. In a city as fast-growing as Brampton, infrastructure spending is especially critical. More Bramptonians make use of our roads and public transit system every day. Brampton Transit saw its ridership grow by 14% last year, with over 30 million total rides, making it the fastest growing transit system in Canada. Budget 2019 embraces and invests in that growth. A one-time transfer directly to municipalities will see the City of Brampton receive over $16.6 million in additional infrastructure spending. The region of Peel, which is the region that Brampton is in, is receiving a further $41 million through this transfer. This is money that can go towards improvements for our roads and highways. It can buy new buses, in addition to the 22 buses our government has already funded, or renovate transit hubs, and it can make critical repairs to our water and wastewater systems. It can go towards new sports or cultural centres as well. Now, this funding is a big deal for Brampton, and I'm thrilled that it was in our budget. But let's not forget why this money is just so important. Our government has billions of dollars on the table for the province of Ontario through our Investing in Canada infrastructure program. $8.3 billion is available for public transit alone. But can my city apply directly to the federal government for funding? No, it can't. For that funding to be available, the provincial government needs to come to the table. It is Premier Ford's responsibility to open up funding streams, to be a full partner and get these projects going. Now, I've had many meetings with my city councillors, regional councillors, the mayor of Brampton, and we all seem to agree that these projects can't open up soon enough. But it seems that Doug Ford doesn't want to invest, doesn't want to create jobs. For that funding to be, yes, indeed. So time is running out. The summer construction season is practically underway. Unions, trade associations, and contractors are speaking up. They're concerned that they won't have any work this summer. While the province refuses to let cities apply for public transit funding, refuses to let them apply for any infrastructure funding, billions of dollars are being left on the table, as are jobs and projects that come with it. But perhaps I'm focusing too much on public transit funding. After all, looking at the province's Ontario Transit Plan, it doesn't look like Premier Ford intends for Brampton to receive any of it. A $28.5 billion transit line for the downtown Toronto will take up every drop of infrastructure funding from multiple levels of government and then some, while leaving my city and my constituents out in the cold. But the municipal infrastructure funding is far from the only important part of Budget 2019 for Brampton North. If there was one thing that my constituents wanted in Brampton for a very long time, it would be a university. Much like our government, we are a city that strongly believes in the value of learning and access to a good education. Our government's changes to make post-secondary education more affordable have been well received. Within our first year of government, we increased Canada's student grants by 50%. We made sure that graduates are not required to start making payments on their loans until they're earning $25,000 a year. And we have more than doubled the number of Canada summer jobs so that more students can get valuable work experience and save money for tuition or living costs. Changes proposed in Budget 2019, included in the C-97, will extend the interest-free period on student loans by 6 months, giving students room to breathe following graduation. Investing in all levels of education, including post-secondary education, is essential to ensuring that young people get the skills, training, and opportunities that they need to succeed in the workforce, now and well into the future. Our government understands that. My constituents understand that. I'm proud of that many of them joined in the province-wide walkout on April 4th to protest Premier Ford's education system changes. While we're making the 6-month period interest-free, Premier Ford has taken away that period completely. This is why so many of my constituents were devastated when one of the first things the newly elected Conservative provincial government did was cutting the funding for the downtown Ryerson University campus. The cuts were unexpected and they blew a hole in Brampton's vision for an economic revitalization of our downtown core. They were universally condemned by my community. I recall the president of the Brampton Board of Trade commenting that that move to cut funding does not inspire confidence in the government.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do wish my friend well as she has future plans of pursuing a seat at Queen's Park, but I think the topic we're supposed to be addressing is the federal budget. I know there's lots in there the government probably doesn't want to talk about, but I wonder if you can call the member to order and encourage her to address the issue before the House at the moment.
I want to remind the honourable member that we are discussing the federal budget, not the provincial budget. I'll let her continue. I'm sure she's coming around to the federal government, so I'll leave it to her to bring it back.
It is completely irrelevant, Mr. Speaker, and I'm contrasting what happens when you have a government with a vision that makes cuts and a government that invests in growth. Both I and my fellow Brampton MPs spent months after that university cancellation announcement speaking with Ryerson, with my city, and with provincial counterparts. We advocated tirelessly to our colleagues, including the Honourable Minister of Finance, to ensure that Brampton's interests were being heard. Even if the province wasn't listening, it worked. And included in Budget 2019 was an $80 million investment over 4 years to support 3 or more cybersecurity networks across Canada that are affiliated with a post-secondary institution. Ryerson's cybersecure catalyst was mentioned by name, and I believe that it will be a strong contender for the funding. We're expecting to make announcements in the coming months very soon. Another common issue constituents raise with me, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of pharmaceutical drugs. Now, as our government has constantly said, we firmly believe that no Canadians should have to choose between paying for prescription medication or putting food on the table. While Canadians are proud of our healthcare system, they're still forced to make this impossible decision. I could draw attention once again to the many cuts in healthcare funding that Premier Ford's government has managed to put forward in a remarkably short amount of time. But, Mr. Speaker, there's just so much ground to cover and not enough time in my few minutes left. Back in Budget 2018, our government established an advisory council on the implementation of a national pharmacare program. After taking Talking to Canadians from coast to coast to coast, we are awaiting their final report, but through Budget 2019, we are laying the foundation for a national program. This includes the creation of a Canadian Drug Agency. Together with the provinces and territories, this agency will negotiate drug prices for all Canadians, lowering the cost by up to $3 billion per year. We're also putting in place a national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases that will help families most in need. Looking through this legislation and comparing it to recent events, Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced that this budget truly has the interest of Canadians at heart. We're taking action to make their lives better in real and tangible ways. We're helping the people who need it most, not by burying our heads in the sand through cuts and more cuts, but we're giving people the tools they need to grow Canada's economy on their own. It is their hard work that's building an incredibly strong economy for today and laying the foundation for continued growth for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting always to hear the perspective of those at Queen's Park and those working hard to join them. I wanted to zero in on one particular aspect of the budget, Mr. Speaker, and that is the investments by this government on infrastructure in Asia. The Finance Minister tells us that giving money to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank to build pipelines in Asia as a tool of advancing Chinese foreign policy is about demonstrating our commitment to international development and green improvements. Well, I think he knows that there are many options for organizations we can cooperate with internationally that are doing development that have much better environmental standards, much better human rights standards, don't have the same transparency problems as the AIIB. In fact, it was President Obama who highlighted these transparency and other problems around the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Never mind the current ongoing problems in terms of Canada-China relations. My constituents are wondering, and I suspect people in Brampton are wondering as well, why their hard-earned tax dollars are going to build infrastructure in Asia in a way that is not transparent, not accountable, when at the very least we could be working with development vehicles that do not have the same problems, and at best perhaps we could be using those resources to invest responding to infrastructure needs we have here in Canada.
Well, member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through my speech and through many occasions in the House, through question period, through many debates, you have heard time and time again about the many investments that have been made by our government. This investment is going to reduce the use upon coal in China. However, I think I'd like to talk about our energy policy, our environmental policies right here in Canada as well. We're investing here to make sure that Canadians' concerns around climate change are heard and understood by this government, and we're taking real action. We have yet to hear any ideas from the Conservatives when it comes to climate change, what they would propose instead. I know, in fact, that China will benefit greatly, but so will the world. So will we at home. We know that in the past, when coal plants were eliminated in Ontario, we went from having tons, almost the entire summer, I remember growing up, with advisories not to go out, smog advisories day after day. And now, Mr. Speaker, there are none. So I think any initiative that is taken and any money that is invested that will improve the environment is a good investment, not only for Canadians, but for the whole globe.
In comments, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Brampton North for her speech. One of the important issues are going across Canada. In fact, it was in the last election that the Liberals were going to say they were going to fix this, and that was on bankruptcy and solvency. And I know she didn't mention in her speech, but during bankruptcy protection, the first thing that happens to a person, the majority of people that are gone, is the severance pay is taken away, their termination pay is gone, their vacation pay is gone. And then if the company goes insolvent and has to declare the bankruptcy, what happens is all the pensioners, because if they have a deficit, lose. So we have a huge issue here, and the Liberal government said they were going to fix this, and now this was the last time that they could try to do this in their budget, and all they did was a little bit of window dressing. There's nothing in this budget that claims that the pensioner is going to have a protected pension either as a secured creditor or some type of guaranteed fund on the pensions. And I want to know why this was omitted and what do they plan on doing about it?
For Brampton North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out that I've got colleagues in the House, the Minister of Seniors that has been working hard on this issue, and it doesn't stop just at this budget, but I would like to highlight some of the steps that have been taken in this budget. We've taken a whole-of-government, evidence-based approach to addressing these concerns using all the levers that our government has at its disposal. That's why, through this legislation, we would be establishing tools to promote responsible corporate behavior towards pensioners and better protect Canadians. These changes include allowing courts to examine executive compensation in insolvency cases to make proceedings fairer and more transparent, establishing better oversight of executive compensation and setting higher expectations for corporate behavior by mandating shareholders' votes on approaches to compensation, enhancing income security for Canadians with disability by ensuring that when an individual in bankruptcy, creditors will not have access to the money deposited and held in registered disability savings plans. These steps will help ensure that those that need the money get it as well. Those that have pensions get it as well. But it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. We are looking at other ways, other avenues that we can protect our pensioners.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise today to speak about the Budget Implementation Act 2019. While the budget acknowledges anxieties facing Canadians today, the government is failing to show a sense of urgency for addressing the underlying causes. The budget contains misguided priorities, and it also includes delays and a lack of funding for serious issues such as climate change, childcare, and universal prescription drug coverage. With the last budget of its mandate, this government has failed to take the bold actions Canadians want to build a more sustainable and equitable future and to build a better Canada. Canadians, and particularly young Canadians, are deeply worried about climate change. Last month, high school students in Nelson joined thousands from across the country and the world who've been walking out of class to demand stronger action on climate change. I also received passionate letters from grade 5 and 6 Ktunaxa students who are worried about polar bears and the environment. And I have special concern for my granddaughter Lolita, who at times worries if her generation will have a future at all. The IPCC says we have less than 12 years to act to avert climate catastrophe, and a recent report found Canada is warming at twice the global average. Bold, urgent action is needed. However, the budget continues to delay phasing out fossil fuel subsidies that jeopardize our ability to transition to a green economy before it is too late. It proposes simply to study subsidies, pointing to a peer review process announced last June. Earlier this month, the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development found the government's attempts to study fossil fuel subsidies have been flawed. Her audits found the government has failed to do a fulsome inventory of subsidies and did not consider long-term environmental and social impacts on an equal basis with economic factors. The time is now to end fossil fuel subsidies and begin the shift to renewable energy, public transit, and energy efficiency. That should not, however, include handouts to hugely profitable corporations such as Loblaws. Actions such as that show this government is out of touch and failing to support Canada's small businesses and workers in the transition to a low-carbon economy. As the NDP's critic for national parks, I'm also disappointed to see no funding has been allocated to protect Parks Canada's assets from climate change, despite a recent report commissioned by the agency estimating this will cost up to $3.3 billion. In fact, it seems Parks Canada has lost $15 million from its budget, which was returned to the fiscal framework after the cancellation of the Icefield Trails project, instead of being allocated to other urgent park priorities like adaptation. Canadians are also deeply anxious about affordability issues. They are grappling with sky-high housing costs in a time of stagnant wages and precarious work. The dream of owning a home and being able to retire feel like they're slipping out of reach for many. The budget includes measures targeting millennials who want to buy their first home, but these measures are misguided. One proposal is to increase the amount first-time homebuyers can borrow from registered retirement savings plans to $35,000. However, Abacus data reports their research found only 36% of millennials even have an RRSP. Many young Canadians are struggling to save for a home or their retirement because of high student debt and lack of affordable childcare, but the budget does little to address these issues. In British Columbia, the $10 a day childcare pilot project introduced by the NDP government has been a game changer for the families selected to participate, including one of my former staff members in Nelson. There have been media reports of families saving around $1,000 a month or more on childcare under that program. So while the budget acknowledges the lack of affordable childcare is putting education, employment, and home ownership out of reach for parents, particularly mothers, despite this, the 2019 budget provides no new funding to make affordable childcare a reality for more families. One of my staff members here in Ottawa spends more than a third of her take-home pay on daycare for her toddler, but considers herself lucky because she was able to secure a licensed spot. Like most of the country, in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, there is a shortage of licensed childcare spots, and parents sign up for wait lists before their children are even born. The budget acknowledges that women's participation in the workforce has stalled since the early 2000s, and researchers cite access to quality, affordable childcare as an important factor in encouraging women's attachment to the workforce. Last month, the Cranbrook Boys and Girls Club announced they are closing their licensed childcare program for ages 3 to 5-year-olds because they've been unable to recruit qualified staff. Recruitment and retention of early childhood educators is a major problem in Canada due to the low wages in this female-dominated field. However, the federal government is not taking urgent action to address this issue. Meanwhile, Sarah, a pharmacist in Kimberley, is leading an effort to get more after-school care programs running in town. She conducted a survey which found many local mothers were unable to work because of the lack of after-school care, or their employment options were extremely limited due to school hours. Almost 2 decades ago, scholar Rianne Mahan termed the quest for universal childcare the never-ending story, and the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development has called it a long-term vision. Frankly, mothers are done listening to this story. An NDP budget would make funding universal, high-quality, affordable childcare a priority because it is good for families, for children, and for the economy. I was also disappointed to see the budget takes the half measure of reducing interest rates on student loans instead of eliminating interest entirely. Last month, I wrote to the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour to request they follow BC's lead, which stopped charging interest on provincial student loans this February. Too many Canadians of all ages are also anxious about how they will afford the medications they need, and the health of our nation is suffering. My constituency offices have heard stories of people taking half doses of their medications, risking anaphylactic reactions instead of purchasing EpiPens, or waiting until payday to fill prescriptions. Instead of acting with a sense of urgency to establish a universal, comprehensive public pharmacare program that would lower drug costs and cover everyone, the budget delays this important work. The budget proposes funding over 4 years for the establishment of a new drug agency while not taking steps to deal with inadequate and unequal coverage across the country. It also delays funding for those living with rare diseases until 2022. Studies show pharmacare would save Canada money and improve health outcomes, and most Canadians want us to fill this critical gap in our Medicare system. The time for talk and study is over. It is now time to act. Canadians need to be able to use their health care cards, not their credit cards, when picking up their prescription medications. The NDP has a plan to ensure pharmacare is available for all by 2020, and I encourage the Liberal government to take a serious look at what can happen if you are truly committed to a better Canada. Another anxiety many retirees and workers have is whether the pensions they have earned from hard years of work will be secure and not stolen if their company goes bankrupt, as happened with Sears Canada. Instead of moving forward with overdue changes to bankruptcy laws to protect workers and pensioners, as suggested by my colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain, the budget asks them to rely on the good faith of corporate executives. This is out of touch with the experience of retirees who saw their pensions cut while executives got bonuses and shareholders got dividend payments. Pensions are deferred wages and need to be given super priority status in bankruptcies. The budget does contain some positive measures, such as increasing federal investment in broadband and setting a target for achieving high-speed internet connectivity across the country by 2030. In February, I gave a speech in Parliament about the digital divide between rural and urban Canada and urged the government to make funding this issue a priority in the budget. I am pleased to see the government is acting on this issue, but 2030 does not show urgency. Rural cell phone coverage and affordability of cell and internet service also remains pressing concerns for Canadians. I'm also pleased to see a top-up of the federal gas tax fund this year, which will lead to an estimated $280 million in extra funding for local governments in BC and funding for the Green Municipal Fund to support energy efficiency initiatives. You know, Mr. Speaker, every year I ask my constituents whether their lives are better, worse, or the same 6 months after a federal budget. While this government has been quick to bail out corporations like SNC-Lavalin or Kinder Morgan, it continues to tell ordinary Canadians to wait for solutions to their problems. Unfortunately, there is very little in this budget that will benefit my constituents, while adding $19.8 billion in debt for our children and grandchildren to pay off. An NDP budget would make different choices and put people and the planet at the center of government policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
So as many in this House will not be surprised, I follow the NDP's pronouncements on housing with a great deal of interest. And I'd like to ask the member to comment on a housing policy announced in BC during the recent by-election that effectively would double the Stephen Harper tax credit for first-time home buyers, one that would see someone who can afford a $1.6 million house, the average price in Vancouver, who could afford a down payment of close to $350,000, who could carry a mortgage of $1.25 million. Your solution to that situation was to mail a check for $750 to a millionaire 6 months after the house closed. When Harper introduced this tax credit, Jack Layton called it a dribbling, pathetic little tax credit that will do nothing for the homelessness or the homeownership crisis. Why have you doubled down on a failed Stephen Harper policy? Why are you sending checks for $750 to millionaires?
I just want to remind the honourable members that when they're referring to the other members, they have to go through the Speaker and not directly. I just want to assure the honourable members that the Speaker is not doing any of the stuff that he was accused of by the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the floor for his question. If he had sort of kept up to date with the proposals that we were putting forward to benefit housing and ensure affordable housing is there for the future, and at the same time to improve what's happening with the environment, he would notice that recently we've announced that we want to, in essence, restore the energy retrofit program and increase the energy retrofit program for houses across Canada to make them more efficient, make them last longer, and make them more desirable places to live. So our platform is evolving. We are looking to try and see 500,000 affordable homes in place in the relatively near future. And we know it can be done because just after the war, when government actually was serious about providing affordable housing, they created 350,000 wartime houses, which people still live in across the country. Small houses, but affordable houses, over the period of about 2 years. So we know that if government is actually serious about affordable housing, rather than just saying nice words about affordable housing, we can actually benefit hundreds of thousands of Canadians going forward.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just feeding into this discussion about affordability and helping people access home ownership, I wonder if my colleague could share his party's perspective on the issue of the mortgage stress test, some of the new policies that the government has brought in, which maybe are geared to respond to situations in some of Canada's big urban centres, but in reality make home ownership much less accessible for Canadians who really could be able to afford to invest in home ownership themselves, but have a harder time doing so as a result of policies this government brought in on the regulatory side. It wouldn't cost anything for the government to revisit those policies. It's simply a matter of trying to get the government out of the way for people who should be able to afford and invest in their homes, to allow them to do that. I'd be curious if my colleague has thoughts on ways that we can undo some of the damage that this government has done in that respect.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think, though, that the damage has to be shared between the Conservatives and the Liberals, because it was the Conservatives that reduced the period for mortgages to 25 years, which makes it much more difficult for particularly young people to qualify. We would like to see the mortgage period increased to at least 30 years, which would then allow more people to get into the market and be able to afford their mortgages. So some of those problems actually started with the Harper Conservative government and are exasperated by some of the policies of the Liberal government.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nearly 4 years ago, our government was elected with the commitment to invest in the things that matter most to Canadians, including housing affordability for young people, creating good, well-paying jobs, support for seniors and families, and protecting the environment. In March, our government tabled Budget 2019, which makes important investments to deliver on this commitment, that it will improve quality of life for all Canadians and continue to build on the work we've done over the last 4 years. I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C-97, the Budget Implementation Act. I've heard concerns from many of my constituents in Oakville, North Burlington, one of the most expensive housing markets in the country, about affordability and the accessibility of the housing market to first-time homebuyers. To help make home ownership more affordable for first-time buyers, Budget 2019 proposes to introduce a first-time home buyer incentive, which will create a fund of $1.25 billion available to eligible first-time home buyers with household incomes under $120,000 per year. Budget 2019 also provides first-time home buyers with greater access to their RSP savings to buy a home by increasing the withdrawal limit to $35,000. Mr. Speaker, our government understands that the job market is changing rapidly. Many Canadians now need to develop new skills mid-career in order to pivot to a new career path. That's why Budget 2019 proposes to invest more than $1.7 billion over 5 years in Canada's first-ever Canada Training Benefit. The new benefit includes 2 key components: introducing a credit to help Canadians with the cost of training fees and creating an EI training support benefit that will provide workers with the flexibility to train when it works best for them. We are also lowering the interest rates of all Canada student loans, changing the current federal student financial assistance regime so that student loans will not accumulate any interest during the 6-month grace period after a student leaves school. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit Niagara College in Welland to talk to faculty and staff about these measures, and they thanked me for our government's work to support students, including our initiatives in Budget 2018 to support young people who choose skilled trades. In early March, the Advisory Council on the Implementation of National Pharmacare released its interim report. Budget 2019 affirms the government's commitment to work towards the 3 recommendations made by the Council: the creation of the Canada Drug Agency, which will make prescription drugs more affordable for more Canadians, developing a comprehensive evidence-based list of prescribed drugs to harmonize coverage across Canada, and investing in data on prescription drugs. Budget 2019 will provide Health Canada with $35 million over 4 years to support the development of this vision. In a measure being applauded by healthcare advocates, the budget will also invest up to $1 billion over 2 years to help Canadians with rare diseases access the drugs they need. Mr. Speaker, in 1980, Terry Fox united this country with a vision to one day find a cure for cancer. When Terry had to stop his marathon of hope, he said, "I'm not going to give up, but I might not make it. If I don't, the marathon of hope better continue." Budget 2019 helps to realize Terry's dream by allocating $150 million towards the Marathon of Hope Cancer Research Centers Network. The federal government will collaborate with the Terry Fox Research Institute and its partners, who are providing matching funding to link universities and hospitals across Canada to advance the principles of precision medicine and transform how cancer research is done, not only in Canada but around the world. This particular investment is one close to my heart, and I want to thank Dr. Victor Ling from the Terry Fox Research Institute, the Terry Fox Foundation Chair Bill Prostansky, and Terry Foxers across Canada for their advocacy and efforts to educate members of Parliament on this important investment. Mr. Speaker, our seniors have shaped our country in countless ways, and after a lifetime of hard work, they deserve to have confidence in their retirement. Budget 2019 proposes new measures to better protect workplace pensions in the event an employer goes bankrupt. We are also allocating an additional $100 million over 5 years for the New Horizons for Seniors program. I know what an impact this program has for seniors in my riding at places like Tansley United Church and Oak Park Neighborhood Centre, as it helps fund programming that promotes seniors' participation and inclusion in their communities. I'm proud to represent a community where so many of my constituents, in addition to their advocacy on environmental issues, make environmentally conscious choices in their day-to-day lives, such as reducing their use of plastic or driving a zero-emission vehicle. We know that more Canadians are choosing to drive zero-emission vehicles as an increasing number of models become available and prices decline. Regrettably, last year, the Government of Ontario cancelled the Electric and Hydrogen Vehicle Incentive Program, and a number of my constituents reached out to me to share their disappointment and frustration. Fortunately, our government is taking action and has proposed strategic investments to help more Canadians choose zero-emission vehicles, including $300 million over 3 years to introduce a new federal purchase incentive of up to $5,000 for electric battery or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles with a retail price of less than $45,000. As of April 1st, it's no longer free to pollute anywhere in Canada. Our government recognizes that we need to act now to ensure that our children and grandchildren have clean air to breathe and that Canada has a strong and healthy economy, that we make Canadians' health and safety our #1 priority. Pricing pollution is the least costly way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and foster clean innovation. We will return all of the revenue from a price on pollution to the provinces where they come from, with 90% going directly to families through a climate action incentive. In 2019, the average family of 4 in Ontario will receive $307 through the climate action incentive, and a single individual will receive $154. The other 10% of revenues from the price on pollution will go towards helping small and medium-sized businesses, schools, hospitals, Indigenous people, and communities improve their energy efficiency. We are also making a one-time payment to municipalities through a municipal infrastructure top-up that will see Halton Region receive $16 million, Oakville $5.9 million, and Burlington $5.3 million. Money that will go directly to support local infrastructure projects like public transit, disaster mitigation and adaptation projects, community centres, and active transportation infrastructure. As a former municipal councillor, I know these funds will be a game changer for our communities. We're creating Canada's first national dementia strategy with an investment of $50 million over 5 years. We're creating a pan-Canadian database for organ donation and transportation. We're investing in a pan-Canadian suicide prevention service, working with experienced and dedicated partners. Diversity and inclusion are cornerstones of Canadian identity and something that all Canadians can be proud of. At the same time, recent tragic events in Canada and abroad have shown that no community is immune to the effects of hateful rhetoric. Around the world, ultra-nationalist movements have emerged, and in Canada, those groups are unfairly targeting new Canadians, racialized individuals, and religious minorities. threatening the peace, security, and civility of the communities we call home. That's why this year's federal budget proposes to provide $45 million over 3 years to support the creation of a new anti-racism strategy. Its key purpose is to find ways to counter racism in its various forms with a strong focus on community-based projects. The threat of climate change has become more tangible for Canadians as we see severe, more frequent, and more costly natural disasters like wildfires and flooding. One need to look no further than the flooding in my community of Burlington a few years ago, and the current flooding taking place here in Ottawa, Quebec, and New Brunswick to know the devastation these natural disasters have. While Conservatives are making short-sighted decisions like the one in Ontario to cut funding by 50% to conservation authorities for flood forecasting and natural hazards management, we're investing $150 million over 5 years and $9 million per year ongoing to improve emergency management in Canada. These investments will enhance our understanding of the nature of risks posed by floods, wildfires, and earthquakes. It will also help assess the condition and resilience of Canada's critical infrastructure. Madam Speaker, there are many more investments in Budget 2019, but I don't have time to outline them all. I'm proud of the investments we're making to improve the lives of Canadians, and I know that all Canadians can be proud of them as well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member of Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just going back to the member's kind of introductory remarks about first-time home buyers and some of the measures introduced in the first part of the budget, or Chapter 1, I call it. The RRSP measure, only about 8.5% of Canadians max out their RRSP. It's a very small group of people, usually earning a very good income, who can make a maximum contribution to RRSP, who will be then able to use it in a buyback scheme in order to purchase their home. This will have a very tiny impact for first-time home buyers, but the member talked about the shared equity mortgages as some great solution to the affordability problem for first-time home buyers and young people especially. But the average price of a home in Toronto is about $780,000. And this program that the government's proposing caps out at $480,000. The B20 stress test has punished first-time home buyers more than any other regulatory policy of this government. There's no easy way to fix this. How can a member support a policy that's reduced mortgage originations by young people by 20%?
Our Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say to the honourable member, I purchased my first home with money that was in an RRSP. My 29-year-old son recently purchased a home and had been contributing to an RRSP since he started working, and he was able to use that money as a down payment on his home. So there are young people that are taking advantage of it now. It expands it. It's not the only solution, and I will be quite honest. I worked in commercial mortgage financing for many, many years, and the stress test is an important tool to ensure that people do not get mortgages at an amount that's more than they can afford. We certainly don't want to be seeing a situation like we saw in the United States where people were over-mortgaged and they were losing their homes, and especially when you're looking at home prices like in my communities of Oakville and Burlington and Halton, where prices are so high, you need to ensure that people can afford their homes. And so I would not support getting rid of the stress test. In fact, I think it's a very important measure that we brought in to ensure that people can stay in their homes once they purchased it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member of Oakville North Burlington. In her statement and in her speech, she had mentioned about the pensions, and I'm just wondering what happened to the promise that they made in 2015 and that they're going to help and fix up the Bankruptcy Act. And I understand they were going to do something last year, and now they're going to do it this year, and they've mentioned in the budget that they have some plans. But as the experts have told us, Madam Speaker, that this is nothing. This is window dressing. And we have many, many steelworkers that are here now, today, for the next couple of weeks, want to know why that nothing has happened under the Bankruptcy Act when their pensions have been taken. The people in Sears across Canada has been taken. The people and the workers, they get no termination pay, no severance pay. They get no vacation pay. Their health benefits are gone. Nothing has been mentioned about how they're going to fix it. They're just coming out with a little bit of window dressing, and we want to know why the Liberal government has not committed to the word of fixing up the Bankruptcy Act and stopping this pension theft.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the very first meetings I had when I was elected was with a Sears pensioner and explained the situation that he foresaw happening with Sears. I was part of a group along with the members from Hamilton, Burlington, Oakville who have met a number of times, and as the member knows, it's not only the federal government that's involved with the problems that have happened with bankruptcy of these companies, it's also provincial. I think the Minister of Finance has done a good job of making some changes to pensions to ensure they're protected, because these are people who have relied on their pension, and in particular their defined benefits, to be able to, Madam Speaker, it's hard to speak when someone is interrupting. He's made made good changes to what's happening with pensions, and we look forward to supporting pensioners going forward.
And I'll just remind members that whenever somebody has the floor, whether it's doing speaking on the debate or whether it's asking questions or answering questions, that person should be getting the respect of this House. And if other people have things to say or comment on, then they should wait till it's questions and comments time or their turn to debate. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak on the perspectives and concerns of my constituents, as well as in my role as the Shadow Minister for Transportation regarding C-97, which is another omnibus bill proposed by this Liberal government. I want to begin by commending my honourable colleague, the member for Carleton, for his thoughtful and comprehensive response to the budget. As he so aptly noted, this budget is a string of broken promises and perhaps the most expensive cover-up in history. The Prime Minister and his government are attempting to change the channel on the SNC-Lavalin affair and are using billions of taxpayer dollars to make this happen. As we all know, the Liberal Party ran on the promise of balancing the budget in 2019. Well, Madam Speaker, promise made, promise broken, to the tune of $19.8 billion. For years now, the member for Carleton has repeatedly asked a simple question of the Finance Minister: when will the budget be balanced? And every time, the Finance Minister has refused to answer. Despite the Minister's refusal, we do know that there is no plan to balance the budget before 2040, if even then. By 2040, the Liberals' current plan would see $271 billion added to our debt. This government has left us with nothing in our back pocket. They've spent their paycheck, our paycheck, and our children's paycheck. And if we face another economic downturn, they'll spend our great-grandchildren's money as well, long before they've even been born. In just 3 years, this Prime Minister has added $60 billion to our national debt. And any comparison to the previous Conservative government spending is made in bad faith. While the Conservative government faced down the worst economic crisis since the 1930s, this Prime Minister has had nothing but clear sailing. Under the Conservatives, Canada weathered the economic storm better and returned to balanced budgets faster than any other country in the G7. That's because we spent when we needed to and saved when we could. Yet this Prime Minister has managed to turn a balanced budget and booming world economy into giant deficits and a slowing Canadian economy. While our neighbours to the south enjoyed a 3% growth in 2018, even further this year, Canada eked out a mere 1.8%. Only a few days ago, the Bank of Canada suggested that we will slow even further this year to 1.2%. Madam Speaker, I know it can be hard to track the numbers. In fact, that's what the Liberals count on. So let's simplify this. All the tens of billions of wasted, inefficient spending from this government has done nothing for our economy but bleed it dry. And what is this government's response? Spend more. They spend in the good times and the bad. They always spend. Madam Speaker, there is only one of two reasons for a country to have a deficit problem. It's either a revenue problem or a spending problem. With tax revenues actually higher than expected, the answer is clear. This government has a spending problem. In fact, with this budget containing over $41 billion in new spending over the next 5 years, a seemingly ridiculous question has to be asked. Are the Liberals intentionally spending so recklessly just to stay in deficit? How else can we explain a 20% increase in spending in the first 3 years of this government's mandate? All of this increased spending is taking place against the backdrop of higher taxes and an increased cost of living brought on by this government. Over 80% of middle-income Canadians are paying more in taxes now than they were 3 years ago. This has resulted in many Canadians finding it hard to make ends meet. Almost half of Canadians are within $200 of not being able to pay their bills at the end of the month. Any unforeseen expense would result in these families facing serious financial hardship. If this government had handled finances better, paid down debt, and built a rainy day fund, we could be cutting taxes for these families and helping them make their payments. Instead, this Liberal government has spent beyond their means and brought in a carbon tax, forcing families to pay more to heat their homes and drive to work. What's even worse, this Prime Minister is forcing those families to pay the GST on his carbon tax. Imagine a tax on a tax. Madam Speaker, there are two very specific sections which I would like to comment briefly on in my role as our Conservative Caucus Shadow Minister for Transport. First, I would like to discuss Division 12, this government's proposed changes to airport security screening. The Minister of Transport has once again been strong-armed by his colleagues to include drastic changes to the system in a Budget Implementation Act. It appears this minister and the government don't care about the economic well-being of our transportation system, and in this case, the air passenger system. At committee today, we heard that over the past 2 years, this Liberal government has, time and again, assaulted the Canadian airline industry with new taxes and costs without thought to how these changes will impact on air passengers. Not only that, this government is rushing legislative and regulatory changes through to meet an artificial deadline. The proposed changes in Division 12 contain another example of this. Rather than consult and facilitate negotiations between the parties on a new security screening entity and its assets, the Liberals are ramming drastic changes through Parliament and down the throats of the industry. Not only will this hurt airlines, but also passengers. For years, governments have collected more in the airport security fee that air passengers were charged than it paid out. This means that passengers have already paid for CAT's assets worth hundreds of millions of dollars. In a ridiculous move, the government's changes will force Canadian travelers to pay for these assets all over again, without due consideration for their depreciation or their actual value. This will doubtless result in higher ticket prices before even accounting for the carbon tax. This out-of-touch Prime Minister doesn't get that most Canadians don't have a taxpayer-funded private jet at their disposal for weekend cross-country surfing trips. Most Canadians have to save in order to afford a vacation. Those average Canadians are the ones who will pay for the reckless, heavy-handed changes in this bill. From making Canadians pay a tax on a tax to forcing Canadian travelers to pay for screening equipment twice, this government is better than the Sheriff of Nottingham at squeezing taxes out of Canadians. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to discuss briefly Division 11, which contains changes to the Pilotage Act. While based on conversations I've had with stakeholders, I don't have deep concerns with the proposed changes. It is very disappointing that these proposed changes were once again buried in a Budget Implementation Act. Improvements to the Pilotage Act will reinforce Canada's commitment to a safe and efficient marine transportation system supported by a legal and legislative framework. Given that, an oil tanker moratorium in any region of the country is an insult to both marine pilots and shippers alike. An arbitrary shipping ban based on an ideological election promise is basically an admission that this government believes that there is no way marine pilots or shippers can do the job they have been trained to do. This is an insult to the entire industry. As I said earlier, Madam Speaker, this entire budget is a litany of broken promises, a broken promise to balance the budget, a broken promise to help the middle class, and a broken promise by introducing an omnibus bill. Come October, Canadians will remind this government what the cost of broken promises is.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. In most part, I respect the fact that the member provided her thoughts in regards to the budget, even though I believe that they're somewhat misinformed or very selective in terms of what it is that she's trying to tell Canadians, because quite frankly, especially in her conclusion, that it's actually quite the opposite. We have seen a government that has been genuinely focused on supporting Canada's middle class, not only through budgetary motions, but also through many different policy initiatives that have really had a profound positive impact for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We can talk in terms of things such as the tax break for Canada's middle class, or the increase to the guaranteed income supplement, to the increase of the Canada Child Benefit. There's a litany of different things that this government has actually done. But the bottom line is we've seen an economy that has done exceptionally well by working with Canadians. We have seen over 900,000 jobs generated in the last 3.5 years. It took Stephen Harper 10 years to accomplish what it is that we were able to do in 3.5 years. So many wonderful policy initiatives. I wonder if she might want to revisit her thinking and maybe draw the conclusion that I believe most Canadians would draw, in that this government has continued to be focused on Canada's middle class, and that's a good thing.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as you can well imagine, as I prepared for this speech, I did reflect on what this current government has done for Canadians, and I think I made it very clear in my remarks that the Liberal government is actually making life more unaffordable for Canadians. Let's take a look at the fact that 80% of middle-income Canadians are paying higher taxes. The Liberals have raised payroll taxes. They cut the tax-free savings accounts nearly in half. They cancelled income splitting for families. They cancelled the public transit tax credit. They cancelled tuition and textbooks tax credits. They cancelled the children's fitness and arts tax credits. And above all that, they created a carbon tax that will increase the price of gas, groceries, and everything else. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I rise to talk about the environment once again. This is the #1 issue for young people. We've seen young people participate in protests across Canada for the last few weeks. And the Liberals have boasted that, yes, their plan is working, they have a plan, but there have been recent reports in the last few weeks, one of which says that despite the targets that they copied from the Harper Conservatives, and despite the fact that they said they would meet those targets by 2030, a report from Environment Canada that just came out says that we won't meet those targets until 2230. That's 200 years too late. And they won't be able to control the rising temperatures. So what are we supposed to do? On February 10th, my constituents worked on a series of proposals, and they suggested, for example, having greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets enshrined in a law that would actually force the government to keep its Paris targets for 2030, not for 2230. What does my colleague think about the fact that the Liberals are not keeping their promises and that are... I'm going to give the member the opportunity to answer the question. The honourable member.
Sorry, the honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do thank my honourable colleague for her question. I think all Canadians need to take responsibility and be good stewards for our environment. I think in answer to her question, and I'll make it very brief, is that I don't believe that we can actually believe that what the government promises, they will do. I think, as I pointed out in my comments in my speech, their budget is a litany of broken promises. We know that they aren't going to reach the targets that were set by the previous government and that they adopted. And I just think that on this point, you could probably say again, promise made, promise broken. Thank you.
Resuming debate, and I just want to remind the next speaker that unfortunately I will have to stop the speech at some point to allow for orders of the day, which we're going to move to votes. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader only has a few minutes to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I put it in the question, I believe that the member opposite, much like the rest of the Conservative caucus and, in fact, the NDP, have really got it all wrong. You know, this is a government that has been focused on Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it. In many ways, you've seen policy initiatives that have really extended and provided a helping hand. This is a government that has really made a difference in 3.5 years and has accomplished so much more than what Stephen Harper attempted to do in 10 years, Madam Speaker. And that's on so many different fronts. Where does one actually begin when, in fact, I have such a limited amount of time in order to be able to speak? Some of the highlights in this particular budget deal with things such as the infrastructure, where we're actually saying to municipalities, for example, a substantial increase going into the hundreds of millions of dollars. In Winnipeg alone, approximately $35 additional million to help out in terms of local infrastructure. And I can tell you, the constituents that I represent understand and appreciate how important it is that we invest in our infrastructure, those local roads. Madam Speaker, I believe if you take a look at this budget and the budget implementation bill, it's a continuation from the very first budget that we actually brought in. And Madam Speaker, what you'll see is it's policies that enhance and support Canadians in every region of our country. I often talk about one of the things that really make me feel good about being on the government side of the benches, Madam Speaker. And if I was to list the top 5 things that come to my mind, number 1 has got to be the tax break to Canada's middle class, along with the tax on Canada's wealthiest 1% to help pay for that, Madam Speaker. You have to recognize the increase to the guaranteed income supplement, literally taking so many seniors, and I look to the residents of Winnipeg North, so many of our poorest seniors out of poverty. The same principle for the Canada Child Benefit, Madam Speaker. There is so much more. You're saying my time has run out. I would encourage members of the opposition to look in terms of what we've been able to accomplish in the last few years and recognize that this is exactly what it is that Canadians want good government to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 5:54, pursuant to an order adopted earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith all question necessary to dispose of second reading stage of the bill that the House is now seized with. The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Chagger, moves that Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19th, 2019, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Amendment is Mrs. Gladue, seconded by Mr. Kent. Move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures, since the bill does not balance the budget this year, as promised by the Liberals during the election, but instead the deficit will hit $19.8 billion and the debt will soar to over $705 billion. La mise au voix.
The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Call in the members.
question is the following one. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Chager, move that Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Ms. Gladue, seconded by Mr. Kent, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures, since the bill does not balance the budget this year as promised by the Liberals during the election, but instead the deficit will hit $19.8 billion and the debt will soar to over $705 billion. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. McColman. Mr. Kent. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Block. Mr. Fast. Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Berthod. Mr. Martel. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Abutayev. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Clark. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Mr. Carey. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Falk-Battleford's Lloydminster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shields. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lauzon, Storm and Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound. Mr. Trost. Mr. Clement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Chager. Mr. Hare. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Mr. Sajan. Madame Jolie. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Murray. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Ms. Freeland. Mr. Lemaitre. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Eiking. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Carr. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Duclos. Ms. McKenna. Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Monsieur Serré. Mr. Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs. Monsieur Schiffke. Mr. Bagnall. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratansi. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Hernandez Sangri. Mr. Fillmore. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Ms. DeMoff. Monsieur Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Vandal. Mr. DeCourcy. Mrs. Romanow. Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldig. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Bayless. Mr. Boissonneau. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bettina. Monsieur Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Akuri. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser Westnova. Mr. Fuhr. Monsieur Graham. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Willett. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Rioux. Monsieur Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Mascui Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Seacand. Mr. Sobera. Mr. Spengaman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Mr. Rota. Madame Bendayan. Mr. Julian. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Ms. Benson. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Ashton. Monsieur Caron. Mr. Garrison. Madame Brosso. Madame Trudel. Madame Sanssouci. Ms. Blaney North Allen Powell River. Monsieur Dussault. Monsieur Dubé. Monsieur Nautel. Monsieur Choquette. Mr. Blakey. Mr. Duval. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Ms. Hardcastle. Mr. McGregor. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Stetsky. Madame Quash. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Madame Moore. Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Matheson. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Madame Gill. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Ms. May Sanders-Gulf-Islands. Mrs. Philpott. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Kung. Mr. Greywall.
Yeas pour 85, 85. Nays compte 211, 211.
I declare the amendment defeated. Le prochain mise au voix porte sur le motion.
The next question is on the main motion, which reads as follows. Mr. Mono, seconded by Ms. Chager, moves that Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19th, 2019, and other measures be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager. Mr. Hare. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Mr. Sajjan. Madame Joly. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Rodriguez. Ms. Murray. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Morneau. Ms. Freeland. Monsieur Lemetti. Ms. Bennett. Mr. Baines. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Eiking. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Colmier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Carr. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Mr. Duclos. Ms. McKenna. Madame Leboutier. Madame Bibeau. Bibeau. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Seri. Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sables. Mr. Schiffke. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims. Ms. Ratansi. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Ananda Sangri. Mr. Fillmore. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Moff. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Vandal. Mr. DeCourcy. Mrs. Romanato. Mr. Massé Avignon-Métis Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Hébert. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldig. Mr. Amos. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Boissonneau. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bettina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. El-Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine-Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Pregascados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Graham. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Iacono. Mr. Jahari. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McCambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon-Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nessif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Rioux. Mr. Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sangha. Mr. Sarai. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mishmatsky Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Seekand. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Mr. Rota. Madame Bendayen. Mrs. Philpott. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Kung. Mr. Greywall.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. McColman. Mr. Kent. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. Block. Mr. Fast. Mrs. McLeod Campbell Thompson Caribou. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Martel. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Abul Taif. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Lake. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Clark. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Nader. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Mr. Carey. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Kamich. Mr. Yerdega. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Genier. Mr. Gould. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Shields. Mr. Diot. Ms. Leach. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benzin. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Miller Bruce Gray Owen Sound. Mr. Trost. Mr. Julian. Mr. Massey Windsor West. Ms. Benson. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Angus. Mr. Davies. Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Johns.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May Saint Gulf Islands.
May Saint Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 130, 130.
I declare the motion carried. Consequently, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
It being 6:43 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, commencement of debate at report stage of Bill S-240, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, standing in the name of Mr. Jennis.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question of adopting it at report stage.
Order. I'd ask colleagues to continue their conversations outside, and if members could assist me by saying, they knew what I wanted. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. Jesnivsky, moves that Bills S-240, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, be concurred in at report stage. Oh, pardon me, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Here, that's look at that, Mr. Speaker.
When shall the bill be read a third time? Now? Now. Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. Jesnowski, moves that Bill S-240, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's get this done.
Members seem to like the length of that speech, but I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to participate in this third reading debate on Bill S-240, a piece of legislation that has been described as the culmination of over 10 years of parliamentary work on the important issue of organ trafficking. It is worth recalling that 4 bills dealing with this issue were introduced in Parliament prior to Bill S-240, some of which were sponsored by the member from Etobicoke Centre and by the former Minister of Justice, Irwin Cotler. This goes to show that combating the scourge of organ trafficking and protecting vulnerable people from whom organs are being forcibly removed are serious concerns that we all share. That applies to my constituents in Parkdale High Park and Canadians right around the country who are concerned, rightfully, about protecting those who are vulnerable to predatory organ harvesting activities in Asia and right around the world. Mr. Speaker, there's no question that there exists a serious organ shortage both in Canada and abroad. The organ shortage affects family members, neighbors, and it understandably leaves many feeling vulnerable about their health. However, Bill S-240 provides an important reminder to Canadians that capitalizing on the vulnerability of organ donors abroad is not an acceptable response to this very issue. That is why our government is proud to support this important bill with targeted amendments that make it better achieve its objectives. Comme vous le savez, le projet...
As you know, Bill S-240 proposes to strengthen Canada's response to organ trafficking by doing the following: creating 4 new criminal code offenses related to this conduct, extending extraterritorial jurisdiction over these new offenses, and amending the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to add a new ground of inadmissibility to Canada for having engaged in conduct that would be an offense under the bill. More specifically, Bill S-240 proposes to criminalize all persons involved in the removal of an organ for transplant, knowing that or being reckless as to whether the organ was removed without the informed consent of the donor or a substitute decision maker.
Madam Speaker, organ trafficking involves a range of conduct committed by various players. Accordingly, the proposed offences seeking to address this conduct would capture brokers who connect prospective organ recipients with prospective organ donors, medical professionals who extract organs illegally for transplantation, and persons who purchase organs for their own use, as well as those who assist them. The bill also proposes to criminalize the commodification of human organs, more specifically by enacting a new financial transaction offense. This offense would prohibit participating in or facilitating the obtaining of an organ for transplant, knowing that or being reckless as to whether it was obtained for consideration, whether the donor consented or not to the organ removal. En ce qui concerne le sens...
With respect to the meaning and scope of the term "for consideration," according to the study of the bill by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, this term targets the purchasing of human organs.
Territorial application to these offences, which means that Canadian citizens or permanent residents who go abroad to purchase an organ for transplant, also known as transplant tourism, Madam Speaker, or commit any of the new offences abroad, could be then prosecuted here in Canada. As illegal organ trafficking is an international issue that mostly targets impoverished individuals in foreign countries, the extraterritorial application of these offences will help protect vulnerable people abroad, including those who may be induced to sell their own organs out of financial desperation. Consistent with the objectives of the bill, these new provisions will help deter Canadians and permanent residents from contributing to organ trafficking by fueling the demand through transplant tourism. Tel que mentionné dans
As mentioned during second reading debate, the extraterritorial application of the new organ trafficking offences is necessary given the fact that much of the conduct targeted by the bill occurs abroad.
Bill S-240, Madam Speaker, also proposes to add a new ground of inadmissibility to Section 35 of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act for having engaged in conduct that would constitute an offence under the bill. As a result, a permanent resident or foreign national could be found inadmissible to Canada for having engaged in one of the new organ trafficking offences. This amendment sends a clear signal, Madam Speaker, that purchasing any organs, including from vulnerable people abroad, is serious criminal conduct here in Canada. Madam Speaker, I'd like to address some of the amendments that were made to the bill during the committee stage. On the 27th of February of this year, the House Committee adopted amendments to clarify that a substitute decision maker can provide consent on behalf of an organ donor and to provide greater precision around some of the criminal law language used in the bill. The committee also removed 2 amendments that had been passed in the Senate on October 23, 2018. It removed the proposed definition of, quote, informed consent, as well as the duty for physicians to report all organ transplants to an authority designated by the order of the Governor and Council. Comme il a été mentionné.
As previously highlighted during second reading debate, the proposed definition of informed consent presented challenges. The term informed consent has clear meaning in provincial and territorial health law. This is one of the reasons why it was not defined in the Criminal Code as part of the medical assistance in dying reforms in 2016. Therefore, in order to avoid statutory interpretation issues and ensure clarity and consistency in the Criminal Code, the definition was removed. The proposed duty to report for physicians also raised concerns. As recalled before the House Committee, doctor-patient confidentiality is sacrosanct. It is a fundamental principle that allows people to feel safe about disclosing any health issues they may be facing to their doctor. This principle encourages people to safeguard their own health and seek treatment where necessary in order to get better. It is important to protect this relationship between patients and their physicians. For this reason, among others, the duty to report for physicians was also removed.
I pause to note that since the committee's important study of this bill, the government of the province of Nova Scotia has passed legislation that presumes consent for an organ donation while retaining the ability for individuals to opt out of the organ donation regime. Madam Speaker, I want to clarify that I respect the choices individual provinces and territories make to try and protect the health and safety of Canadians, and nothing in Bill S-240 is intended to interfere with provincial efforts in this important regard. We look forward to seeing the results of this legislation for the people of the province of Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, as you know, this piece of legislation is the result of successive efforts made by parliamentarians in both houses to address what is truly a horrendous crime that continues to exploit vulnerable individuals right around the planet. The provisions contained in Bill S-240 will allow Canada to demonstrate leadership in the fight against organ trafficking and the protection of international human rights. I would urge all members of this House to support Bill S-240 in order to ensure that its proposed legislative measures become law. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish I could have I could speak with the brevity and clarity of my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I want to get on with it as well. I support this initiative. The NDP supports it wholeheartedly. I respect that the parliamentary secretary has quite properly pointed out the all-party support that this bill has received from Senator Atoujilajan, who has been crusader for this in the other place. And of course, we have the member for Etobicoke Centre. We have the Honourable Irwin Cotler. I just wish to sort of lend my support to this. I seconded it at second reading. I'm not entirely sure that all the amendments are necessary or warranted, but in principle, we want to get it to the other place. We want this to be a legacy of this Parliament so we can address what my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, properly called an horrendous crime. I support this without reservation and urge all members to support it as soon as we can get this out of here. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill S-240, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration Refugee Protection Act trafficking in human organs. Madam Speaker, in 2007, at an airport in Western Ukraine, I came across a gut-churning article on the front page of the local newspaper. The town's police officer had investigated the disappearance of orphans who at age 17 were discharged from the care of the local orphanage. He'd been worried that they were being trafficked for sexual exploitation into Western Europe. What he discovered was much worse. These adolescents were sold to be trafficked for their organs by the director of the orphanage. In the following weeks, upon returning to Canada, a constituent made me aware of illegal clinics in India where poor farmers had their kidneys removed to pay off debts. And then the most barbaric was brought to my attention. Multi-million-dollar businesses run by the People's Liberation Army of China, who through their military hospitals had built an industrial-scale operation that removed to order body parts and organs of prisoners of conscience incarcerated in China's vast penal network. Madam Speaker, this harrowing underground industry of trafficking in human organs and body parts, whether in the developing world or in totalitarian states, has commonalities. Those with power and wealth target and victimize the most vulnerable in their societies. Orphans, destitute farmers, prisoners of conscience. This depraved industry is a consequence of three global trends coinciding during the last decades. First, the development of medical technology allowing for the transplantation of virtually any body organ. Second, an immense increase in global income disparities between the rich and powerful and the poor and vulnerable. And finally, easy and accessible transplantation tourism by wealthy Westerners to clinics in the developing world. I first addressed this modern-day horror in the House of Commons on February 2, 2008, when I introduced Bill C-500, an act to amend the Criminal Code, trafficking and transplanting human organs and other body parts. Unfortunately, the legislation died on the order paper of the 39th Parliament, as did Bill C-38, which I introduced in the 40th Parliament, and Bill C-561, introduced by our colleague, the Honourable Irwin Cotler, in the 41st Parliament. The horror of this industry hit home when the very day after I first addressed this legislation in the House of Commons on February 3, 2008, the Toronto Star headlined an article, "The Greater Toronto Area Home to Dr. Horror." Millionaire Dr. Amit Kumar of Brampton was the mastermind behind an operation in India which implicated 3 hospitals, 10 pathology clinics, and 5 diagnostic centers. This cabal had bought or forcibly removed and then trafficked to wealthy Indians and Westerners the kidneys of approximately 500 destitute farmers and poor laborers in India. However, the West is not just implicated in this industry by those amongst us willing to profit from the illegal removal of body organs, the Dr. Horrors amongst us. The profits feeding this evil are provided by those facing debilitating terminal illnesses, those amongst us made desperate by the severe lack of organ donations in Canada and other countries, those amongst us willing to not ask questions as to how and from where the human organs that extend their lives come from, willing not to ask whether the donors were willing or were their health and often lives sacrificed, their organs stolen and exchanged for money. This is why I supported what I considered a complementary sister motion, M189, organ and tissue donation which can address this shortfall of organs for transplantation in Canada, and is why legislation that addresses the trafficking and transplanting of organs must be passed. Madam Speaker, my original draft legislation from 2008 has served as a template for similar legislation in Poland and Belgium. It's time for Canada to take action. Canadians must not be implicated in this depraved, evil industry that sees the wealthy and desperate in the West monetize, pay for the organs and body parts of the most vulnerable in the developing world. Orphans, destitute farmers, prisoners of conscience. 11 years after I first tabled legislation to deal with the trafficking in human organs, I'm heartened that legislation to combat this horror, combat this modern form of cannibalism, will finally be enacted by this 42nd Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo. Resuming debate, reprise débat. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to make a few brief comments at this time. First of all, to thank and recognize all the members from all parties, from both chambers, who have been involved in this process. The work is not done, and it is no guarantee that this bill will make it through the Senate in time. So we must continue the work. Those following this debate must contact their senators. All of us must engage the Senate in dialogue to ensure that this final version of the bill makes it back through the Senate before it becomes law. But we have taken this a long way, and it is remarkable. Senator Otulajan, who put this bill forward in the first place, my friend from Etobicoke Centre, for his incredible, steadfast work over so long a time. There's too many members to recognize individually, but thank you to all of you. It has been such an honor for me to work with so many excellent people as part of this effort. But again, I do say the work is not done. Now, at committee, there were amendments. The vast majority of the amendments, there was consensus on. But I do think one issue going forward from this legislation that we will have to consider is the issue of reporting provisions. This was discussed by the parliamentary secretary. He noted issues around potential doctor-patient confidentiality when there are mandatory reporting provisions requiring physicians to report things about their interactions with patients. But I will note that we do have reporting provisions which are seen as exceptions to this already, reporting provisions that deal with issues like gunshot wounds and child abuse. So it is not unprecedented to require reporting in cases where it's designed to prevent harm to the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, we don't have time at this stage to try and, Madam Speaker, excuse me, we don't have time at this stage to try and re-adjudicate that debate. It's important to pass the bill in its current form so that we can get it done. We shouldn't make perfect the enemy of the good. But at the same time, as this bill is implemented, we will have to follow the impacts of not having that reporting provision, and perhaps it will be something that a future Parliament will take up. Previous versions of the legislation, including the original version put forward by my friend from Etobicoke Centre, did have within it reporting provisions. Nonetheless, as I say, let's not make the perfect the enemy of the good. Let's get this done. Let's make this a legacy of the 42nd Parliament, that notwithstanding disagreements, notwithstanding occasional rancor, that we were able to do something incredible for the world's most vulnerable, something that other parliaments up till now had failed to do. Thank you very much.
The question is as follows. Mr. Genius, seconded by Mr. Jepneski, moves that Bill S-240, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, trafficking in human organs, be now read a third time and do pass. Is
it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion? Oui. Carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. I will remind the members that we are still in session for the adjournment proceedings, so therefore the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to talk again about Canada Census and Statistics Canada with regards to privacy and ensuring that our census is done in the proper context. What had happened, Madam Speaker, is that there were changes made to the Canada Census process and also the information gathering that raised a lot of concerns amongst privacy. In specific, Madam Speaker, most recently the census was acquiring persons' banking information and data from individuals without their consent by going through the companies themselves to get that data. So banks and other financial institutions were approached and were asked to provide that information basically unvetted and unaccounted for to Census Canada. So, Madam Speaker, that raised a lot of concerns, and I'm thankful here to report that since I've asked my question and wrote the Privacy Commissioner, there has been an investigation into this, and the Privacy Commissioner has responded very positively with regards to oversight and analysis of this. But, Madam Speaker, what this brings to head is the fact of the matter that the Liberals, when trying to fix the Canada Census from the previous government, left some gaping holes of public policy that continue to undermine the ability to get good information that's important for housing, important for the distribution of funds for transit, important for infrastructure investments, a number of different things that are necessary for a civil society to be very effective in the distribution of funds to deal with a lot of social economic issues. And Madam Speaker, which is interesting, I just most recently tabled a bill to eliminate Crown copyright in this country. Canada is the only country left in the world that has a copyright on basically public information that people pay for, and then government information is done through research and through reports and through a number of different things that is held by this Liberal government based upon a law in 1911 in Great Britain. And in fact, Madam Speaker, other Commonwealth nations and even the United States never even had this law that prevents this the public information that's paid for the public getting out there. It's often redacted, and ironically, the minister has been advised that ending Crown copyright would be one of the things that would actually improve public information outside of even the census issue over privacy we're dealing with here right now. So there is a solution similar to the work of Jack Layton always told us that we had to be in proposition versus just opposition, and the same thing with the member for Burnaby who has now asked us to do the same type of work as I have laid this, even at the dying days of this Parliament, a proposition to this government to help Crown copyright be eliminated to actually alleviate some of the pressures on the issue that I'm raising here today. And again, this goes back to banking information that was requested by the census under the chief statistician. And Madam Speaker, what changed what the Liberals did is they allowed the chief statistician to basically have a free rein for collection of data through third-party groups. So this banking expedition to get your private information through your bank through a third party without even being able to have a chance to opt in or opt out of that was done so by the law changes and the legal practice that we warned this government of, which is undermining the census thing. And this so-called pilot project that was characterized is actually enshrined in part of the law. So my question, Madam Speaker, to follow up, has been really much resolved by the Privacy Commissioner. And unfortunately, this government has not been participant of the solutions, but I hope they actually deal with the issue that we have in Crown copyright, because that would also help this situation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to answer to the comments made by the Honourable Member for Windsor West. I'd like to focus my comments on the pilot project on information gathering, bank information gathering by Statistics Canada. First, I'd like to remind Canadians that this project is still at the design stage and no data coming from banks have been gathered. Statistics Canada is sensitive to the concerns expressed by Canadians. The chief statistician clearly said that Statistics Canada will not undertake any project as long as the concerns of Canadians with respect to privacy protection and personal information protection have not been considered and addressed. With statistical data quality, we'll be able to deal with issues such as housing and cannabis. We know that digital data is important, way people spend their money and what they spend it for. This helps us come up with a consumer index. And this is part of the decision-making, important decision-making that will affect Canadians and Canadian business. We are relying on the expertise of StatsCan, which is a world-class organization, to help us make sure that we have proper statistics which will allow us to make major decisions. StatsCan has a solid reputation with respect to protecting personal information. Madam Speaker, I'd like to say very clearly to all members and all Canadians watching us or who are listening to us, StatsCan does not gather personal information from banks within the framework of this pilot project. As I said earlier, and the chief statistician said, we would not go forward until Canadians' concerns are addressed. Thank you.
And that's because essentially New Democrats fought and received the assurances, and an inquest was actually sent by us to the Privacy Commissioner. So the information was in the process. And by the way, Madam Speaker, these pilot projects never existed prior to the Liberal changes in the law. And that's a problem. These don't exist without the law changing. So they can characterize it as a pilot project. But what it does, though, Madam Speaker, is it actually changed the law to allow to do it. I'm kind of perplexed by them to continue to insinuate on that, because how do these even exist in the first place? They're trying to deny it because they're responsible for it. It was a bad decision. So what we've had, though, is the Privacy Commissioner step in, do their job, do it very effectively. That's now providing the assurances. And Madam Speaker, I hope the Parliamentary Secretary supports the Crown copyright amendments that we do have, because it will alleviate some of the problems about privacy and provide more data for scientists and for researchers and economists across this country.
Here, here.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will repeat that the Government of Canada obviously wants to protect Canadians' personal data, and data collected by StatsCan has always been protected and will always be protected. Bank data is something apart. Canada will not go forward with this pilot project until concerns about privacy have been addressed. And the Privacy Commissioner has not yet finished his work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last December I once again raised concern that despite a commitment by the Minister following the 2017 climate COP in Bonn, Germany, and that was in response to concerted pressure by Labour environmental delegates, the call was to invest in a just transition for fossil fuel workers and their communities. Yet, few dollars have been distributed despite budget allocations. And there was a budget allocation made in March of last year. Now, this was despite action by the previous New Democrat government of Alberta, who committed $50 million for a just transition for coal-fired power workers in my province. By April last year, the government finally committed some dollars towards a just transition, but limited to coal-fired power workers. And added to this was a commitment of additional monies, but not until after the next election. This tends to be a propensity of this government. They were committing additional dollars to provide jobs for the communities that had coal-fired power, but in 2020, 2021. Now, despite the dollars budgeted in support of transitioning coal-fired workers, no long-term plan yet exists to address the longer-term transition of the majority of fossil fuel workers, including coal-fired power. And to date, much to my surprise, and I'm sure to the chagrin of the coal-fired power workers, less than $300,000 of the $35 million has actually been delivered. And so we're moving into an election this fall. That will be a lot of money lapsing that could have gone towards the retraining of coal-fired power workers and support for their communities. Now, the government, to their credit, finally, after a lot of pressure, I appeared as a delegate in many of the climate COPs, and at meeting after meeting, international delegates called for their governments to invest in a just transition for fossil fuel workers. And yet, finally, in pressure on the minister, she finally committed to create a task force. And that task force included the Alberta Federation of Labour from Alberta, who played a huge role in the transition plan for Alberta. Now, that task force report issued from the minister offered few surprises, but builds on and reinforces decades of advocacy by labor unions and other progressive voices. And that reiterates calls for support for affected workers, but also their communities, and that they should be at the heart of any plans and transition plans. Now, these were restated by the International Labour Organization, the Canadian Labour Congress, the United Nations, the CCPA, that there should be income support, there should be skills retraining, there should be pension bridging, reemployment support, and other services to affected workers, as well as support to their communities. But what is puzzling, Madam Speaker, is that this task group was given a very narrow mandate, only focused on coal-fired power. And yet, according to the report given to this government, only between 3,000 and 4,000 people actually spread over 50 Canadian communities actually work in that sector. And that accounts for a fraction of a percentage point of the GDP of this country and less than 20% of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. The outstanding issue is, where is the transition plan for all the other fossil fuel workers of this country? And of course, we've seen more than 100,000 workers out of work in my province of Alberta. Where was the transition plan? This government has agreed with Alberta to shut down these plants earlier by 2030. That's only 10 years away. And what everyone has called for is you need a lot of advanced planning. So where is the plan for the additional 30 communities across Canada? And where is the plan for all the fossil fuel communities and workers in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians see the very real impacts of climate change in our country: floods, droughts, forest fires, and a melting Arctic, and understand the need to take action to ensure a sustainable planet for future generations. Canadians understand the importance of limiting the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and that's why Canada supported this goal in 2015 in Paris. This was further emphasized last year when the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, released its special report on a 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature increase. The IPCC's report makes it clear that we are the last generation to be able to act to prevent the worst climate change impacts. The Paris Agreement is key to global efforts to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that's why the Government of Canada worked with provinces and territories and with input from Indigenous peoples to develop Canada's climate plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% below 2005 levels by 2030. This landmark achievement is the first climate change plan in Canada's history to include joint and individual commitments by federal, provincial, and territorial governments. Our plan outlines over 50 concrete measures to reduce carbon pollution, help us adapt and become more resilient to the impacts of a changing climate, foster clean technology solutions, and create good jobs that contribute to a stronger economy. I'm pleased to say that we've covered a lot of ground since launching Canada's climate plan and are starting to see results. To date, we've developed a pan-Canadian approach to pricing carbon pollution, as well as new policies, programs, and regulations to reduce emissions in every sector of the economy, including regulations for coal and natural gas-fired electricity, regulations to reduce methane emissions in the oil and gas sector, measures to increase the use of low-carbon fuels, and funding for clean technology, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. We've also established robust mechanisms to track and drive implementation of Canada's climate plan, including annual reports to First Ministers and Canadians. As reported in Canada's most recent greenhouse gas emissions projections in December of last year, Canada's GHG emissions in 2030 are expected to be 223 million tonnes lower than projected prior to the adoption and implementation of Canada's climate plan. This improvement in Canada's emissions outlook reflects the breadth and depth of our climate plan. Canadians are asking that we do more, and that's why we have created an advisory council on climate action to provide advice on how Canada can further reduce emissions from transportation and buildings, two of Canada's highest emitting sectors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So regrettably, the parliamentary secretary avoided the most important part of my question, which was apart from the fact that their own department is now reporting they're nowhere close to meeting the targets, the meager targets that they have imposed. They also have not taken genuine measures to actually enable a transition of fossil fuel workers, including coal-fired power, including coal mining, but including all the fossil fuel sectors across Canada. And in order to ultimately meet those emission standards, and also the fact that we're being told by the International Energy Agency that into the future, we're not going to be a demand for our fossil fuels, we need to be working now on a transition plan to make sure that our communities are supported, and the workers and their families. So when are we finally going to get a genuine transition plan addressing these issues, including our Indigenous communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Budget 2019 proposed additional funding to support Canada's climate plan. This includes strategic investments that will make it easier and more affordable for Canadians to choose zero-emission vehicles. This also includes over $1 billion to support energy efficiency for residential, commercial, and multi-unit buildings, and funds to accelerate the development and adoption of innovative technologies and processes that seek to lower the oil and gas industry's environmental impacts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Essex.
Madam Speaker, I last rose in this place to urge the government to act on behalf of Unifor members at GM Oshawa who now know that the Liberal government has turned their backs on them. The GM plant closure is devastating for the families of 2,500 workers and for thousands more whose livelihoods have depended on that plant in Oshawa for over 100 years. The Liberals have still to act, Madam Speaker. There was no plan, no emergency meetings. The Prime Minister still hasn't even been to Oshawa, where the layoff notices are coming and people are very uncertain of their future. Canadians deserve a government that is working hard for them. Meeting with auto workers in Oshawa should be at the most basic level of engagement that this Liberal government has completely failed to do. And what is this Prime Minister waiting for? You know, it's been months since the announcement. These workers are fighting for their jobs along with Unifor, looking for alternatives for the plant that they have in Oshawa, something that can keep some of them working with their families. You know, it's clear that it won't be a solution that keeps GM in Canada. And the reason is because the Liberal government simply refuses to get GM to the table to talk about what it will take for them to reinvest in Canada, in Oshawa. This is critical. This will impact not just the community of Oshawa, but the entire auto ecosystem across the country and certainly across southwestern Ontario. You know, for far too long, Conservative and Liberal governments have taken the auto sector, its companies, and our auto workers for granted. The auto sector produces 40% of all Canadian exports. That's a huge portion of what we're exporting. It's also a significant amount of all the research and development that Canada does. And it employs tens of thousands of highly skilled, well-paid workers in high-tech manufacturing while supplying billions in taxes to support public services like healthcare and education. This industry built the Canadian middle class, the blue-collar workers of our country, Madam Speaker. And auto workers have been the backbone of that. This is the crown jewel of our economy, not just in Windsor, Essex, but across the country. 40% of our exports from auto. To be quite honest, it's what every other country wants, and they're trying to steal away. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that I visited Malaysia with the Trade Committee last year around the CPTPP. Malaysia, 10 years ago, had no auto industry whatsoever. but they have gone above and beyond to attract and create an entire auto sector that is getting them away from their traditional sectors. So, Madam Speaker, to say that somehow, auto jobs have just, are being replaced by robots or being replaced by not just technology but by processes, I think is completely and utterly false. I think that this government should be focusing on how we can keep these jobs here in Canada. Over the last 10 years in North America alone, Canada received only 7% of the auto investment that was made versus Mexico, which got 20%, and the U.S., which received 73%. Those numbers alone, Madam Speaker, tell us that we are not doing enough, and certainly this Liberal government has no auto policy, has no auto strategy. When we lost the Auto Pact, the Conservatives and now the Liberals did nothing to try to support auto workers. So my question is, will the Liberals finally stand up for auto workers in a meaningful way and go to Oshawa and try to attract investment in our country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Thank you. Madam Speaker, as we've said on several occasions, we believe that General Motors erred in closing the assembly plant in Oshawa, and that's what the Minister said to the GM CEO at a meeting in January in Detroit. We know that the closing of this plant will have repercussions throughout the community. We want these workers and all Canadians to know that we are committed to ensuring the future prosperity of the Canadian economy. The Minister talked to the Government of Ontario and continues to work with it to coordinate efforts in order to ensure that the measures we are taking meet the needs of workers on which decisions could have repercussions. The Minister also had discussions with Unifor and is working with the latter to follow up on our commitments as regards workers in Oshawa and Windsor, their families, suppliers in the auto sector, and the community in its entirety. We were happy to learn that Fiat Chrysler has invested $355 in facilities in Windsor relating to a future product. Traditionally, this sector has been an excellent source of good-paying jobs in the auto sector. The government wants to ensure that Canadians continue to have access to these jobs as well as to a number of other good-paying jobs for the middle class. And we have a plan to achieve that. The auto manufacturing sector is a key to the Canadian economy. It's part of our plan, Skills and Innovation Plan, which is ambitious and focused on the future. It is a comprehensive plan. We are investing in innovation and development for skills today so that Canadians can succeed in the economy of the future. Thanks to programs like the Strategic Innovation Fund, we have succeeded in obtaining significant reinvestments for other plants, assembly plants for automobiles in Canada. Since 2015, auto manufacturers have invested $6 billion in Canada. $6 billion in Canada for important equipment upgrades, for cutting-edge manufacturing technology, and to deepen research and development in Canada. Our partnership with auto manufacturers has supported the next generation of vehicles and has positioned Canada as a leader for autonomous, connected, cleaner vehicles. These investments will strengthen the presence of the auto sector in Canada and will provide Canadians with occasions and opportunities and good-paying jobs for future years. This plan will yield positive, tangible results. We have also learned yesterday of the plan through the announcement by Toyota to build the Lexus NX and the Lexus NX Hybrid in Cambridge, Ontario. In addition, Madam Speaker, the specialized training for the jobs will be necessary for the jobs of the future, and we're working to ensure that Canadians receive the training on the technology for the future. Canada has an automobile sector that is mature, and we are strengthening expertise in leading-edge technology. We are training a highly qualified workforce and building solid R&D capacity. That's all part of our plan, aiming to ensure Canada succeeds in the economy of the future, in the auto sector and other industries. Companies have confidence in Canada and Canadian workers. They know that we're prepared to build the cars of the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the member mentions the Minister of Innovation coming to Windsor recently. And the reason that he had to do that is because in this budget, they introduced an incentive for electric vehicles. And in doing so, they excluded the only Canadian-made electric vehicle, the Pacifica, the hybrid that is built in Windsor. So we had a rally immediately following the budget in Windsor with all of the auto workers there who couldn't believe that when the Prime Minister had just been in the plant months before, that it didn't cross his mind when making the budget to ensure that the crown jewel of Windsor, the Pacifica, the only electric-made vehicle in Canada, was not included. So we had a rally, we pressured, and then, lo and behold, here comes the minister down to Windsor to announce that, yes, they will include the hybrid. So thanks to the workers, those auto workers that came out, thanks to the member of Windsor West and Windsor Tecumseh, who along with myself stood side by side to them to demand better from this government. But this is the lack of understanding of auto that the Liberals have, that they make such a foolish error in a budget that they had to correct. And I'm thankful to those auto workers for working very hard to correct it, but it shouldn't be on the backs of auto workers. It should be the government that...
Unfortunately, the time is up, and I have to allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate to see the member opposite playing politics on such an important issue. Had she listened and heard, as we did, the statement made and the explanations about the program by the Minister of Transport, and the Pacifica will be a part of that. As I was saying earlier, Madam Speaker, we believe that General Motors erred in closing the assembly plant in Oshawa. Our government is investing in innovation and development and skills so that Canadian companies are prepared to succeed in the economy of the future. These initiatives will make it possible to ensure that Canadian workers have the skills in manufacturing, leading-edge manufacturers employers will need for the economy of the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to remind members again that when somebody has the floor that they shouldn't be interrupting that person, and would appreciate that. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.